Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Budget and Finance Committee meeting. Today is March 15th. This is a continuation of our special meeting considering the Mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2012-2013. I'm Paul Krikorian, Chair of the Committee, and I'm joined by my colleagues, Council Members Mitchell Englander, Bill Rosendahl, and Tony Cardenas. And we're going to be ready to begin. And what we'll do today is start with public comment. I've got about 20 or so public comment cards. Today is the day in which we will hear the CLA's report compiling the analysis of all of the work that we've done over the last several sessions of this meeting, when we've considered the budgets of each of the city's department, when we've had an opportunity to ask questions of each of the heads of those departments, as we've debated the issues here. All of that work has been compiled into a proposed report that the CLA has prepared and will be presenting shortly. Before we go to that, though, we're going to go to public comment. The way we'll do this today is that we'll take public comment at the beginning. If for whatever reason somebody is not here to offer public comment at the beginning, I will take additional cards at the end of the meeting, but we won't be taking public comment during the course of the discussion on the CLA's report. So if you'd like to comment, please fill out a card like this now and bring it forward. And we're going to start with Heinrich Kiefer, followed by Jacob Miller.
Heinrich Kiefer, Historic Highland Park, Eagle Rock, LA 32. Only to suggest that many hours went into the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates white paper, and that neighborhood councils have come a long way, do a fine job for the city, and I would encourage continued support by the Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kiefer, and thank you for that good work. Next speaker is Jacob Miller, followed by Phyllis Doherty. Mr. Miller, welcome.
Thank you for having me back here. My name is Jacob Miller. I'm an animal care technician with the City of Los Angeles Department of Animal Services for the last 10 years, and a resident and a taxpayer here. I want to talk again today about animal services and the importance of not cutting the service we provide the city. When we say layoff, we're saying service cut. I know this is not a perfect situation, but I think the public safety we ensure for the residents of Los Angeles takes a budget priority. Even if a position can't be funded, we respectfully ask that, as Mr. Koretz has suggested, that we not completely eliminate those positions. That way, if funding does become available throughout the year at some point, we can go ahead and put them back in. Once we get this blight ordinance working right, you'll have potentially more money coming in than you'll know what to do with. You could take some of that and refund any position cut in any department. And that's why I'd also like to extend an invitation to any of you guys that haven't already signed up for it. We're going to be doing a tour of blight in the city of Los Angeles on Thursday. If you'd like some more details, I'd be happy to give you my card, and you can go ahead and call me back with that. I'm also here, though, because I want to talk about the clerks and the important work that they do. We have some awesome clerks. They make my job possible. They make my workplace, the best way I can describe it is swell. They make it swell. They make it swell for me, and they make it swell for the residents that we serve. And they really do an important job. And without them, we couldn't get things done. And I would say every department would be at a standstill. We can't afford to lose any of those. We can't really afford to lose anybody in animal services either. It's very important that you keep us completely intact. Maybe even give us some more positions so we can do a better job serving your districts, serving the city of Los Angeles, the city we love. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miller. And for the record, Mr. Koretz is here as well. We have a full contingent. Thank you all for being here. Our next speaker is Phyllis Doherty, followed by Larry Gross.
Good afternoon, committee members. I want to address a memorandum that was sent to you by Miguel Santan on the 5th of May, in which he said that it's hopeful that the Department of Animal Services will present a comprehensive report establishing a formal administrative citation ACE program within animal services, which at a minimum would be cost neutral. At that time, resolution authorities for the ACO positions could be authorized with an identifying funding source. That is what I've been talking about for over 10 years. Mr. Englander is probably the only one that can remember how long we have been coming in here and asking for administrative citations for this department. Every county and city in this area is doing this. The average is $100 per administrative citation. It is sufficient to bring compliance, and yet it is not punitive. It's the only way to bring humane treatment of animals in the city. Otherwise, our ACOs are making numerous trips to locations with no results. Also, the collection on these is not a problem. The city of Santa Ana has been doing this for years at $100 a piece. The collection goes to their water bill. The Orange County is doing it. It goes onto the property tax bill. There is no reason that administrative cites are not being issued for violations of local ordinances, leash law compliance, shelter, anything that can be addressed locally, because we need to pay for the law enforcement. The law-abiding animal owner out there should not be seeing their licensing going up to pay for the services of officers who are out there going after people that are breaking laws that are not life-threatening, but they are creating safety hazards to the and health hazards to the entire community. We've written this. You've passed it. Mr. Santa Ana is completely behind it. We just need a general manager that knows how to enforce laws and wants to do them. And
Thank you, Ms. Doherty. Our next speaker is Larry Gross, followed by Art Sweatman. Mr. Gross, welcome.
Thank you. Larry Gross, Coalition for Economic Survival. Clearly, revenues do need to be raised to prevent layoffs and service cuts, and we stand in full support of the Coalition of LA City Workers. But we're particularly troubled by the proposed fine increases for street sweeping parking violations. This fine disproportionately penalizes renters, low-income, and working people. For renters living on streets densely populated with apartment buildings with little or no available parking, like in Westlake or Koreatown or in Venice, there's a greater chance of being ticketed than if you lived in areas such as Woodland Hills, Brentwood, or Westchester. For minimum wage workers, many who live in these dense areas, the fine would be more than their entire day's pay. It's one thing to raise fines for parking by a fire hydrant or in a fire lane, a clear public safety hazard, but this proposal has street sweeping fines at a higher cost than these other fines, and that makes absolutely no sense. Raise true safety violation fines. We have no problem with that, and thus being able to keep the revenues the same, but leave street sweeping violations alone. This penalizes the most vulnerable. So we're urging you, make sure there's no cuts in services, no layoffs, but please don't balance the budget on the backs of those who can least afford to pay. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Art Sweatman, followed by Mike Dennis. Mr. Sweatman, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Art Sweatman. I am a tree surgeon with the Bureau of Street Services. Over the last few years, the coalition and its workers have made the responsible choices that we've had to do, which have been tough choices. We've made the sacrifices to help keep the city afloat. Now the CEO is coming back and saying he wants even more cuts, even though he said the sacrifices that we made in the last few years would have been enough. It's time we stop this madness. It's time that we pass a responsible budget. I'm very thankful that this committee has allowed the coalition to work with it and present new budget ideas that the CAO doesn't seem to want to listen to. This city deserves services. They pay for services. It's time to pass a responsible budget to give the citizens the services that they deserve and that they pay for. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Dennis, followed by Leticia Andrade.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. I'm speaking on behalf of membership for the East LA Community Corporation in Boyle Heights regarding the Boyle Heights Community Plan funding. Urging this body to restore funding to a full-time planner to restart the Boyle Heights Community Plan process. Out of all the community plans, none of them have seen this level of community engagement. 1,300 residents were involved in developing their own community plan when the planning department started this process back in 2007. We fast forward to now, the plan is 40% complete, and the data that was used in the current plan is fastly becoming outdated, and it would become a total waste for the city to not refund this full-time planning position to get this thing off the ground and bring it to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Leticia Andrade, followed by Guillermina Gonzalez.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Leticia Andrade, residente de Boyle Heights.
Good afternoon. My name is Leticia Andrade. I'm a resident of Boyle Heights.
Sí. La ciudad ahora cuenta con $230,000 reservados para los consultores que van a realizar el estudio del medio ambiente y de tránsito.
The city right now has set aside $230,000 in revenue in order to be utilized for the consultants that are going to carry out a study to study the environment.
That was 230 million, not 230,000.
Pero no tenemos dinero para la contratación de 2 planificadores que hacen falta para la implementación de este plan.
But still, we do not have enough money to fund the positions to hire 2 planners in order to carry through to its end this community plan.
Y la urgencia de este presupuesto para esta contratación es porque desde el día que empiezan se va a llevar a cabo 2 años y medio.
And the urgency for this hiring of these consultants is because from the day they start until the day they finish is going to take about 2.5 years for its implementation.
Y los datos, como ya mencionaron antes, creo, que tenemos existentes ahorita sobre el 40% del plan comunitario que ya están completados, se están haciendo viejos.
And as it was mentioned before, thus far and up to date, we've completed the community plan up to about a 40% completion. And as time passes on, this data is going to be outdated.
Y con mucha rapidez. Entonces es por eso que la urgencia que necesitamos que aseguren esos fondos para la contratación
It's
de
going
los
to be
planificadores.
outdated very rapidly, so that's where the urgency lies. And we ask you to please provide the funds to be able to hire 2 planners in order to complete this community plan.
Sí, gracias. Les voy a pasar aquí.
Thank you, now, Guille.
Our next
Buenas tardes.
Momentito. Our next speaker is Guillermina Gonzalez, followed by Gloria Gutierrez.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Guillermina González.
Good afternoon, my name is Guillermina Gonzalez.
Mis compañeras son de la comunidad Boyle Heights.
My friends here with me, we all belong to Boyle Heights community.
Es importante que la ciudad encuentre los fondos
It's very important for the city to find the funds
para contratar los planificadores para implementar el plan comunitario de Boyle Heights
in order to hire the planners so that the Boyle Heights community plan can be completed.
Nuestra comunidad ha trabajado y los datos se están haciendo antiguos porque ya pasaron 5
Our
años.
community has worked very hard, and the data in that plan that's about 40% completed they're becoming outdated very quickly since they were gathered starting about 5 years ago.
Es muy importante que cada miembro de este comité ponga su atención y se enfoque en las actualizaciones de los planes
It's very
comunitarios.
important that each member of this body, of this committee, pays attention and realizes that it's the importance of updating a community plan.
Especialmente en el de Boyle Heights porque nuestra comunidad está pendiente de todas las decisiones que están tomando.
Especially the Boyle Heights community plan, because our community is very attentive to all the decisions that you are all taking.
Mi compañera Caridad les va a pasar documentos que ya existen sobre el plan comunitario.
My friend here, Caridad, is going to distribute documents, existing documents that we have about our community plan.
Okay, gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias. You can present those to the sergeant,
They're
please.
already
Okay.
circulating.
Our next speaker is Gloria Gutierrez, followed by Judy West.
Hi, everyone. My name is Gloria Gutierrez, and I'm the outreach specialist for East LA Community Corporation, and I'm also a full lifelong Boyle Heights resident. I just also wanted to talk about the budget for the Boyle Heights Community Plan. I just want to, as my neighbors and other colleagues from East LA Community Corporation mentioned, this plan, we have been working on it since 2007. The residents of the community have been wanting to see this come to life, and I would just like to add that the mayor's office had made a commitment last November to our residents, saying that he would like to see this completed during his tenure. So I think that's something also to take into consideration, the fact that he supports our community plan. Also, that I would like to add that this update is very important given the amount of development and redevelopment that is happening currently and will happen in Boyle Heights, and gentrification is a threat, and it will increase displacement and affecting the community residents that are currently living there. So I would really urge you guys to please put the funds to allocate for 2 planners to work on this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Judy West, followed by Jim McQuiston. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Judy West, a city worker. First, I would like to say that I really appreciate you sitting down with the union leaders last week and trying to work out these problems. That was truly a moment in history. Thank you. Then I would also like to tell you that as a working mother and grandmother, my family depends on my city job to help put food on the table and clothes on their backs. By the way, I have 7 people in the house. I hope that the modifications will be enough for me to go home and tell them they don't have to worry. They will be okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jim McQuiston, followed by Yolanda Heron.
Jim McQuiston. I put in 2 statements for you. You all have them. I'll be working on those budget memos very earnestly. I was surprised at how many need work, and I have had some other business to attend to, so I'm sorry I couldn't get to them. But I do want to say, with the $14 billion in the state budget going haywire, the city is really going to be hit, and all of our estimates on income just went out the window. And as you know, my estimate of income and the controller's estimate of income were much, much lower. 100 million. That's a lot of layoffs, and if we don't get on it really fast, it's an enormous amount of layoffs. But I did give you 5, I think, suggestions there. I hope you will take a look at those before I give you the rest of my material.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Yolanda Heron, followed by Daniel Weissman.
Thank you. I think I approached you last week. I was here, and I want to thank you because it made me feel proud to know that the City Council took the time to listen to us, and I thank you. I just hope, like the young lady said before me, that you guys will consider not putting women on blast, and we are the ones that are supporting our families, that are providing food for our children, and it is very important that we maintain our jobs with the city. We worked hard and long to work ourselves. I would hate to think that the city of Los Angeles would set women back 100 years because of this budget. We need not to only solve it for this year, but for future years, to sit down and really figure out something that will work so that all is satisfied and that city services are provided to all city employees, and that we, the city employees, can provide the services we love to provide. And I thank you again for listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daniel Weissman, and Dr. Weissman, you've submitted 2 cards. We'll only be hearing from you once, so
I'll have to talk twice as fast.
Talk fast, and then Elizabeth Ralston will be our next speaker after Dr. Weissman.
Well, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, you've just heard a wonderful array of comments that I hope you'll take to heart and take action on. Starting with Heinrich Kiefer, my colleague in the Budget Advocate Group. And everything that's been said here indicates that our city needs city leaders with imagination, with initiative, and with the ability to find our way out of a very difficult time. Now, I've already given you, and you have before you, an updated copy of the material that's been discussed previously. It is part of the white paper, but it is an advance which includes comments and characterization of the 21 recommendations, our very brief response to the CIO's comments, and interesting enough, the CIO agrees with our first 7 things, is equivocal about the second 7, and puts in your hands solutions to the last 7 of these comments. The last one, of course, is for full funding of the neighborhood councils, and there's a section in this that addresses that. These data that you see now are fully up to date, so that the pie chart shows the mayor's recommendations for next year, and the cash flow graph not only takes all of the cash flow data, the reality data, up to May 2nd, but also the projections of the controller for the remainder of the year. And it's from that data that we find that we have a $267 million cash balance at the end of the year. I'm hoping that can be used to everyone's advantage. The movement of money from the DWP back into July was something you initiated in these discussions. You'll certainly hear me continue to support that. I hope that can be done. I hope there's so many of these issues that can be resolved by your actions. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Ralston, followed by Charles Leon.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Elizabeth Ralston, and I represent the League of Women Voters of Los Angeles. You should all have received a letter from the League outlining our stand on this year's budget. Put simply, the League believes that the city should move as rapidly as possible to close its structural deficit, and that this should be achieved by a combination of revenue increases and expense reductions. We encourage you to move in that direction. Thanks. By closing this year's deficit with ongoing rather than one-time measures. The League supports seeking voter approval for increases in the parking and documenting transfer taxes in next year's municipal election. We also believe that it is crucial to reduce costs long-term by reducing the costs of retirement benefits, and urge this committee and the council to move forward with pension reform as quickly as possible once the budget is adopted. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And folks, let's not have booing and hissing. We're going to have a long meeting. This committee has tried to set a tone of listening to each other and working collaboratively. That goes for all of us. So let's listen to each other respectfully and collaboratively without the commentary from the seats, please. Mr. Leon, followed by Pat McOsker.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair and members of this body. I want to start off by wishing Councilmember Rosendahl happy birthday.
Oh my goodness, you made me look bad by doing that. Happy birthday, Mr. Rosendahl.
And while we're at it, Richard Alatorre, happy birthday. Councilmember, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chair and body. I'm speaking before you again today because as we speak, still in this budget, is a part-time traffic officer's pilot program that DOT has not been held accountable to for most of this last year. And Dennis Zine and Paul Koretz saw the writing on the wall in October of last year when they championed to make part-time traffic officers full-time. For a position that partners with LAPD and LAFD, there's a national emergency, like the Northridge earthquake, LADOT partners with LAPD and LAFD. If we had part-time cops, you can only imagine what the PPL would be saying. If we had part-time firefighters, you can only imagine what UFLAC would be saying. Treat this like the safety-sensitive position that it is. We have had traffic officers lose their jobs on the line. There is a building in West LA that bears the name of a traffic officer who died in the line of duty. You have a CAO who is not a resident of this city throwing something down your throat and down your community. You have a department that is telling part-time traffic officers, in the past, they've told part-time traffic officers, you write the most tickets, we're going to give you a full-time job. What do you think that does to the communities? What do you think it does to the workforce when you have full-timers saying, hey, wish you could step up like those part-timers? It's creating a hostile safety issue. It's creating a work environment we do not need. For every dollar you spend on a traffic officer, it generates $3 of revenue in return. Folks, this is a bad idea. And DOT needs to answer to some questions. Why are they down 1 million citations since 2003, as Councilmember Engler pointed out last year? How much money has been lost to the general fund by sustaining a vacancy rate of traffic officers of up to 80? How much money has been lost to the general fund when we've been losing tickets in adjudication because of poor paint and poor signage? Now, we need to get our house in order. And this part-time traffic officer pilot program is not the best way to do it. It is a Band-Aid on a broken arm. Fix the broken arm. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pat McOsker, followed by Kruti Parekh. Mr. McOsker,
Thank you, Mr.
welcome.
Chairman, members of the committee, not just for another opportunity to speak to you, but for all the work that you've done so far. You've worked real hard, and I love the way you've conducted this. And thank you to the staff for all the work they've done, including this report, which I've got now from the CLA. What I see when I look at this very quickly is that it seems like you found enough money to make sure that we don't lay off anybody in Los Angeles, and that's great, and that's what we insist on. That's priority number one as you go through this. But I also see that you're being overly cautious, or at least the staff work is overly cautious, because there's more money in there to restore more of your fire department. There's only $3 million being recognized additionally from ambulance transport fees for Medicare patients, and we've told you that it's $11 million, and we can absolutely show you how it's $11 million. There's more money there. You shouldn't spend money, by the way, not a single penny, on another consultant to tell Los Angeles how to staff its fire department. We know exactly how to staff by restoring, so don't spend that $750,000 on that. And by the way, one of the things I see slipped into the report is instructions to our CAO to do his own studies about whether or not we should have an adequately staffed dispatch center, about whether or not we should eliminate safe staffing levels from truck companies. Please slip that back out, because that's a waste of time, of his time and of the city's money, doing consultant work by the CAO's office. We already know his answer to whether or not we need properly staffed truck companies. So take that out and save as well, and start reopening the things that we need to reopen. We do need a full-time fire department, all of it. Every ambulance needs to be full-time. Those paramedic supervisors need to be full-time for our residents, and you can certainly open more engine companies and truck companies with the money that we're talking about. You can also put back inspectors where we've lost them, not just shift them over to LAWA and leave vacancies there, but put them back. And you should definitely keep the staffing at your dispatch center, because if you allow staffing to be reduced by an average of 43% throughout the day and night, you are going to have an unbelievable disaster in no time at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kruti Parekh, followed by Renisha Matthews.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kruti Parekh, and I'm with the Youth Justice Coalition. I'm here as one of the organizers for a campaign called LA for Youth. You may have heard of us, and we're going to be in partnership with the city for the next, hopefully, 50 years. That was 50. And City Councilman Rosendahl, happy birthday, and I'm hoping to spend the next 50 years shifting some dollars in the city of LA with you. You may have heard of the campaign because we're talking about redirecting 1% of suppression dollars and investing 100% in young people. The thing that we're asking for you today is to prioritize summer jobs as our very first step. We're asking for 25,000 summer jobs. Right now you have budgeted $1.2 million towards summer jobs. We want you to multiply that by 50. That would be $50 million towards investing in young people. I work with young people every single day, and I've unfortunately been to 3 funerals in the last 2 months. Can you imagine that? 3 funerals in the last 2 months. So what I'm asking for you to do today is really invest in young people. I'm not saying that summer jobs is the only solution, but we want to work with you in partnership to create every opportunity for young people. We also did an extensive police budget report where we saw that 50% of our city dollars is going towards the police, and we're asking for 1% to be shifted over to summer jobs. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Renisha Matthews, followed by Jayton Davis. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Renisha Matthews, and I'm a youth, and I'm also a youth organizer at the Youth Justice Coalition and LA for Youth. Okay, so today I'm in my community We do not want to be on welfare. We do not need general relief or food stamps. What we need and what we want are jobs. We want to provide for our families and not depend on nobody else to provide for our families. But we can't because there are no jobs out here. And when we do get jobs, the little bit of jobs we get, you cut our health care and our education. And I'm here today to speak for the community to say that when you're doing these budgets, to think about us, that we need education and we need jobs. We do not want to be suppressed, and we will not be suppressed anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jayton Davis, followed by Chantel Sands.
Hello, I'm Jayton Davis. I'm a youth organizer from LA asking the city to redirect 1% of suppression dollars for 100% opportunities for youth, because I have been living for 20 years only to realize the totality of nature and every aspect of life has been reduced to money. And money is not a natural phenomenon in my community. And neither is poverty and being born into poverty. In this society, you cannot exist without money. So I speak for low-income families. I go to the Board of Supervisors weekly to propose the idea of contributing money to youth-based organizations, which would produce more jobs in the community. Because I believe we pay our youth in the community very little attention, and through the history of America, we pay billions for jail expansions and wars. Kids are taught in this society very low education and traditionally make no money for 12 years of their time in school, which I believe is unfair when we are legally required to go to school and are not able to pick up different forms of financial stability. And we have to, and that our families are punished and can go to jail and be sentenced time and pay for the debt of not being financially stable. And when children get out of school, they have like there's no plans for their future. There's no setup. There's no system set up for us. And there's only prison and war, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chantel Sams, followed by Henry Sandoval.
Hi, I'm Chantel Sams with the Youth Justice Coalition, and I say also that youth need jobs. Let's keep youth out of the gangs, the streets, and put us to work. Put us to work, give us a responsibility that will benefit us, our families, our futures. The streets, jail, death is not where us youth want to be. We want to be working, we want to be suited up, looking nice, and being a part of the successful movement. We want jobs, and so we could be the next future that's coming up. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Henry Sandoval, followed by Orvin Perez.
Hello, my name is Henry Sandoval. I'm with the Youth Justice Coalition. And we are here to ask for you to bring out 25,000 jobs for our youth. California has the nation's highest unemployment rates, with youth in South Central as high as 50%. So how do those youth make a living? Our youth are tied to the violence of the 10 most dangerous jobs, as identified by the Youth Justice Coalition, include slanging, gangbanging, sex work, stripping, landscaping, without medical benefits. I asked the Budget Committee to take the initiative to use 1% of the suppression dollars, give our youth a chance to avoid death in jails, and have a job to learn the life skills that are essential in their lives. The Summer Nights program experienced a 17% drop in violent-related crimes and 86% in gang homicides. Imagine what 25,000 jobs can create. Can you please mention in San Francisco, 3% of their city budget goes to youth programs. Can the LA follow that as well? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Orvin Perez, followed by Victoria Lira and Brandy White. And as of now, those are all the cards that I have. So if you haven't spoken and you'd like to, please fill out a card and bring it forward before those speakers conclude. Mr. Perez.
Thank you, Chair. Members, thank you very much for having me here. This is the second time I've been in this building. The first time was the last meeting you guys had that I came and listened to the proposal. And I'm very happy to know that you guys, and satisfied that you guys send it back for more information on it. I'm looking here at the memo sent to this board May 7th of this month about citywide position. I work for the Los Angeles Police Department. My classification is that of a clerk typist. And as I was reading this memo, the job duties of the memo, I realized that for the clerk typist, the 66 position that is suggested to be eliminated from the LAPD, it says that they answer phones and process mails and provide stuff to that information, administrative support. I'm here to say today that that's not a typical clerk typist position. Typical clerk typist position, for example, I could only speak of mine and others that I've been with, is titling a whole page of this. I can't read it because of time constraint, but I manage approximately 298 vehicles for Gang and Narcotics Division. I personally manage it all by myself. I also work with the city informant section, the city informant unit, also for Gang and Narcotics Division. That's what I do on a daily basis. It's not a clerk typist job. Although my classification is that of a clerk typist, we don't do clerk typist jobs. So I don't believe that this memo that was sent back to your committee is speaking the truth about what the clerk typists and civilian workers do at the police department. I'm very grateful and thankful for the opportunity to come and speak and to express myself to you guys and to show you what we really do. And I hope that with more information, such as mine and others, that you guys will make the right decision and not cut as many as the 159 position. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next two speakers are Victoria Lira and Brandy White. And you can go one at a time if you'd like. So that way.
Okay. I'm just going to introduce us. My name is Brandy White, and this is Principal Victoria Lira. I'm a clerk typist, but I'm an acting secretary for LAPD Southwest Division.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your ear. I would like to say that if these clerical positions were eliminated, that would make some of the officers have to come inside, and then that would create a decreased response time for our first responders. In addition, even if just one clerical position is reduced, you're going to be putting the citizens of the city of Los Angeles in jeopardy because, as the previous speaker stated, we do more than just paperwork. We are the support of the department. When you take away too many legs of a foundation, eventually it will fall. In addition, when you lower that clerical staff, the few workers that are left become injured. You open yourself to IOD injuries, creating more increased costs later. In addition, if the citizens are put in jeopardy, this opens the department and the entire city to huge lawsuits, which again, later give us a much more huge amount of cost than just cutting a few clerical workers. We have already been cut in salary. We do pay more in medical now. And with the phase of some people like Brandy here possibly losing her job, I know myself personally with the medical amount we have to pay additionally. When you have your child, in the back of an ambulance saying, "Sorry, Mom, that you have to pay money," that's already something we're cut. And these other people would possibly lose their jobs and not be able to care for their children, but their heart is with the citizens of Los Angeles and providing great service for the police department and the very people here that we're here to protect. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is J. Emilio Flores, and as Mr. Flores is coming up, the next and as of now final speaker that I have is, Serene Kuo Pang, it looks like. Mr. Flores, come on up.
Hi, good afternoon. This is just have some general comments directed to CD6, Tony Cardenas. My name is Emilio Flores. I'm a homeowner. I have been trying to get my street resurfaced since 2005. I have been contacting the staff of council member for a while, back and forth. Every time I call, I've been told that the street is in the process, that it's been sent over and over and over. About a week ago, I saw a bunch of cars parked, and I got really excited because I thought they were actually coming over and resurfacing the street. But they're actually just resurfacing an alley that's in the back of some apartment complex, and it's really frustrated. I have a 2-year-old kid. He cannot, we don't have sidewalks on Van Nuys, but my kid cannot even take, the bike on the street because there's so many holes, and I'm afraid that he's gonna hit himself, which he already fell on the gravel. And the last time I spoke with one of his staff, I was told that why am I calling so much? Why do I want professional treatment if a lot of streets in Van Nuys are in that same situation? I just think it's a liability for the city. God forbids a kid's going to fall and hit his head over because there's so many holes in the pavement. And I just plead and request to Tony Cardenas that if you can please put the 16,000 block of Wyandotte Street between Gloria and Woodley on the priority list or in some kind of list, at least to have somebody assess it, coming over and please fix our street. We got together with the neighbors, we talked to Linda a lot. It's just no avail since 2005. We appreciate just look into it. Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you very much. And just for the sake of the record, so everyone understands, individual council members don't get to pick and choose and prioritize that way. We can talk to the departmental management, but that's not imperial power that council members have. But Mr. Cardenas, did you want to respond at all? Or?
I appreciate the gentleman's remarks, etc., and I also appreciate the fact that he has acknowledged that my staff has been trying our best to communicate with him and try to figure out how we can effectuate that responsibility with the department. I just point that out because very often people come to the podium and they just tell one side of the story, the fact that they're frustrated and say their street or sidewalk hasn't been fixed, but they don't admit that we're actually communicating. So I want to thank you very much for your truthful statements, and then we'll continue to try to do what we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next and final speaker, unless somebody else wants to bring a card forward, is Serene, is it Kuo Pang? Sorry.
Good afternoon, and I'd like to say thank you to the committee for giving us the opportunity to stand up here and speak our mind. I am a civilian employee with LAPD with less than 5 years of civil service. Within these 5 years, I've learned a lot on the job, from being a PSR to a senior clerk typist. And when I take on the senior clerk typist position, there is a lot to do that you did not see behind the desk. And when I first hear about this layoff, I did a list of the senior clerk typists out of the 374 positions in our division, in our department, and I found out that the possible layoff is going to affect people who are hired during the year of 2005, 2006. That goes way back, and it's going to affect a lot of people. If the layoff did come true, you're going to put us on the unemployment assistance with the state. There's going to be a burden to the society. There's going to be more depression. With me, right now I'm studying my bachelor's degree, and during my constant research, 2009 and 2010 is the worst economy year for the whole of 10-year cycle. We are over that cycle right now. Economy is currently reviving, even though it's at a slow rate, but unemployment rate has been reduced. If you go to the Google website, economy is definitely reviving. Layoff is not necessary. We are working on a bare skeletal minimum operations right now. We do not have the excess manpower to be cut off. And that's not going to help with the cutoff. It's not going to provide service to the people of the city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all of our public speakers who took the time to come down and provide input both today and throughout this process. This is what I hope will be the final meeting of a series of, a several day-long meeting that we've had of this committee to evaluate the mayor's budget. And throughout that time, we've taken the public comment of hundreds of public comment speakers. We have heard from every department head in the city. We've heard from the Neighborhood Council budget advocates, from representatives of the of CORE, from representatives of the business community, and of course from our partners in labor. So I think this process has been a very thorough evaluation of the proposed budget that's before us. And I think as we've gone through that process, it's been plain to see, as it has been plain to see from the public comment that we received today, that the options before us are limited and they are not pleasant. And especially in light of the progress that we've made to date, that the city has made to date since the economic collapse of 2008 in downsizing city government, in identifying cost efficiencies, in trying to enhance revenues where we have, there has been significant progress made, significant structural progress made. But the downside of having made that progress is that it leaves so many fewer options still available to us that haven't already been taken. But I think it's fair to say that whatever options there may remain, we have considered them, we've evaluated them, we've looked carefully at them, and we will continue to. Because as I've said multiple times, this committee is not going to simply do this work during budget season every year. From now on, this is going to be a 12-month process in which, when we conclude our work on this budget, we immediately are going to start working on the next budget in order to make sure that we have sustainable, long-term solutions to our structural problems, and that we continue to deliver government services in the most cost-efficient and effective way that we can. So with that brief introduction, I'd like to ask the CLA to come up. Mr. Miller, if you would please come forward. And what we have before us today are the CLA's analysis and recommendations that are based in primarily on the work that we've done over these last several weeks through all of this hearing. And it's based on the discussions that we've had here in these meetings and the reports back that we've received from all of the departments. That information has been compiled and analyzed and dissected. And Mr. Miller, if you would now please present to us the recommendations that that your office has.
Certainly. What I would like to do is, as we typically do at this stage, I'll give an overview of what's before you. Karen, of course, will then be here to go through page by page, as you typically do, with any questions on the various actions. As the chair indicated, and at your direction, the focus has been on trying to protect services and recognizing the drastic reduction in services that have occurred over the years and the difficult decisions that have been made. So throughout this process, through your committee hearings, through interactions with you, through hearing the public, we tried to take the mayor's proposed budget and propose changes that address many of your concerns, again, with the focus on trying to protect vital services, while at the same time recognizing that we do have structural deficits for the foreseeable future, and that we need to identify ongoing actions to address those. We were able to identify approximately $18 million in a combination of revenues as well as expenditure reductions from the proposed budget Our initial report recommends appropriating approximately 11 million of those, which again you'll go through in detail in a few minutes, to address some of the concerns that you expressed here, some of the service restorations, etc. So the report that we initially issued had an increase in the reserve fund of $7.7 million. Now, we learned this morning that the counter assessor had gone forward and had upped their estimate on property taxes, and we issued an addendum after that to include that. That's approximately $5.8 million. So in addition to the original report, we do have the addendum, and again, it tried to address many of the questions that you've had. So between the $7.7 million from the original report and the $5.8 million in new property tax that are recognized, you're at about $13.2 million into the reserve fund over and above what the mayor proposed. The addendum also has some other issues that you may want to consider, again, with the focus on service restoration, and you'll be going through those in detail as well. The one thing we would recommend at this juncture, that if it is your desire to restore services, that the reserve fund be left at least at the level that was proposed. And that at this juncture, if your desire is to focus on service restoration and not move forward on the layoffs, that you give us an opportunity to come back to you before the start of the fiscal year to identify specifically targeted areas that need restoration, and to identify through the managed hiring process and through positions that have been identified that are going to get filled, to try and accomplish expenditure reductions that we know are going to be necessary going forward, again, without the actual impact of a layoff. So that's a broad summary of what's before you, and I can answer any general questions, or we can go straight to the detailed recommendations.
Thank you very much, and thank you to you and your staff for the really terrific work that you've done in coming up with additional budget solutions above and beyond what was already proposed by the mayor in order to remedy the $238 million deficit that we were facing. Just to put that into a context, I think it is important to remember it's not just the 15 or 18 or $20 million that we're talking about today. What the city has done through the work of the mayor and his budget team, the CAO, our CLA, this committee, and our departments, is to find $250 million in budget solutions for this year. $250 million in reductions and revenue increases. And I think it's important that people who would talk about kicking the can down the road and things like that understand that $250 million is a monumental effort to try to remedy the problems that we're facing, and much of that, most of that, is structural in nature. So it's a really monumental task that has been before us, and I want to congratulate everybody involved for having gotten us to this point where we're at today. So with that, Mr. Rosendahl, you had a comment or question?
Quick comment. Obviously, any savings that we've been able to come up with and any other aspects of this figure getting to where it is a terrific birthday gift for me in the context of what we need to do. Do you have any idea what the state budget and what we hear, the numbers up there, dramatically have increased? Will that have any impact on this budget, and also inherent in that is next year's?
It doesn't appear that way, and I say that with some hesitation because, as you know, over the years, and with some of you coming from the state can be very creative about picking our pockets. But I will say that at the moment there is nothing in the governor's proposed budget that would have a direct impact on us, other than the sweeping of the low and moderate income housing money, which we've discussed. We do have a conundrum before us because we are now the successor housing entity, and there is a need to enforce the affordable housing covenants, which of course everybody wants, everybody needs, and it's a condition of federal funding. So we are going to be facing a budgetary issue relative to how we're going to fund the enforcement of those affordable housing covenants. That's moving along through Mr. Cardenas' committee and will be before you as a separate issue along with the other larger CRA issues. Other than that, direct impacts, no. It is important to note, however, that many of the social service cuts could result in increased homelessness. They could result in increased crime. There could be direct impacts from those. There will be direct impacts from those, but it's impossible to judge what the monetary impact would be at this point.
Hearing that, he has a ballot measure, somebody else has a ballot measure. If they don't pass, will then we be impacted, or the same way we are presently now?
Well, largely we do not receive our funding through the state and through Proposition 1A and through some other measures. Much of the city's revenue is protected. There are some borrowing schemes that can occur that require paybacks. But there is significantly more protection now than there used to be. But again, one of our issues here in revenues, which you'll go into detail on, is the AB 678 issue. That does require a federal appropriation, and the money is flowing through the state. And as we sit here today, I can't tell you that particular funding would fall under 1A protections. We're going to have to see. And of course, there's also nothing stopping the state from amending the 687. So again, but what we know today, the answer is no, but caution you that things do change with regard to the state.
So just a little further on that point, just so everyone understands, the way the state budget process works is the governor releases a proposed budget, and then as revenue projections start to become real and the state realizes how much money is actually coming in, there's a May revision to that draft budget that's issued every May 15th. Today is the day that we got the word that the revenue projections that the state was relying upon were significantly lower than what they had counted on, and that will have impacts on the state's budget. What I propose to do is have a separate meeting of this committee to analyze the impacts of state budget changes, both in terms of the May revision cuts, but also, as Mr. Rosendahl suggested, the revenue enhancements that they seek may in fact have impacts on this city's ability to achieve new revenues as well, for example. So I want to have a thorough discussion about that in a separate committee meeting, which we will have once this process is behind us. But in short order, we'll be considering the May revision and the state's budget impacts in greater detail. If there are any other comments or introductory questions, colleagues, from Mr. Miller, if not, we can begin the analysis of the draft committee CLA report itself with Ms. Kalfayan.
Good afternoon. I'm Karen Kalfayan with the Chief Legislative Analyst's Office. Before you is our recommendations on the mayor's proposed budget. Over the last couple of weeks, as everybody is familiar, this committee has gone through a series of hearings, heard from all the departments, and based on the discussions that occurred over the last couple of weeks, our office has made recommendations with the input from departments and this committee. So what I plan to do is just to go through these page by page. If it suits the chair, we could do that, and if there are items that you want to stop me, then we can stop and discuss those in a little bit more detail, but I'll try to go through them page by page.
I think it makes sense to do that, starting with the changes proposed by the CLA beginning on page 6, unless colleagues, you have any general comments before we begin that more detailed review. Any general questions or comments? Mr. Kretz?
Just two general comments. If we're able to restore all the layoffs, the next two things that I would be targeting beyond what are in your proposals would be to make the move from part-time to full-time traffic officers, and to be sure we're fully funded for fire dispatch.
Those things are
so just two thoughts as we started. Otherwise, I'm optimistic that we're moving in the right direction.
And of course, anything in here and any other suggestions that the committee members have will be up to, for the committee to determine. And then once you've taken your action, the recommendations from this committee will then go to the full council.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas?
Of the dollar amounts that you're going to go over, do you delineate of those dollars what is considered one-time revenue and what is ongoing?
I can try to do that as we go along. Many of these are one-time solutions, so what's proposed in the budget with the elimination of position authorities, those are ongoing reductions, vacant or filled. Those are ongoing, but many of the things that we have presented here would be considered one-time.
Yeah, the reason why I point that out, Mr. Chairman, is because many of us, I think all of us, took the opportunity throughout this budget process to express how we like to minimize as much as possible layoffs and dismissal of positions. But those are ongoing commitments because as we have professionals who work for us in this city at every capacity, whether it's mopping floors or sworn officers, et cetera, when we hire somebody, it's with the intent that they have the right to a career as long as we can balance the budget and they can work here for a long time. So my point is that I think it's important for us to keep in mind when we make our decisions at the end of this deliberative process that we keep in mind, are we committing one-time funds, for example, to restore a position versus restoring a position with ongoing funds? The latter, I think, is the much more responsible thing to do, not only to our taxpayers and not only for our fiduciary responsibility, but also to the worker. It's one thing for them to assume that we restored their career, and really we didn't restore their career. We just kicked the can down the road a few more months until that one-time fund is not here anymore. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Beginning on page 6 of the pages that are behind the cover on the CLA report. And I'll start about a third way down the page, beginning with the revenue changes. What these are just recognition of some additional revenue and reimbursements in the course of our review. It amounts to about $6.5 million. Unless you have any questions about the specifics, I'll just move on to the next page.
Questions on page 6?
Okay, going on to page 7, beginning with the expenditure changes, and I'll just kind of run through these as quickly as I can. The first item, capital improvement expenditure program. This utilizes recognition of some additional reimbursement, or actually it shifts some funds from the general fund to special funds for the capital improvement expenditure program. The next item, the city administrative officer, this would add funding for the attorney conflicts panel. Basically what this would do is, because of the situation with the dissolution of the CRA, there's a need to have outside counsel. So this item would assist in paying for those outside counsels. The next item for the city clerk is the restoration of one position, a senior clerk typist who supports the council in the index section. The next item, city attorney, this would increase the number of furlough days to 36 and fund 5 investigator positions in the workers' compensation division.
And Mr. Rosendahl has a question on
yes,
city attorney's office.
I would like the city attorney to come up on this one and argue their positions. We've talked about this in our meetings, and obviously I'd like to hear their vigorous comments on this, what they have to say. And frankly, I'd like Miguel or you to respond to what they're saying. Obviously, they're going to want to say 34 makes sense. Let's hear it, and let's interact with what they're going to say to help us through this decision. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's all yours, Mr. Carter.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. Bill Carter, City Attorney's Office. With me is Peter Chavarria, and Bill Mangan. As we mentioned in our response to question 24, or I guess it was then became question 136, while we appreciate the gesture to provide us with 5 new investigators in Workers' Compensation Division, we think that's an important measure. We did provide alternative sources of funding. We also have available to us the Workers' Compensation Fund to fund at least 1 additional investigator. But we would strongly object, as we said in our budget memo, to the increase of furloughs from 34 to 36. We just do not believe that it is appropriate to increase it from 34 to 36 to fund those investigators when we believe we have additional funding sources or alternative funding sources that we've identified. It's very difficult to run a litigation and a prosecution office with part-time lawyers, and we all understand the difficulty in doing that. So we would strongly object to that.
What is your alternative strategy of coming up with the money that would be compelling for us to agree with you?
Well, I'll turn that to Bill Mangan, who's our Chief Budget Officer.
And first of all, how much money are we talking about, and how would you pull it together?
Between $1 and $2 million. We have quite a few settlements that we expect to come in early next year in the fiscal year. And the underlying, these are consumer protections lawsuits that we have initiated a number of years ago, and they're now coming to fruition, settlement. And I'm talking about this publicly in pre-settlement. So we have to be judicious because they're still ongoing. But it's our expectation that we have the ability to bring in additional revenues that we could bring forward for the purpose of restoring some of the ERIPT investigative positions that we lost in the last 3 years. And that could be fairly easily done if we could demonstrate the revenue coming in, make the deposit, and then go to managed hiring and request the authority to hire and to place personnel. These would be new personnel, new hires from outside.
Could that be somewhat done afterwards, and we could deal with this issue at this point, leave the 36 and you show the money, as they say, then we would readjust?
Well, I think we need some provision in the budget to allow for it to flow more easily. Mr. Echeverria, I think, could comment on that.
Well, my comment just from the civil management standpoint is we have a difficult enough situation managing the limited resources we have now. We're trying to improve that situation, even if it's only slightly. It really is difficult responding to all of the requests that we have. Many of the times, even though our attorneys may work their furloughs, they take off other days. You know, we talk about taking off furloughs or not taking off furloughs. We forget that many of our attorneys have built up significant amounts of vacation, also some of the comp time. And in addition, people get sick. We've had a number of people who are out ill, in part, I suspect, because a contributing factor is the stress that they're working under. And I'm not saying that for any reason of eliciting sympathy. I'm just saying that one of the realities is that people are off from time to time, and managing the schedules and the work that we have to do is really difficult. So to the extent that this problem is exacerbated by the 36 rather than the 34, it's a huge problem from a management standpoint for us. We think we can manage the 34 and address our needs for investigative services at Workers' Comp through this funding that would be coming in next year, and we would ask for the ability to manage the office that way.
Now, isn't it true that the senior inspector passed away?
Our senior investigator died, yes.
Mm-hmm. Chief Investigator Jules Janku.
So can that automatically be filled within your staffing patterns without special support?
Yes, we could. One of the things we want to do is we have an acting chief investigator, and we will, but he's not being paid at a chief investigator salary. And at a minimum, we need a chief investigator who can manage and supervise the remaining investigators that we have, as well as the panel of investigators. We do use private investigators, and but we do need a chief investigator. So at a minimum, what we would like, if we can't have 5 investigators, and we certainly don't want to take 5 investigators at the expense of losing 2 furlough days. We don't want that. We're not asking for both. We're not asking for give us only 34 days of furloughs and the 5 investigators. We're not asking that. If you were to go with the proposal of the mayor's budget, which is 34 days of furlough, what we would ask, though, is allow us to promote up and pay the chief investigator his salary. And I think we can get that through the workers' compensation fund, through managed hiring.
I was actually going to suggest, Mr. Carter, I have grave concerns about increasing the number of furlough hours at all, because we all, I think, can recognize that the city attorney's office is straining right now, and increasing the number of furloughs. Frankly, I have concerns about furloughs at all, but if that's where we're at, that's where we're at. At the same time, I recognize that workers' comp and investigators are positions that conceivably could save a considerable amount of money for the city. We can't say that definitively. There's a risk involved there. We don't know with certainty whether they will, but I think it's fair to assume that there will be some offsetting cost savings as a result of bringing in more investigators. Whether they pay for themselves or not, I don't know. What I was thinking is that if we leave the furlough level at its current level, would you be able to accommodate the goal of increasing better risk management and case assessment if you were to take 3 investigators, and would you be able to manage that within your current budget without modifying the number of furlough days?
What we're proposing is that we leave the furloughs at 34, but that you allow us to manage the investigator workload either through managed hiring, where we come and request not only filling of the senior investigator position, but also as we have the funds and identify the funding sources and they come in, we'll ask for additional positions, even if it's a substitute authority through the CAO or however we can, so that we can expand at that point. Just that you allow us to manage that expansion. And yes, we've made, and you have had some reports, this committee has had some reports from our office. You're about to receive in the next week or 10 days another status report from our workers' comp operation, where you will see that we have in fact made great strides in improving our workers' comp operation and in helping the city improve its workers' comp record.
Yeah, I very much recognize that, and I think one of the important next steps is to have the city attorney's office work closely with each of the department heads that have high levels of risk in order to develop a longer-term strategy for risk reduction.
And if I may, I don't want to stray too much from the agenda, but we are doing that through our workers' comp supervisor, attorney supervisor, and 2 senior people, 2 senior attorneys. We're providing training hand in hand with the personnel department, 2 departments. We've started a program, and we're in fact have hit pretty much all the major departments and are going back and reinforcing that.
Yeah, we worked with the mayor's office, and the mayor's office made that training mandatory for supervisors.
Very good. Mr. Kretz.
I'm in agreement with Mr. Krikorian's comments and those made by the city attorney's office, and so I would either second Mr. Krikorian's motion or make a motion on my own if either are necessary to move this direction forward.
Okay, let's hear from everybody before we actually. Mr. Englander.
Let me just say that I think even 1 furlough day is too much, and I realize the city attorneys are working harder than ever. There's no question, and particularly in the litigation section, in the litigious society, and it's critically important, and we have a fiduciary responsibility to protect the city. With that said, in looking at workers' comp, I'm concerned with 1 comment, although I'm not sure exactly what was meant by if they're stressed out from over because they're working too hard. Is that creating another workers' comp liability? But it's another issue. The irony. All kidding aside, the plans that were presented sound great in concept. We haven't seen anything. I haven't seen what those actual numbers are. I'd be more than willing to support this when we see it, when we actually see what those cases are, when we plan on settling those. The general manager, the elected city attorney who came to this committee, said that one of the most important things that the office needs right now are workers' comp investigators, and that our liability continues to go up. So the plans that we're working with the departments, the plans that we're bringing those things down, I would welcome looking at those and reviewing those. That could have been part of this budget process. It hasn't been, but one of the things that the chair did say is that this budget will continue throughout the year, that this budget is not going to be the final vote and we're off until next year, that we're going to continue working. And so I think there's absolutely room to approve what's being suggested with coming back, and it doesn't mean coming back in 6 months or 9 months. It could be next month. It could be as soon as the information is available. It's an easy change at any point to say, here's where the revenue is identified and it's documented in writing where it's verifiable. But to just say, okay, yeah, that sounds great, let's go ahead and do it, when it isn't there on a report, those haven't been submitted, I'm reluctant to move forward on it, particularly since we're looking at millions of dollars and claims that continue to go up. I think we've got to look at that. This is the budget committee. We've got to look at it from a budgetary responsibility and say, okay, that's great. Let's do that. Let's move on what's being recommended by the CLA. But let's bring it back immediately, whether it's next week or next month, as soon as the city attorney's office is ready to provide the detail so we can make informed decisions. But I support everything my colleague said, but I think we just need to do so while we cross our T's and dot our I's and have the real information.
And actually, one option that the committee can consider is if you want to look at both the level of furlough and these positions, you could just delete this entire recommendation, have the city attorney come back, report on whether those funds have come in, and address it at that time, and then that could be something that is also addressed through managed hiring.
Yeah, and then in the meantime, then we would go back to if we deleted it completely, then we'd go back to what? We would go back to what the mayor's proposal is? We'd go back.
That's correct. This would just modify the mayor's proposal, so it would be back to 34 furlough days without.
I think the whole idea and the spirit of what the city attorney asked us and recommended as well was that the workers' comp seems to be the biggest area that's growing financially in the risk, and while that's going on, we don't have the inspectors to maintain that or to lower that responsibility, that risk. In an effort to bring them on immediately, how do we go about doing that if we delete the item?
Well, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chair, if I may, and I don't mean to assume too much authority, but I believe that Mr. Carter and I are here stating the terms of the city attorney, the views of the city attorney on this matter. And we're asking that the furloughs be restored to 34 and we be given the opportunity to manage the department.
Now, if for a point of clarification, and again, let's ask this then. You said you've got these reports ready to go, identifying the revenue streams, identifying where these would be coming from. When would that be coming back to this committee?
If I may, with respect to the investigators, as I pointed out, the city attorney spoke a month or so ago, and obviously having more investigators would give us an opportunity to find more waste, fraud, and abuse. I can't quantify how much fraud or abuse we will find. The last case that our chief investigator worked on, Jules Janku, and referred to the district attorney's office, who filed a felony, was against the fire department firefighter who was cage fighting while on full disability. That was one of Jules' last cases before he passed away. That case, in the end, what's it going to cost the city? A couple $100,000, million, not sure in the long run. It's hard to quantify what an investigator is going to find, but if we were to hire, and we're not asking to hire a specific number of investigators this year or the next year. We do know that we need more investigators over time. At a minimum, we need to be able to have a chief investigator who is paid at a chief investigator salary. I can say, though, that if we do increase the furloughs from 34 to 36, that will impact the workers' compensation lawyers. So the worker compensation lawyers who are handling these cases will work 2 fewer days a year. I do know that you can quantify that they won't be able to work on as many cases.
So I'm sorry,
spiral.
I get all that. My question was, when can we get a report back in writing the details and quantifies or qualifies that and the revenue stream that was suggested earlier?
Well, we could. Mr. Mangan told me 30 days. We do have in the pipeline a number of cases, and I will tell you that, and I think it's undisputed, that this office has met every measure that it's been asked to hit. In every budget, in every milestone, we've met it. And I think we can meet this one. I think we're up to the task. We've done it, and we've identified a funding source. We can come back in 30 days and identify that. We're not asking today for give us 34 days and 5 investigators. We're not asking for that today. We're asking for 34 days only, and we can come back in 30 days or sometime in mid-year and say, can we get additional investigators?
So,
that's what we're asking.
let me try to bring some clarity to what's before us then. So you believe that you've identified some other funding options beyond expansion of furloughs to be able to pay an amount still to be determined
right.
for additional workers' comp investigation.
Which we
so what you need, what you would propose today would be to maintain furlough levels at the same level as in the mayor's budget. Are you proposing to have unfunded resolution authorities then included for those investigators?
We can ask for that at the time that we report back on the, on the funding.
So as of now, then, it's the position of your office that you don't need to move forward with any change at all, but you will come back and report, as Mr. Englander suggests, when you have some hard and fast information about actual revenue sources to be able to fund these positions.
Correct. And as to the chief investigator, our intention is to go to managed hiring and get clear as to.
But again, going back to this, since we're trying to make this a priority as well, the question is, when specifically is it going to come back?
Well, I guess the question, the ask is to delete, as recommended or suggested by the CLA, delete that recommendation by the CLA, and then we could be directed to come back in 30 days to discuss going forward with the hiring and funding of any investigators.
Well, what I would do then is suggest, if we did take it out, that we actually just amend the language to say that a report will be coming back from the city attorney's office in 30 days to identify the revenue stream from the city attorney's office to hire X number of investigators.
It can be done that way, and actually, if it's 30 days, depending on when you start counting that clock starts ticking, that could actually occur before July 1st. So,
and given the fact that we don't yet know what those funding sources are or their amount, rather than saying X number of investigators, I would simply say, let's instruct the city attorney to come back with a report about a proposal to expand the number of workers' comp investigators, and we'll consider it separately at that time. Mr. Cardenas.
On the 30 days, this to give the city attorney the flexibility of 30 days or sooner. So, for example, if you're ready in 10 days, then that just tells us that we'll be ready to deliberate on that as soon as they have it before us, right, Mr. Chairman?
At such time as will be convenient to the committee, yes.
But that's my point. We won't wait 30 days.
Right.
We'll.
I mean, if they can produce it tomorrow, that'll be great.
That's my. Once they notify us, then we'll cut to the quick, and the next budget meeting or what have you, the chairman will do his best to put it on the, next time we convene, right?
Mr. Kretz.
And just to clarify, so since this is sort of outside of the immediate budget process, so we're restoring the number of layoffs back to 34 and not using the layoffs to fund this. And then, I'm sorry.
We're not restoring. We're leaving as is in the mayor's current budget proposal.
Right, leaving it as it is in the budget.
Level of 34 furlough days.
Okay, perfect.
and there would be a slight adjustment, but it's because the savings were a little different than than putting in the investigators, there would be a slight adjustment, but those are things I think everybody's kind of keeping track of.
And again, we'll have amending language to deal with what we suggested.
That's correct.
Okay. Any objection to that, colleagues? I think we reached consensus on that. Thank you very much.
Okay. Moving on, the next item is the Community Development Department, and this is to continue funding for an art center pending the release of a request for proposals for a public-private partnership. I believe this is an item that Mr. Rosendahl was interested in. So. And then the second bullet under community development, just a small amount of funds was identified to add another 125 youth jobs for a community youth summer hiring program, and that can be done in conjunction with discussions with the council offices. And incidentally, this maintains the level of funding that was included for the current year. I believe that's funded about 4,000 jobs, and with this and other sources of funding that the CDD had identified, it should be roughly around the same number. The next item, ethics. This would restore position authority for 3 positions for the Ethics Commission: a paralegal, an auditor, and a management analyst 2. Last item on this page for the Department, the Office of Finance. This would restore position authority for 2 clerk typists, and what the office did is identify a swap of positions so that they could restore these, and this would actually result in a couple of positions that were identified to be deleted that were filled, so it could offset the number of layoffs. Moving on to the next page, page 8, the Forfeited Assets Trust Fund. There was discussion during the committee regarding the purchase of black and white vehicles for the police department. The proposed budget would debt finance these through MICLA, issue commercial paper to purchase these, working with the police department, who actually was very helpful in working this out so that this could be a direct purchase of the black and white vehicles. And it would be at least 117 through these efforts. It could be actually 1 or 2 more vehicles. So that's that item.
Mr. Englander.
I know we're not editorializing on these, otherwise we'd be here for days and days and days. But I thought it was important to recognize all the work that PD has done on this. We know they need the vehicles, there's no question. But they worked tirelessly, they heard, and they listened to this committee's concerns, and working with the CLA and the CAO to say we don't want to finance, and we're going to find the money within the budget to do it, and they did. And so I appreciate you working with them on this. Thank you.
We appreciate that effort too.
It is, and thank you for your work on this too. This is going to be an important cost-saving measure for the general fund for years to come, because with new vehicles, we're going to significantly reduce the ongoing maintenance costs and repair costs, and it's important for officer safety, and in every other way, this purchase is critically needed. But to finance it through MICLA, I think, would have been cost prohibitive, and also would have been probably a bad precedent to set. So I appreciate the fact that we've found a way not to do that.
By the way, so the committee, I don't know that they're aware because it's not in the report, but because they saved so much in interest, even though it was such a low interest, I believe they were actually able to purchase an additional black and white for the city.
That's right.
Very good work.
Okay. Next item under general city purposes. The first item there would restore funding with a 15% reduction to keep it consistent with the other reductions that have been made in general city purposes to fund the special events fee subsidy to support community and neighborhood events. The second item under that topic is to add funding for the 11,400 applicants that are currently on a waiting list for the Lifeline reimbursement program. As you'll recall, the mayor's budget would have lowered the maximum number in that program to 40,000. Turns out that there are 11,000 people on a current waiting list who we understand are certified, qualified for the program. So this would raise the number to accommodate those people on the waiting list.
So I have a couple of comments on that, and I want to discuss it with the committee. First, on the Lifeline reimbursement, obviously this is a critically important expenditure for our most vulnerable citizens of Los Angeles. But when we spoke with the department about this, the statement was pretty clearly made that the program was undersubscribed and that changing the cap would not affect the subscription rate or the availability of this to actual participants. And now this is a very significant change from what we heard in this committee just a week or so ago, which gives me considerable concern about which number is correct and which statement is correct, the one that was given then or the one that was given now. So while I certainly don't want to leave anybody who is eligible to participate in this in the cold, literally, on the other hand, I'm concerned about why there was that seeming ambiguity.
Good afternoon, Lisa Mowry, Bureau of Sanitation. The numbers in the report are correct. Right now, we've got a little under 38,000 people that are actually signed up. That amount is based on the available funding for the current fiscal year, which was reduced during the mid-year report. So that's why we're holding it at that number. There are an additional 11,400 people that are on the waiting list. As of 2 weeks ago, we got that number.
Okay, does that satisfy colleagues? Mr. Rosendahl, did you want to offer anything on that?
On the waiting list, would you explain how they got on the waiting list and how it's moved over, and who are these people?
Sure. These are people who have submitted the form through Office of Finance to qualify not only for the Lifeline for the solid resources, but that also qualifies them for exemption from the utility users tax and other discounted rates. So once these people got approved and received these other discounts, these other exemptions, since no more people could be added to the Lifeline for the Solid Resources program, they went on what we call the waiting list, which meant technically they had qualified, however, there was no funding in the program to add them.
Well, technically, they qualified.
Mm-hmm.
So what do we do with these people?
At this point, we've just had them sitting on the waiting list because there's been no funding to pay for their subsidy amount.
So now we have the money.
If this gets approved, yes, we'll have the money. We'll be able to add them into the program.
And then the second question is, will there be all of a sudden, because of the down economy, people aging, do you see additional people going on it? Or do you put a cap at it? How do we go forward with this beyond the ones that you've just identified?
Well, I was just going to add that what this action would do would be to raise the cap from 40,000 that's in the proposed budget to about 51,400.
Yeah, right.
So it would just cover those.
No, I understand that, but what about what I'm just saying? As life goes on, others who maybe will watch this and say, "Oh my God, I'm broke and I'm on Social Security and I lost this or have that." And as you and I have dealt with some of my constituents who fit within that category, will we have a bit of a ceiling or an open end, or we put them on a waiting list if in fact they're legitimate qualified people?
If this action is approved, it would raise that ceiling.
Right.
But beyond that, there would not be funding available in the budget. But having said that, the Bureau also goes through a process of seeing if some of the folks who are currently getting that Lifeline benefit are really qualified for it. So they go through a process.
I understand, but let me just say this. At a certain point, report back to the Budget Committee on those that might now be on a waiting list that in fact qualify to be subsidized.
Yeah, that was actually, my suggestion was going to be that we go ahead with this because we do know, we've verified now that we have these eligible folks, these additional 11,000 people. That's going to cost $1.4 million this budget year to fund them. Why don't we set a report back maybe by the time of the next FSR to analyze whether or not this number continues to hold, whether you've had a flood of new applicants,
and
whether
actually
this number is in fact even right. I want to have a better sense as I don't want to short the funding for this and leave these potentially eligible people off of the list. But at the same time, I think it's worth checking back to make sure that in fact we've right-sized this.
Yeah, and in fact, toward the back of the report, there's a whole series of reports that would come back to the appropriate committee. So there's one that relates to this, and when we get there, that may be an appropriate place to make that amendment.
Great. Any other comments on the Lifeline colleagues? I just wanted to make one other suggestion here on restoration of the special events fee subsidy. This is an important restoration in many of our communities. There's events that are important to our neighborhoods, to our communities. And I think I'm pleased to see that we have a restoration of that funding in here. And there is a 15% reduction noted in order to create a greater contribution to our overall solutions and be able to deal with our service restoration and so on. I would personally like to see that reduction a bit higher than that. I would like us to see more of a contribution to the solutions through this. I would suggest a 30% reduction, restoration of the special events fee with a 30% reduction, so that we have a little bit more money that we can spend on service restoration.
If I could.
Mr. Englander.
Yeah, if you could provide, before we make that decision, a breakdown of what that would mean. I know that the citywide, there was some rollover as well, so we could probably take care of it for 1 year, and I would probably support that as well because the rollover would cover that. But ongoing, I know that one of the things we did, but I said if we could see a breakdown of what we've got left and what that would mean. There was a additional events that were brought to the citywide list last week from various council offices as well and community members, and how that would be reflective of this to ensure that those are covered. I just wanted to make sure we had enough funds to cover it if we had that additional cut. And with that, I know one of the things we talked about ongoing is, so we wouldn't have to go through this every year, is to tie a percentage to TOT, and I didn't see that come back in here. So if we can have that, we wouldn't be doing it for this year, but it would be a budget instruction to do it starting next year. So we wouldn't have to figure out how to restore this every single year and then have to go back to all these nonprofits and all the community members for all these events and let them know that we don't have funding for it, things like that. So we'd actually have a funding stream.
Okay.
So if we could include that in the instruction as well.
Right, and we can do a calculation on what that 30% reduction would be, but just a comment on the rollover. The proposed budget would recommends that anything that's existing for that purpose would roll over, but that would not be applied equally across the city. So that's just a point of information.
Right, and so that's why if we can come back and look at that, so we can make an informed decision on what that different proposal would mean.
As I calculated, the difference is $300,000 between 15% and 30% reduction, $303,000.
Right, that's correct.
But the rollover issue is important, especially because if it's not equally distributed,
right.
And maybe there's some way that we could figure out how to address that.
So that's my concern. And so if we could look at that, if we can come back for further discussion, that would be helpful. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
We can come back with that.
Okay, so, but just, I'm not sure what we're coming back with. We're coming back with a report on the rollover, but I think in the meantime, we should go ahead. My suggestion is to go ahead and reduce that to 30%, and then the rollover will backfill that presumably if there is some, and if there's not, we've still made a $300,000 correct additional budget solution.
And that's certainly possible. That reduction can be made here if that's what the committee would like to do.
Or were you suggesting to have it come back before we finalize this, perhaps at council? Or
Yes, or yes, before.
Yeah, that can be amended right now to reflect the 30%. So that would bring the 1.7 down to about 1.3 or so, 1.3.
Yeah, but a portion of that is 50-50, then a portion of that is by 15.
Right, and then that could.
So that's what I'm saying is we
that
don't know
could be
what those
brought back
numbers
as to
are.
how that would be distributed.
Because we don't know what those numbers are. So we could just table that for now.
Oh, so you'd be able to get that before we conclude today, you think? Oh, okay, very good. Well, then we'll put
Okay.
that one in the parking lot.
Okay, put a little note there. Next item on general city purposes involving the Gang Reduction and Youth Development Office, the GRID office. What this recommendation would do is essentially to keep the GRID funding program at its current level and recognize that there are grant funds, and it would forgive a current HACLA loan that funded, I believe, a grid site in the Watts area. And as a result of these actions, there would be a savings to the general fund of about $3.2 million. But to emphasize that this would keep it at the same program level.
Mr. Englander.
Yeah, and I just wanted to make sure that we were keeping it at the same level. I know there was a lot of confusion. We're also still waiting for, they asked for additional days to report back on all the requests of all the mayor's office, said that it would take them some time to put all the budgetary information together with GRID. But based on the numbers we have now today, this number then would maintain it to where we're at, and they wouldn't experience any service cuts. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, I think that that the GRID has a different view about whether that actually involves service reduction, and I think that also some of the recognition of potential revenues from grants might very well be tied to specific purposes that wouldn't be appropriate to include within the base level of services. But did you want to speak to that, Mr. Guglielmo?
Thank you. Yes, that's correct. We do need additional time to report back on some of the questions that were asked regarding the funding, the prior year funding amounts for GRID, and in terms of the grants as well, and we'll be happy to provide that information back to this committee. In terms of the level of reduction, the 3.256, we believe that would really have an impact in terms of delivery of services in the GRID program. We feel that cut would be too large of an amount. We have gone back and looked at, don't want to talk too loud, we have gone back and looked at the grants and all the various appropriations that make up the GRID program, and we have a reduction amount that we believe we could live with. Just looking at the various line items down below on the GRID item here, the first one, the forgiveness of the HACLA loan, is roughly $1.3 million, and we believe that that would be fine if that loan was forgiven. We would not need the appropriation for the 1.3. We also agree to take a reduction to the office and other costs, roughly 10%. We could agree to that as well. When it comes to the deferral of the evaluations, we believe that obviously as we look at the budget and as we move towards a performance-based budgeting, we believe that performance metrics are very important. We believe the evaluatory process that's involved in this program, both on the intervention grants and on the prevention grants, that the evaluation is very critical to the overall success of the program. So we would not want to see that reduction made. We are very hopeful the Cal GRIP grant monies, I believe that's the $500,000, the next item down, will come in at some point over the course of the fiscal year. And if that money does come in, then as part of the FSR process, we can report that and look at available funds that can be reprogrammed. We'd be very open to that as well. The $288,000, that essentially is Cultural Affairs Trust Fund money that goes into the GRID program. I believe it's into the Summer Night Lights program portion of it, and it funds an arts component to that. If we didn't have the Cultural Affairs funds within the mix, we would have had to have asked for a greater amount of general fund appropriation. So I think the amount we're looking at is $1.5 or $1.6 million of a cut.
So again, on going back to this, I would suggest that we go with the CLA's recommendation on this for many reasons. One is I think this committee is being extremely generous in asking for and granting the additional days to come back with asking for basic information of what was spent. That's information that should have been readily available. To say it's going to take days and days to put those reports together so we can make informed decisions as part of the deliberation process in the budget, where every other department's been able to bring that forward. It's hard to say that, okay, it's being cut or it's not being cut. It's saying that this could impact services. We haven't seen any of the detailed information at all, or the contracts. One of the things that was mentioned was that there was a reduction in contracts and the renegotiation of $4 million, but it was never realized on any of the spreadsheets, and to this day it has not been brought up again and shared with this committee. The other part of that is that some of the grants that were not coming back again, some of the ones that was stated on the record weren't even applied for yet. Those will be coming out throughout the year, so we don't know what those are yet. What this is doing is giving an additional general fund allocation to GRID to maintain it at the current level from last year. By giving an increase at all, I will remind everybody on this committee, by doing so is at the peril and at the cost of taking firefighters and police officers off the street. We were looking at, again, any additions to programs. I don't know that we've added programs to any, and GRID is critically important. I don't think that's the discussion here. One of the things that, as the chair of public safety, I said we've got to do, no matter what, is maintain GRID at its current level, and that's what it's doing. So barring any additional information, and we've asked for those reports back for that reason, and for it to come back and say, well, it's going to take days for us to come up with what we've spent, we should have that information readily available. We should, at a minimum, and I think it's being generous in moving forward with what the CLA has suggested to maintain us at our current level until we have any information coming back.
So I do agree that we need to have the requested information come back to this committee. I think it's important as we move towards more of a model of performance-based budgeting to actually see what we're spending in detail and see what the outcomes are. And that's one of the reasons I think the evaluation component of this is important. First of all, on the HACLA loan, this is $1.3 million that would become a general fund obligation because of the existence of the loan repayment obligation, and the recommendation is to forego that repayment obligation. I think that's an important step, and it can save $1.3 million to the general fund. But I would propose that we forego the repayment obligation for the fiscal year rather than forgive it entirely, so that we can consider this again at the conclusion of the year, rather than do a forgiveness of the loan. It still relieves $1.3 million in burden to the general fund for this fiscal year, but it's something that we can continue to discuss and consider over the course of the year through our FSR process and so on. I have discussed with the mayor's office, and they've agreed to a 10% cut to the salary account and freezing the budget for travel, supplies, printing and binding to the existing levels. And I just want to make clear, because I think Mr. Englander raised an important point about grant funding that might come in that is not included yet in this list. Maybe it hasn't been applied for, maybe we don't know about it yet, but it may come in through the course of the year. If that were to happen, and we agree to maintain GRID at a certain funding level, then that funding could displace general fund funding that would otherwise be needed over the course. We can adjust it accordingly as grant funding becomes available. Correct?
Yes, sir. If I could, I agree with that wholeheartedly. I believe that we would just have to look at each grant opportunity as they come up and what we apply for, and obviously council has to accept grants that the mayor's office is applying for on behalf of GRID as well. To the extent that grants would be coming in that would be above and beyond the service that we're providing now, then I'm not sure that could be used to replace general funds, let's say, that are appropriation. I think it would just have to be a question of what services are we talking about. If it's something that doesn't tie to the work that's being delivered currently,
depending on whether the grant is restricted,
yes.
Yeah, of course. But if it's to support the general work of GRID, which I think all of us are strongly supportive of, I think, then that's funding that could otherwise be used to displace general fund dollars, and we could reappropriate that at the time of the FSR.
That is correct, sir.
If I could, two things
Mr.
on that. One is I still don't see why there's any reason we don't have expenditures and receivables for the last 5 years as requested. That should be something readily available. In the interest of transparency and measurability, I don't know why that isn't forthcoming and to make this informed decision. So I respectfully disagree that we can do that. The other part of that is with grant funding, oftentimes, in fact, the majority of times, with programmatic grant funding for this kind of service, the grant is written specifically because they don't want to just give you money to continue what you're doing. They want to see something slightly different. And to say that and to suggest, well, if the grants come in, we can replace general fund money is noble, and that's a great idea. I think we should do that and look at that. But I think what you just pointed out is absolutely correct. We can't count on it because it will continue. So what happens often is departments or nonprofits will do something slightly different in writing a grant to obtain the money, knowing that full well at the beginning of time they were planning on doing that service anyway, and they get that grant every year, but then they come back and say, well, it's very specific to what this program is, even though it was in the mission of the organization, but it's a different type of program, so therefore it's not reimbursable. It becomes one of those sort of shell games, if you will. And it's a great way to get money and continue doing programs, but then on the same token, not saying it's not replacement money, because oftentimes, and most times, for services, grants are not to go towards something you're already doing. And they want to be able to measure your level of success that you're fulfilling the mission of the grant. And then you do that, and then you go back next year and you get another grant. With all of that, again, until I think what the CLA, their analysis and what has been done on the money that has gotten to the program so far from where we were last year, this maintains, and I want to go back on this, maintains where we were last year. The reduction that's being suggested is not a reduction, it's a maintenance. It's a level of maintenance to where we were, while for the rest of these 12 pages we're going to be talking about hopefully restoring some of the services. This is maintaining where we were, and I just want to stress that again.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to be heard on this? Mr. Cardenas?
So, are you saying that you agree that with the CLA, with a portion of the CLA's recommendations, but not the 3.256? So, what number are you saying that you agree with?
Yes, sir. What we would agree with is the foregoing or forgiveness of the HAC loan, which is roughly $1.3 million, as well as the reductions to the office and other costs, the salaries and office costs, roughly 10%, which I believe to be $200,000 and some odd thousand. I have to get back to the exact amount. Maybe it's 250 or.
It's about 230,000, I think.
230.
230,000. Okay, so those two items put us at approximately 1.5 million.
Correct, sir.
So basically, the balance of about 1.7 million, you feel that in order for us to continue at the current level of services, not to cut that 1.7 million?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Well, I move that we adopt the CLA recommendation minus the 1.5 million, i.e. those two categorical amounts that add up to approximately 1.5 million. Again, this is, and with all due respect to the reporting back on GRID or what have you, there's no question that they've reported some information to us. It's not like they've gone dark and they don't respond to us. They're here whenever we ask them to be here. But at the same time, that's one of the reasons why GRID is being looked at all over the country, is because we require our service providers to report, but with all due respect, that's a lot of information that pours onto our laps, and then we have to gather that in a fashion that we can actually report back to them. But that's the first responsibility of GRID. The second responsibility, unfortunately, honestly, the second responsibility is to make sure that they get those reports ready for others. And the reporting is two different kinds. It's one thing to report to a particular service provider. It's another thing to report the global essence of what's going on to the actual body, like this policy-making body. So I share in your frustration to a certain degree, Mr. Englander, but I don't agree that the decision that we're making right here on this particular CLA recommendation is at the expense of firefighters and police officers. I don't think so. I think that when you look at our budget, we've had the chief and police and the fire chief okay with the budget that the mayor recommended, and but yet at the same time we're looking at the GRID office within the mayor's office said that they're okay with the mayor's recommendations, but now we're trying to cut it by 3.2 million. And I don't see the equivalence of that being at the expense of police and fire.
I appreciate that, and thanks for the clarification. And I'm pointing out that, and I said earlier that any cuts to any departments or any services, and that's what we're dealing with in context. So I didn't say specifically that this is on their backs, but any addition to any program throughout the city would be if we were cutting out of essential or core services. So putting it in context. But going back to this again. This isn't a cut, and I think that's where the confusion keeps coming in. When you looked at the mayor's proposed budget, there were things that were not brought in, not on purpose, but in clarity and discussions, and this happens in all budget deliberations every year, where additional information is always forthcoming. We just found out yesterday we have almost another $6 million coming from the county in property taxes. This is a moving vehicle, constantly changing and shifting, and so there's always more information coming out. One of the things that came out with GRID when they were at the table was that there are additional funds that were coming in from other sources, and it is now a net addition based on the information that has been shared to what was presented originally in the mayor's budget by looking at the spreadsheets that weren't part of the original mayor's budget that were brought to this committee. We did ask for additional information. That is, they are putting that together. I think they have been more than willing to step up and show up and participate and answer questions. I haven't said they haven't. What I have said is we've asked for expenses, and we've asked, this is a 26, I believe, close to $26 million program. I think we have, having 5 lines in a box on a page, and I'm not suggesting that they're not being transparent, but we have a responsibility to look at the information and ask these questions as part of the committee, particularly on something that is so successful, but also it's a large part of our budget. In that, from all the information that they did share with us, there was newfound information, there were newfound efficiencies, there were the contract negotiations that wasn't part of the original numbers that were brought to the table. They said that they found in savings. All of those things taken in totality is actually even more than this from my calculations. So this being generous is saying maintain it at where we were with no cuts. And it's the interpretation by the CAO process and then the CLA's recommendations from reviewing all that information that this maintains it at its current level. Certainly, we can always go back again. This is going to be an ongoing process, and examine that once that additional information comes in. But at this point right now, with the information we have, and that's been shared with this committee, this, and it's not a cut, this is to maintain it at its current level. And I just wanted to share that.
Okay, so just to kind of wrap this up, if I can, Mr. Cardenas, offer a clarification of what I think you're proposing and what has been discussed here by the mayor's office. Your motion would be to strike the modifications to the grid office budget and in its place provide the following. That A, we would forego repayment of the $1.3 million HACLA loan for fiscal year 2012-2013. B, implement a 10% cut to the salary account. C, freeze the budget for travel, supplies, and printing and binding at their 2011-2012 levels. And that D, the total savings from those reductions to the grid program should amount to $1.548 million, which rough calculation should bring the total cost of the program to approximately the same $26.6 million or so that it was last year, as I roughly calculated here. Is that okay? Well, I'll second that motion then. Mr. Kress.
So a clarification, does that save us the amount that's proposed in the CLA's report, or how much?
No, that saves the CLA proposal would save $3.256 million, and the proposal that we just described would save $1.548 million over the mayor's proposed budget. And I might add, too, that as just discussed, if there is additional grant funding that comes in that is not restricted grant funding, then that would be able to reduce the amount of general fund obligation and bring this amount down, bring the savings up, bring the amount of the general fund obligation down.
Certainly, as long as we have layoffs that I think are particularly crazy, especially in the police department, on the table, I wouldn't do anything to increase our shortfall. So I'd be happy to entertain this if we reached a point in the budget process where all of our layoffs were restored, but until then, I would be a no vote on that change.
Okay, understanding that this does not increase our budget, it still saves $1.548 million over the budget proposal, just so in case I misspoke. But
it reduces our potential shortfall by almost $2 million less than it would have as proposed by the CLA. So it is a loss in the budget process, which at the point that we're still entertaining layoffs, I don't see why we would consider.
I'll second your motion, Mr. Kress.
I'm not making a motion. I'm just saying why I would vote against the other proposal and just leave it as it is.
Yeah, if I did the math right, then just flipping it around the other way, it would restore $1.7 million to the grid program based on your proposal. I just flipped it around. Yeah.
Okay, now that I've heard this and that,
I'm sorry. No, that's not right. It's still a $1.5 million reduction in the mayor's proposed budget. We're not restoring $1.7 million. We're cutting $1.5 million.
Instead of 3.2.
Yes.
So that would be then
So it's a restoration from the CLA's recommendation, but it's not a restoration to the mayor's budget.
No. That's correct.
And one last point of clarity, though. Again, that's on the mayor's budget, but what's come out of that is additional numbers during this committee process and deliberations to show that there was actually more money. So it's changed since it went to print, basically.
But I think for Mr. Caress's point, what it would do is because this would balance out. The bottom line on the report here was that there would be another $7.7 million, so that would come out of that number would be reduced.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
why don't we come back to this? And why don't you go ahead and we'll leave that one on the parking lot for now, too. Mr. Rosendahl, did you want to speak to this?
No, it was a little confusing at this point, but when we get to the end and you talk about the additional savings or monies, one thing I want to be real clear about, I don't want to lay off any city workers as this process goes forward. I'm assuming that as we work through these numbers and through the council, we'll be in a position to do that. Yeah. Do you feel comfortable?
And just what you have before you is really adds and deletes. So it's kind of a balance sheet. So anything that you don't adopt here will either add money to that available amount, or it'll decrease the amount. So if this goes forward, then that would decrease that increase the amount that would be available. I'm not saying this very well at all, but it would decrease the amount over what the mayor proposed in his budget on the reserve fund. Because as this goes, and you'll have some options to talk about. Maybe we could go through those options later. And I think we're trying to run the numbers so that you'll have some idea later on.
So to put it another way, all of these line items that we're discussing are going to have either a positive or negative impact on where we are in terms of budget savings over the mayor's proposal. At the end of this list, it appears that we will have a substantial amount of additional savings, either from increased revenues or reduced expenditures over what the mayor had proposed in his budget. Whatever that amount is at the end of our discussions today will be a pot of money that we then need to make a determination of what to do with. It might go into service restoration and layoff prevention. It might go into increasing the reserve. It might go into budget stabilization. We could do a number of things. We will discuss that as we get towards the end when we see what that amount is. I'm hoping that it'll be a substantial enough amount that we'll be able to begin to get on the road of restoring the critical services, core services that our citizens depend upon. But if you would like, colleagues, we'll forego a decision on this grid issue until we get to that end. Then you'll have a better sense of the pot of money that's available that we will be able to make those determinations about, if that makes sense.
It sounds good, because some of us are real clear. We don't want to see any layoffs as we go through this process, period, at this point in time.
All right.
Okay, so the last item on that page under the Human Resources Benefits Fund, this is just a reflection of there being fewer filled positions eliminated in the budget based on some of the changes here, and then our analysis of the figures that were in the budget. So it would be a $480,000 savings essentially, and it would really reflect a number of 209 filled positions as opposed to the 231. Okay. On the next page, on page 9, under Human Resources Consolidation, you'll recall that the general manager of the Personnel Department had come to the budget hearings and had recommended a few additional changes for the Human Resources Consolidation. Those were to really to recognize positions that should have been part of that action that the council took. So there are a few here that we would recommend. On the Department of Building and Safety, this would put a position authority and 6 months funding for the clerk typist into the Personnel Department. So that would be a position authority moving from Building and Safety to Personnel. For Community Development, it would restore position authority and funding, which would be paid for out of the Community Development Block Grant, and that position would be transferred to the Personnel Department. With regard to General Services, this would be a restoration of a position, and it would also be transferred to the Personnel Department, and this actually is a filled position, so this would reduce the layoff number by 1, potentially the filled positions by 1. Street Services, this would transfer 1 position authority from Street Services to Personnel. Street Lighting, this actually would restore position authority to Street Lighting, and it would move from Personnel. And those are 2 items there. And then the 1 item there is to delete the assistant general manager position for the human resources consolidation. That was a position that was added in the budget but was not part of the original package that went to the council. And then the last instruction on human resources consolidation is just to ensure that the shared services agreements that are going to be negotiated and executed are done with the cooperation with all the impacted departments, and that they ensure that all grant requirements are also met, so that there aren't any issues with regard to our grant funding for any of those positions. Next item on information technology. This is a request that the department had made to essentially swap positions, and it would also eliminate one filled position that would be deleted. So this is a swap, and it also results in a little bit of savings.
Yeah, on that note, obviously I'm smiling with what it does restore, which is the ability to keep Channel 36 going. What I'd like to see happen, though, is for the department to come up with a strategy that they would report back, not in the budget cycle right now, on revenue generating through partnerships with private sector groups to use Channel 36.
Okay, this one I don't believe is the Channel 36 item. That's coming up.
Oh, you just did that. Oh,
yeah, so
well,
that'll be coming up.
Step ahead of you on that one. Okay.
Okay. The next item is neighborhood empowerment. The department had requested the restoration of two positions. One is a senior accountant and one is a neighborhood empowerment analyst. So this would restore those two positions, and it also would result in fewer layoffs potentially. For personnel, the committee had discussed there's an item in the budget for firefighter recruitment, outreach, and advertising, and the discussion was that there were currently about 17,000 people who had expressed interest in firefighter positions when they begin to hire. So what this was to reduce the funding for that, for the outreach effort.
Thank you. And my one thing on that is I'd like to suggest that we bring back at least one of the civilian positions as a reso authority, the fire department, with those funds. However, I think what we're doing, my interpretation of what the chair suggested is that any add backs or deletions dollar-wise, we're going to put at the end so we can take them into context of, okay, here's what we've got left, here are the decisions we can make in terms of restoring what services. So my recommendation would be to take that money, but to put it at the end of the discussion when we're all done with the memo to figure out what we've got left and what positions we're going to replace. Yeah, but we can add that one back in.
I'm sorry, you're talking about the 279?
Yeah.
Well, we're not going to do that with every line item. The point of this report is lots of additions and deletions. If, to the extent we're going to make significant changes to this report and propose them, then and they're not consensus items, then I think we leave those to the end.
Okay. So then that's one that I would recommend is to take those funds then, if you would, and restore at least one of the civilian positions in the fire. And I understand that when we get to fire, we could be making, or when we get to the end of the conversation, additional restorations, but at least utilize those funds from personnel for advertising for one resolution authority.
Yeah. For this item, though, I don't know that you're saying that you want to tie the two together, but I think this item would remain as it is. Right. And then at the end of this, when we talk about how much is available, then that could be a restoration at that point.
From those funds. That's why I was saying let's put on the end.
Yes, because when it comes to any position restoration, we're probably going to be taking it, collectively. So I think it's a...
That's why I thought it would be appropriate. My suggestion was to put it on the end.
Thank you. We're on the same page.
Did it that way.
Okay.
Right.
The next,
the one thing on this, I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know whether there's a report back included on this recruitment and outreach component. I think it was an interesting bit of information that Mr. Englander elicited during the questioning about this when we found out how many interested applicants or interested people there are out there, whether they've applied or not, who are interested in becoming Los Angeles firefighters, and that minimizes the need for advertising and outreach. But at the same time, we know that there are communities that are underrepresented in the fire department, and there is a need for additional effort to try to make our fire department more representative of the diverse population of Los Angeles, and I think that's an important and worthy goal. I don't know that it requires $279,000, but especially given the backlog of people that we have who are interested in, what I would like to see is have a report back from the fire department at some point, 3 months, 4, 6 months, in order to determine whether that pool of interested people, once that outreach actually begins to that interested pool, to see whether or not we are getting a wide range of applicants, and to see whether there might be a need for additional, more focused outreach at that point. Because that, how many was it, Mr. Englander?
Well, it was 17,000, but they came back and said they had all that, they have enough of different pools that they have to go through and comb through it.
But they also said they had limited demographic data about those 17,000 people. So it could very well be that when that comes back, we find that that addresses the issue entirely, or it may still be wanting. And I just think it's important that we have a check back to see whether there's an additional expenditure that may be appropriate if there's additional outreach that's necessary.
And in fact, there is a recommendation for a report on that under the Personnel Department. Let's see. The next item on Public Works Street Services, this recommendation would add a little bit of funding for contract tree trimming. This would bring the level of funding for that up to the current level, the current year funding level. Roughly, that would be $100 per tree. So that we would trim 5,000 trees, and it's our understanding that the Bureau would probably look at the most overgrown trees and do that, because this would not really nearly cover what's required in the city, but it'll help a little bit. Moving on to page 10.
Actually, before you do, Street Services has asked for hiring hall authority for street resurfacing and pavement management programs. So can we, I'd like to suggest that we add an instruction for the CAO to report on the feasibility of granting them that hiring hall access to be able to implement a broader street resurfacing and pavement management program.
Okay. And then incidentally, there was a lot of discussion about managed hiring and having some sort of an expedited process, and having hiring hall employees or hiring hall be part of that expedited process. So that was one of the things in the general policy instructions that we had earlier on.
There actually is additional funding that's available to perform the work, but they're not able to get the people to do the work. So
Right.
it's an important step to, again, try to fulfill our core services to our residents. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, on page 10, Recreation and Parks, this recognizes some savings from maintenance of facilities, and it would restore funding for the Class Parks program. That would be for the 5 recreation centers that were deleted in the proposed budget. So what the budget did was reduce the number of class parks from 37 to 32, and this would bring it back up to the current level of 37.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for that, because Oakwood now has its class program, which was very important to the young people in that area there. We're very grateful that it's restored.
And in addition, the department had said that if they did have some additional funding, that they would like to use a portion of that for children's play equipment. So this would restore funding for that, and it would also restore funding for the Downtown on Ice event, with a 15% reduction to be consistent.
One of the things, and I'd like to look at, is some of the restoration of the maintenance of the parks, not the class parks, but all the other parks throughout the city. What was being proposed from the department because of their reductions was scattered and changed terms of maintenance, in terms of cleaning the bathroom facilities, emptying the trash, the department came back and said they're going to be doing a lot less maintenance at our local parks because of their budget cuts. And so I don't know what we can do to restore some of that, particularly based on what we learned yesterday in the addendum of revenue, but I think it's something we need to look at and what it would take to restore some of the maintenance that was being suggested for elimination.
Okay.
I guess we can have that discussion at the end as well,
Right.
as it relates to putting pieces back in.
Okay. All right. Next item, Mr. Rosendahl, the TDA account. And this would be the item that would restore funding for Channel 36. And it would bring them up to the current level that they have.
Yeah, and I think it's great, but more importantly, I don't want to get in this bind every year. I would like the public-private partnership concept to work. I'd like the various folks who make video to participate with us. And I'd like to ask the department to report back, not in the budget cycle, but to the committee, on their strategy of how they're going to go about doing it. Because, look, 1 million people see that channel. It's a very potentially powerful channel. It is watched by the community. And I can tell you the private sector would snatch it up in a heartbeat for tens of millions of dollars because of its placement next to Channel 35. So it's very important. And I also would like in that report back if they could talk about the satellite types like AT&T and others. How are they getting our government channel and this channel easily viewable by the viewers out there? Because that is an issue that people have, that they can't find it on those satellite systems. So if we could get that both back, you know, a couple of months would be fine.
Yeah, we can add that to the report list.
Thank you.
Then also this item would eliminate the funding for remote testimony in Van Nuys and San Pedro. It would result in a savings of general fund and special fund savings. And then this also recognizes some prior year appropriations which would be available. And then with regard to the customer relationship management project, there's $1 million in the proposed budget. What this would do is recognize special funds that could be used in support of that project. So overall, there wouldn't be a funding reduction. It would just be a general fund savings. Next item on transportation would be to delete with an authority for an assistant general manager that was placed in the budget. On the next item, the unappropriated balance, this is for miscellaneous reimbursements. It's usually included in the budget each year, and so this would be a restoration of funding for those reimbursements, and also to provide a small amount to reimburse city departments for off-site council and committee meetings. Moving on to page 11, the changes under the category other changes are generally things where it's equal. There's an equal plus and a minus, so there are opportunities to reimburse for some of the restorations. First one under building and safety is for off-hour inspection at Sunshine Canyon. That would be a reimbursed from the Sunshine Canyon Trust Fund. For the controller, this was a request made by the city controller to reappropriate about $500,000 in unencumbered balances from the current year and allow her to use those in the next year, and a portion of those would be set aside for the accounting resource pool. Under emergency management, this would be to include some contract funding for a comprehensive emergency management for comprehensive emergency management. We'd be looking at plans and so on, and it would be payable from the emergency management performance grant. This is a one-time grant. Under general services, these items restore some positions. They're made up in part by special funds and in part by a swap of other positions in that budget. For the library, these were requests made by the general manager, and it allows for a funding source for the Central Library Parking Validation Program, and also just a correction for the allocation of funds for their alterations and improvements program. And then on page 12, for Measure R, This also provides some additional funding for an alley paving program. You'll recall this year there was some funding included to do alley paving for either dirt alleys or resurfacing, and there was also some discussion about looking at possible green alleys, so this would allow for the same level of funding for that program. And then there's one item, and I have a correction on this one, for the two positions, the pedestrian coordinator and the project assistant. Those positions are actually in the Department of Transportation and not in Street Services, as the heading indicates, and the funding would be coming from the pedestrian plan and program and not from the Safe Routes to School program. That was just an error in the funding source.
Okay, on the measure, on the reducing the allocation for the pavement preservation set aside, do we know how many miles the reduction would be?
These are set-aside monies, so as far as I understand, this would not reduce the current program, but it could impact future years in terms of what would need to be made up from Prop 1B funds that were no longer going to be available. So that's a future issue.
Okay, I just didn't remember this particular item coming up in the deliberations on the...
Yeah, actually there was a discussion about finding funding for alleys during the Street Services hearing. I believe Mr. Koretz had mentioned some, and also the general manager had said that there was a possibility to identify funding that he could use it for alley work, because there's no funding for that currently.
So what's been identified, though, is repaving money, though.
It could be used for any of it. I believe what happened this year is it was for dirt alleys or paving, and I think the funds were used for repaving.
Is there any way we can do an and/or? I'm not sure if that's feasible, just because there are some areas, for example, that like we have some dirt alleys, but some people like it that way in the equestrian communities. And
I think the intent here is to use it as an and/or. So it could be for paving, for repaving. So paving would be for like dirt alleys, repaving would be for existing paved alleys, and then if there are opportunities for green alleys. But that I understand is an expensive proposition, and I think what they've done previously is do isolated projects based on whether they have funding either from grants or from DWP, for example, and some assessment would have to be made on these to see if they're even candidates for that type of thing. But just so that you're aware, if it's a repavement, it's going to cost less than doing a dirt alley, but I think there are still dirt alleys in the city, and there are some who would like to see some of those paved. And
part of my issue on that is walk streets in Venice are sometimes defined as alleys, and then also in the canals, the alleys are basically their streets. So there are locations when the alley is the primary way for people. So I'm very happy that money's being restored.
Okay.
Or additional monies gathered.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on to engineering. This would restore funding and position a resolution authority for a building electrical engineer, and that would be to work on fire life safety projects. And this is fully funded by the fire life safety GO bonds. Next item under sanitation. This adds two positions in resolution authority. One is a project coordinator for regulatory compliance, and the other is the chief financial officer, with a further instruction that had been discussed during the deliberations about bringing back a long-term infrastructure plan and a 5-year financial plan. And the last item for sanitation is to restore funding for an environmental engineer, fully funded by grant funds, and then the accompanying instruction that would need to be correction that would need to be made in the budget. Moving on to page 13, the sewer and construction and maintenance fund. This also just recognizes some additional fund for fleet replacement, and this was a request that was made by the general manager. The next group, instructions and technical adjustments. A lot of this is cleanup. and deals a lot with Exhibit H. Exhibit H basically is there to have instructions that would implement the budget. So many of these have been, when you see delete, many of these have just been deleted from here and moved into the report section, with a couple of exceptions that are just deleted entirely. One is the item on managed hiring. It's only deleted here because there's a different instruction in the policy section that I believe addresses your concerns about managed hiring, so that's not really completely gone. The next one, let's see, the one regarding the comprehensive citywide long-term capital plan, deleted from here because there was an instruction that I just mentioned with regard to the positions that were being restored for the CFO. And generally speaking, if it says attachment 1 here, it's a report. And then let's see if I'm kind of going to jump through here a little bit.
Yeah, and unless members you have questions about particular reports, those that are just simply moved to a attachment 1, I don't think we need to discuss unless people have particular questions.
Yeah, I was just going to point out the ones that are deleted and are not moved. There's one regarding the special parking revenue fund, and that was to delete or to have an ordinance that would delete the requirement to repay loans from the special parking revenue fund. Part of the reasoning there is that City Council currently has adopted a policy to have those repaid. But there would be an exception for years where there's been declared a fiscal emergency, and that was an instruction from last year that the council adopted. The ordinance for that, I believe, is coming to the council this week.
Mr. Santana, do you have a comment on that?
Certainly on this one, the council has practiced the opportunity to declare a fiscal emergency. But as part of an ongoing solution, part of the proposal here is something we propose in the 3-year plan, is by taking out that requirement, then we could count that additional revenue as ongoing, and so that helps reduce the structural deficit. So if we're required to still declare a fiscal emergency on an annual basis to be able to allow us not to pay it back as a loan, then for next year, as an example, this year there's $32 million in the SPRF. 18 of it could potentially be ongoing if, in fact, that policy is changed. If it's not changed, then it would increase the structural deficit for next year by 18 million, so it'll be 217 million.
Okay, I don't know about you colleagues, but I got left behind on that one a little bit.
I'm sorry,
so
I was having a sidebar,
how is there a discrepancy between these positions? Please explain to me where the difference is.
I'm sorry, I was.
I could try to explain, be a little bit more clear.
Then I'll jump in.
So, as part of ongoing, as a way of identifying ongoing revenue, we recommended that the policy be changed so that the requirement to pay back any SPRF be eliminated, so it's no longer a loan. So the council has the authority, as it's done in the past, to declare a surplus and declare a fiscal emergency on an annual basis. In so doing, it basically similar to the CIEP, where we basically have a policy of 1%, but then we basically don't follow that policy. This would do the same thing. So by eliminating the requirement to pay back the loan, then you can now count that revenue as ongoing, and so that is part of the overall solution to reduce the structural deficit. So if we're now required to come back to you on an annual basis, declare a surplus, and have you declare a fiscal emergency so you don't have to pay back the loan, then the 18 million of ongoing revenue can't be counted as part of a solution to reduce the structural deficit. The result of that would be increase of the structural deficit for fiscal year 13-14 to 217 million versus 199, which is proposed in the mayor's budget.
That's correct, and that would be a departure from what the council has already adopted as a policy. So this would be a policy change. It doesn't impact the ongoing ability to use those funds. what the committee may want to consider is whether the funds from this SBRF should be used to balance the city's budget, or if they should be used for the things that are defined in the special parking revenue fund, replacement of meters, installation of meters, parking lots, and so on. So that's really the issue.
All right, colleagues, any thoughts on that issue? Because go ahead,
I
Mr.
only had
Ingram.
another thought on another issue, but I wasn't sure if we were moving forward on any other questions that we're going to.
Well, I mean, I would prefer to have the ability to use that funding as a structural solution, but that does require weigh-in by the council to change our ongoing policy if that is the case. So I just wanted to check in with all of you to see whether we had a consensus in this committee, and if there is, then maybe that's something that we want to propose to the council for a policy change in order to achieve a structural savings.
Yeah. And I absolutely agree with that. And while we all have, it was stated earlier that some districts have more than others, and some districts have landfills, and some districts have all kinds of other issues as well, that we are all in this together. It's one city. That if this is, we don't have the ability, as their CAO has said time and time again, to create new revenues very easily. And with that, there is one that if we can eliminate our deficit, or at least towards it, it's 10%. It's significant. Then we really ought to entertain that and look at it seriously.
While you're entertaining it, I just want to make it very clear from my perspective that money, in part, needs to go back to the districts where it's taken out for improvements within those districts. For instance, I'm putting in right now 115 parking meters in the back of Abbott Kinney. We have a person who has a structure, a restaurant, who wants to do a joint project with us. He wants to raise $5 million, so we would have an automated location that would have 150 to 200. But part of our plan is to return monies back so we can make additional parking improvements in my district. We can build potential parking structures that we can use money in part to do those things. So if we have a policy decision that all meter money goes to the general fund, first of all, it's almost like that furniture issue was a bunch of years ago. We're equally divided among the city and all of its issues, and yet the meter issue is a bigger issue. And in my district, because parking is a problem, we're taking in lieu from developers money to create additional parking, which is a critical thing, and revenue from the meters are of value to local communities. So I want to make sure we keep that discussion in particular areas. For instance, I get 13 million people coming to Venice Beach. And, I got to empty garbage cans and keep bathrooms. And I need money to potentially come back to other aspects of parking and other needs in the district that has a significant amount of parking. So I don't know if we're talking a policy discussion here about putting it all into the general fund, or we're still going to keep that opportunity up so we can address it as things happen with those monies.
Well, Mr. Miller. All I would like to add, I'm certainly as concerned as Miguel and all of you of coming up with structural solutions. But to be clear, this doesn't restrict your ability to use that money to balance the budget. And
correct.
One of the issues with the parking fund, and it's a conversation I've had with the DOT over the last number of years, is that the parking fund, it was really established to generate money from parking meters so that our off-street parking problems in the areas that need it can be addressed.
Correct.
That was why the fund was established in the first place. Now, the reality today is that doing off-street parking is not what it was even 10 years ago. Land costs are too expensive. Proper urban planning is such that you wouldn't take a piece of land and put up a garage. So I believe the larger policy discussion about how to handle off-street parking needs to occur. Unfortunately, because for years all of the money has been swept from the fund, that policy discussion has not been able to occur.
Right.
So again, it's certainly up to you. If you were to rescind that ordinance and consider this just another general fund, it would be a structural solution. But I do think that you may want to keep in mind the point of the fund in the first place, and to revisit when our budget gets better the discussion of how to deal with off-street parking.
That's my position, obviously.
If I could add that that the amount that's being contemplated as ongoing assumes that the 5-year plan that the department has developed for our meter system continues forward. So this is
in excess of
this is a surplus, correct? It's institutionalizing a practice that the council has done due to the fiscal crisis. But it is a change in policy. I think Jerry's right. That's a discussion that the council should have. But based on where you fall on it, if it's determined that that surplus can now be freed up on an ongoing basis, then it can now go on the side of counting it as ongoing revenue. You still have the right, even if you choose not to do this, on an annual basis to declare a fiscal emergency and to declare it a surplus and move forward in that regard. But it has to be done on a year-by-year basis and is a one-time solution each time. And so it's really about how you account for it, whether you're going to assume it forever or you're going to assume it as a one-time to be able to visit it. And we're recommending that it be assumed as an ongoing justice portion because of the particular challenges that we're seeing in the future.
And for clarity, again, your recommendation is that the surplus beyond the 5-year plan, the required amounts for the 5-year plan for parking infrastructure investment is what becomes then structural.
That is correct.
Mr. Cardenas.
As a result of that recommendation that it be included in the 5-year plan, conceivably, if there were members of this committee, say, who wanted to find opportunities to make long-term, to make commitments to reduce the number of layoffs, would this inherently allow us a little bit more flexibility in that direction, or would it take us in the direction where it hurts our ability to find that as a potential solution?
Well, I don't think anyone's contemplating not counting it for this fiscal year, so it won't impact the current year.
But next year?
But for the following year, if we don't count as ongoing, then it's part of our deficit. And so then when we start finding solutions, then this would be potentially another solution to avoid layoffs.
Yeah. And in the past few years, I mean, this has been done on a year-by-year basis, and I think what the budget proposes is to eliminate that repayment requirement, and also to actually look at whether it could just be used for the general fund. So for purposes of this budget assumes that $32 million will be used to help balance the budget. That's not anything that we're recommending be changed, but what we wanted to point out is that the council has previously wanted either this to be a loan that would be repaid, with the exception that when the city declares a fiscal emergency, that repayment does not have to happen, and it's whether you consider this year by year, and that can still occur too.
But based on our projections in the 5-year plan, we're not anticipating that next year is going to be a boon revenue year or the following year. We're anticipating that it's still going to be a belt-tightening budget process next year and the following year. So in that context, I'd rather, for the way I budget, I'd rather than assume that we're going to make that ad hoc decision, that this council is going to make that ad hoc decision next year, I think it's only fair and to be more honest about our budgeting to say that being that last year and this year is probably not going to be much different than next year and the following year, that we do include it in the 5-year plan. And that way, people like Mr. Koretz, who is a little bit more vocal about wanting to save positions than I am, although I think in spirit we're equal, that I think that we should put it in the 5-year plan and adopt your recommendation.
It's somewhat similar to what our advice is related to the CIEP. And so we have a policy for 1% of general fund for infrastructure. we've never done it, so it's assumed as part of the deficit. We're recommending we just be honest that we can't do it in the future, instead find an alternative way. So it's not exactly the same, but it's again institutionalizing practices that we've been engaged in so that we could start seeing a reduction to that structural deficit.
So with regard to this, if the committee wanted to make that policy change, then this recommendation to delete would just, we'd delete the delete, and it would go back to what the mayor had proposed. If you want to have that, leave it as is and leave the policy as is, then you'd still need to, you would still use this, but you would just leave this in place. So those would be the two options.
If I could, taking the totality of all of this into consideration, it's easy to look at this on one item at a time and say, well, this is what's important for my district, or this is what's important for somebody else's district. We're looking at it in the context of the budget. And with that, as we all mentioned, it was mentioned earlier in the committee, we all have other things in our district as well, and things that come back to the general fund, be it landfills or other things. Having said that, though, with this deficit that we're looking at, a lot of this, by our actions and what we're doing, this will not get us out of the hole next year. It will not eliminate the structural deficit completely. We're still looking at another $220 million. This will take us to $199 million. These things where they're significant is our bond ratings as well. And one of the discussions, we spent a long time talking about this, was part of it is how much we put away towards reserve, part of it is how much we maintain current policies, part of it is not declaring fiscal emergencies as often as possible, part of it is making policy decisions to realize certain revenues that we're going to do anyway. We're going to do this at the end of the day, no matter what, because we're in the hole, and next year we're going to have the discussions on whether it's going to be laying off or cutting programs or looking at doing this in a fiscal emergency. And that's foreseeable for the next few years. So I agree with the chair that this is the direction in terms of a policy, because we're going to do it anyway. The CLAs and the CAO both suggest it because it will then further reduce our deficit. And we have a deficit problem, and that's a reality. And so I think we should take an action on this item as a policy now, would be my suggestion. And and at least to try to send a message that we're doing everything we can to maintain service levels, to not have as many layoffs, and to reduce our structural deficit. There's few things we can vote on that do all three. And this is one of them, but that would be my suggestion.
Any other comments, colleagues, on this? Mr. Kretz.
While I'm not wildly thrilled with the concept, I think it makes a lot of sense, at least on a short-term basis. I mean, I would hope at some point to capture some of that money and find some parking where it's desperately needed in places in my district. But right now, I think all of that money is going to wind up being swept anyway to resolve each year's devastating deficit. So I don't know, for the next 3 years, the next 5 years, whatever seems appropriate. I wouldn't want to do this on a permanent basis, but at least while we're in this mess, I think it makes sense.
So would this be only for the duration of the 5-year plan then? Once at the conclusion of the 5-year plan, presumably we need another 5-year plan and another determination of what the requirements are for the fund that would include all of the concerns that some members may have for where we need to be investing those funds in parking infrastructure, right?
I mean, presumably the 5-year plan is updated every year, so then it's always 5 years, but it's just at the end of the first year, then you add another year. So
as we do that review, there would be an opportunity, if there were a project that was appropriate in a particular district to be funded, council could say that's an important project that should be funded from the parking revenues.
And you have with regard to the 5-year plan, and the 5-year plan has to be adopted before a surplus can be declared, if I'm correct. But I think the way this was presented in the budget would make it a permanent change.
Yeah, if I could.
Yeah, Mr. Rosenthal.
Yeah, I'd like to ask the general manager of the department to come on up for a few minutes on this issue. I'm pretty clear that I don't want it swept into the general fund. I do want some of these monies put back into creating parking in a district that doesn't have enough parking as it is now. I'd like your comments on this discussion so far and what that means to your department.
Yeah, thank you. Jaime De La Vega, LADOT. The CAO is correct. This is a rolling 5-year plan, so the council does review the proposed expenditures and revenues on an annual basis. Ultimately, it's a policy decision. I think from the department's perspective, the most important thing is to maintain a maintenance budget for the meter hardware itself. And the council has made smart investments over the last 5 years to upgrade that technology. It has dramatically increased the meter revenue as a result. So regardless of the policy decision that the council wants to make related to this revenue stream, we do need annual money, whether it's from SPRF or the general fund, to maintain the meter infrastructure so that we can continue to deliver the revenue that the council expects.
Yeah, that's a great point. And also, like in my district, the specific areas, we don't have enough parking on Abbott Kinney. It's been a problem for years. Development was grandfathered in, and now the chickens have come home to roost. So we're looking for ways to provide adequate parking. There is this public-private strategy going on for one of the lots behind Abbott Kinney, and then there's others looking at development fees in lieu of to be able to have enough money to also do something. But parking is a big problem in the beach community more than my other communities. How would this policy impact that one way or the other as you see the discussion going?
Well, I think the de facto policy of the council and mayor the last couple of years has been to suspend the investment in parking facilities and utilize that revenue instead for general fund purposes.
Yeah. From your perspective, though, can that also be ineffective, and therefore we never do get enough parking locations in Venice Beach? 13 million people go there every year, and we obviously need to provide adequate parking even in the non-tourist seasons, places like Abbott Kinney, up in the Palisades, where we still don't have adequate parking. Do you see us, if we approve this rolling 5 years, able to ever get any of that money to do those kind of things, or would that be the politics of another 8 or 10 votes all the time to do it?
Well, I think ultimately it doesn't matter if you have the SPRF or not. It always is a policy decision for the council about how you want to invest this source of funds, whether it's characterized as a special fund or as general fund. It's up to the council to decide how to expend these revenues.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Mr. Kretz.
I think for me the key is we need to clarify whether this is a permanent change or a change that we revisit after a period of time. Because I have the same problem that Mr. Rosenthal does. We have a number of areas that are heavily utilized, weren't built with enough parking, and at some point we would hope to find a way to either purchase surface lots or build parking structures. I recognize right now it's being swept every year because we're broke, but at some point we will normalize our structural situation, and then I'd want to be able to help do something about that. So, I mean, we might be talking in 3 to 5 years down the road, it could be more. But once we hit that point, I think we're doing something counterproductive, not providing the parking that allows some of those shopping areas and recreational areas to work.
If I could, Councilmember, obviously we all want to invest in our communities throughout the city, and we recognize there is a need in terms of parking or other needs throughout the city as well. I think what we're looking at for the policy here would be to the extent that there continues to be a 5-year plan. In the context of that 5-year plan, there's nothing that stops the council from saying we have a particular need in a particular area for a structure or a lot or additional meters or something else. That then gets taken into account. That means there'll be less surplus revenue to transfer to the general fund, but it doesn't preclude you from essentially the 5-year plan identifying project needs on a go-forward basis. So I think what we're saying is we recognize that 5-year plan rolling forward every year comes to the council for your consideration. To the extent that there are projects that you wish to see get done, then get factored into that plan. There would be less surplus transfer to the general fund.
If I could add, I also see a link between this item and another item pertaining to possible options to defease the debt that currently exists on the SPRF funding source. The first call for all SPR funding is to pay off the debt service on existing garages, the primary one being Hollywood and Highland. And so we currently owe about $80 million on that particular garage. If we were to defease that debt through using another one-time solution, then that would free up those dollars that could be, looked at in a variety of ways. And so there's I guess what we're in our proposal that was in our 3-year plan that was adopted in the mayor's budget is to really look at it sort of a little differently. Parking is obviously an important part of economic development in the city, and perhaps as part of the new structure of economic development, parking could be considered in that context as well as a way of helping drive economic development, particularly around commercial areas with tourism, as Venice Beach, as Mr. Rosendahl has indicated, but it's one of the pieces to economic development.
The question for me then becomes, when we do the 5-year plan and we review it in the Transportation Committee, we'll always have the opportunity to revisit this for a specific lot or a specific strategy that if my colleagues in the committee were to go with that, then we could bring it before the full council.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay.
And that would then determine whether or not there was a surplus that would be available to the general fund. Mr. Cardenas.
I just want to point out, the people who are here, along with the coalition of unions, et cetera, who are focused, and rightfully so, on the 200 plus jobs that unfortunately are being contemplated of being eliminated by the city of Los Angeles. I think by incorporating it into the 5-year plan, just straight up, would actually reduce that number next year if there is a number. So in the context of people sweating it out during this process, people who work for the city that probably should be spending time with their families and doing other things and not worrying about their job or their backside, I think that by incorporating in the 5-year plan, that's a little bit more honesty, so that when the budget does come out from the mayor's office, which is the first budget that comes out, and the number will probably be a little bit more in focus, rather than people praying that it be adjusted down by 30, 40, 50. Maybe it's an adjustment down by 10, but yet at the same time you have 40 people who are not sweating out whether or not they're going to lose their job. So to me, that's what I mean by more honest in the budget, and just incorporating it into the 5-year plan instead of doing it ad hoc every year. We just have a few more dozen people who are hardworking in the city, professionals who are sweating it out and wondering to the last day of this budget process whether or not they're going to keep their job.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point that this probably would bring a little bit more transparency to what we're already doing anyway, and what people really would perceive us to be likely to do in the future. But this just makes the policy change so that that's clear. And if there is accurate planning about our parking needs, then those would be incorporated into the 5-year plan, and that would impact the surplus on the front end instead of on the back end. So, Mr. Cardenas, were you going to make a motion on it?
Earlier about incorporating the 5-year plan.
So Mr. Cardenas' motion then was to recommend to the council to
delete the instructions.
There were two deletions of the instructions with regard to the SPRF. So in that case, we would basically go back to what the mayor had proposed.
Okay, well, in that case, it's not even something that we're recommending to the council. We would be taking the action of deleting from the CLA report the change to the mayor's proposal.
So it would just leave the mayor's recommendation intact.
Everybody clear on that, members? Everybody clear? So that the net effect of that would be to eliminate the CLA's proposed change and leave this as a structural source of revenue. Okay, so all in favor of, well, I'll second that motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, that carries unanimously. Thank you.
Then just to highlight a couple of other things, on page 15 at the very bottom, we just have an amendment to what was recommended in the proposed budget with regard to the timing to bring back the ordinances, the revenue generating ordinances. The budget had recommended 60 days, and our recommendation would be 30 days to ensure that those are brought forward as early in the fiscal year as possible. And then on the top of page 16, with regard to the discussion we had previously about the Lifeline program, this would just amend the instruction to allow for a cap of $51,400 instead of the $40,000 that was in the proposed budget. So that would be consistent with the action that we discussed before. And then lastly, let's see. There were a couple of other amendments to instructions, and those are reflected here, so that they just reflect the amendments that were discussed during the Budget Committee.
Mr. England?
Yes, I had one minor thing on the one of the last amendments on the instructions regarding an ordinance on auto park, delinquent taxes, including the business taxes, et cetera, is one of the things that we had identified in this process. In fact, during the process, there was a large auto park that went belly up and owed us a lot of money, I believe, in delinquent taxes. So we wanted to write something in to recognize and or the principles of that organization, because they changed names.
Yes.
And all of a sudden it's the same people that were officers of that corporation that now set up another corporation at the same lot or down the street. And so we wanted to recognize or the principles or any principles of that corporation.
That's right.
So we just wanted to make sure we caught that.
We'll make sure that gets amended.
Terrific. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we can go ahead and move on to the next.
Yeah, actually, before we move on, we need to jump back a little bit and apologize for this, but there's a correction that we need to make on page 8, and that's with regard to the black and white vehicles.
Yes.
The recommendation to allocate the money for the black and whites, one of the recommendations was deleted from the report, and so there's an additional $1 million that needs to be incorporated into that recommendation. What that would do is it would reduce the bottom line by $1 million. So rather than the 7.725 that we had at the end of the report, it would be 6.725. So that would reduce the overall amount by $1 million. But that recommendation is necessary in order to complete the purchase of those vehicles.
Got it. So it was an error not in our favor.
That's correct. Okay.
Thank
Then on page 16 under general instructions, these are.
I just want to make sure the chair caught that as well. Page 8 on the black and white purchase was another additional $1 million that was an error that was just corrected, which brings our balance at the end instead of the 7.5 or to 6.5 million.
Yeah, from 7.7 to 6.7. Okay.
Thank you.
Then the general instructions, these are routine types of instructions to ensure that departments are invoicing for grants, they're processing their financial management system transactions. There are a couple of things that the controller had requested, and those have been incorporated in here. Also, a recommendation on page 17 to have a revenue day. There was some discussion about looking at ballot measures, and there's an instruction later in the report for that, but having a revenue day in advance of that discussion would probably be, is our recommendation, so that you could potentially take those ballot measures forward if the council determines to do that. And then also on page 17, technical adjustments. These generally are no cost restorations of position authority without funding. So there are some for animal services. There were the animal control officers and the management analysts that were discussed. One for city clerk. There was also the recommendation to remove the word underserved from the description of the economic development initiative item. Planning had come forward and had asked for some resolution authorities for very specific programs or projects, and so those would be restored here without funding, and the same for contract administration, engineering, and zoo. Those were all recommendations or requests that the general managers had made. Then
I've got one thing on planning.
Mr. Englander.
It's just one thing on planning. It was actually originally on building and safety, but it wasn't captured here in the report, and the report back never came from building and safety. So if we could actually just add it to the recommendations as part of the budget language for planning to come to develop a plan to assume the plan check and inspector role from building and safety, but we'll have, instead of building and safety to lead the effort, since planning would be the one that would end up assuming that responsibility if that policy decision was made later, that they would take the role in developing a plan.
okay, so that would be an instruction for planning to bring that back.
Correct.
All right. We can go through the reports now, or if you prefer to go to the addendum and discuss that first, that's your option.
Do we have anything on the reports? Members?
In fact, if there are amendments, rather than going through all of these, if there are just items that you wanted to discuss specifically, or if there are some adjustments that need to be made, you could even provide those to us, our office and the clerk, and we can make those for the final, if you would prefer to do it that way.
Mr. Englander.
Yes, I had a couple minor changes under CAO. The third bullet, the last part of the last sentence says, in purchasing mobile radios. That's on page 2.
Yep.
It should say and other equipment. So is all basically all equipment, but and all other equipment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. On the 6th bullet down, instruct the CAO to report to the, but let's see, this is on the contributions for capital infrastructure improvements. The last word in that is technology. If we can just add the word, instead of say on capital repair infrastructure and technology infrastructure. That was the discussion we had on the types of technology and long-term, so it captures MICLA financing and things like that. It's not software. Under the next instruction on the changes to recommendations on the retirements and benefit packages, and just add, you've got the different, I think 8 different recommendations and changes on there. I would add also bonuses and reducing banked time, somehow to work that language in.
Okay.
So basically, it's recognizing the bonuses as well, and then in the banking time is the CPI, banking the CPI that we'd gone over. So that just wasn't caught in it.
Right.
On page 4, under the second bullet under CAO, if we can add, we've got the CAO to work with the fire department, if we can add to the chair of public safety as well in that RFP.
What I'd like to do is also interrupt that point in saying an outside consulting firm to conduct a third-party review. I want to know why we think we need that. It's a cost of, what, $750,000? Did I hear that figure?
Yeah, there's a suggestion, I believe, to change that amount, and that's on the addendum on the CLA's report to change it to 500. We haven't gotten to the addendum yet, but it was also something the council already voted actually on this. This was a unanimous vote by the City Council and signed by the mayor. Now it's just realizing it in the budget.
Yeah, but that was the controller's order, from what I understand on that.
No, it was an outside.
This is
it was,
outside.
That was outside.
This is a third party.
Yeah, but
I was the one that pushed for the controller's
but
budget.
why have a third party on this and spend $500,000? I'd like to have that understanding.
We're actually going to come to that. I think this
Yeah, we are.
deals just with the report.
This just deals with the RFP portion of it. So we're going to get to that
Okay.
part on the actual addendum. But it was just to add the chair of public safety to the RFP process. On page 5, the third bullet point on DOT, I just didn't even know what that was. The Abandoned Vehicle Abatement Service Authority, in accordance with state vehicle costs, section 22710. I'm not sure if my colleagues had any questions on that. I just didn't even know what it was.
That was actually an instruction that was made last year that just hasn't been followed through yet, so this is a reiteration of an instruction.
Does
from
anybody
previously.
know what it is, or does it?
It's the last one on the page.
It's I'm sorry, it's on page 5, the third bullet. Instruct the CAO with DOT to report to T committee on the establishment of an LA County abandoned vehicle, and it's LA County, abandoned vehicle abatement service authority in accordance with state vehicle cost section 22710 is all it says.
It's supposed to be vehicle code section, I think.
Is it vehicle code section?
Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
yes.
So then it really confused me. Okay, and then I didn't know what it was, but if it's,
Want to explain?
is it cost neutral? Does it cost us any money? If it costs us no money, we can move on.
It doesn't cost you any money to
Okay,
ask
we
for
can
the
move on.
report back. An abandoned vehicle service abatement district is a creature under the state code that allows local jurisdictions to receive reimbursement for abandoned vehicle abatement.
Got it. Okay.
We have been looking at that issue along with the Department of Transportation, the Housing Department, and the City Attorney, and we can report back to you on that matter if you like.
No, T committee's fine, but just didn't know what it was. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. And it's cost. Oh, say it's cost, not okay.
It
It's
would
code,
allow us-
code section, not cost section. Okay.
Yes, but there are some legal restrictions.
Well, that's what threw me off. I didn't. Okay. And then page 6 under Ethics Commission, we did ask them to come back with increased lobby registration fees, both for lobbyists and their clients. And that was not included. We can add that as well. Under fire, on page 6, if we can add the false alarm for fire fee, and I've got a council file number for it as well, if that helps. It's 120122. On page 8, under ITA, the first bullet was on the ITA to report back to public safety regarding the in-car video with the intent to achieve cost savings. To develop, it was actually, that's true, but to develop a storage policy. To develop a storage policy. That was on page 8, the first bullet.
That would be added to the...
Yeah.
Okay.
Cost savings with a storage policy.
Okay.
In other words, the largest cost of the program is the data storage. Right now, they're proposing to store everything for 5 years, and it's been suggested that that might not be the critical or the best way to do it. And those are all mine that I've got. The number of years could stay the same, the type of incident. So in other words, training might be that we save it for 2 weeks, and if nothing occurred during training, we don't have to store that data for 5 years. If an officer, for example, is called to a Code 3 run, hits lights and sirens and starts recording, and then halfway there they were told it was Code 4, all clear, they ended their call and never even showed up, we still store that data for 5 years, and there's a tremendous cost. And so it's anticipated that well over 50% of everything that's recorded, there was never even an incident. If somebody ever investigates or calls to question anything, that's stored forever. but the savings on not storing everything for 5 years, and we don't have a policy where most cities are actually adopting one now.
So you want the department to bring to the council, i.e. your committee, the list of where we should draw that line,
Correct.
of the things that we should store long-term and the things
Storage
that we shouldn't
policy,
have.
yes.
Got it.
Exactly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right, then that brings us to the addendum. And as we mentioned earlier, there were our report recommended, or not recommended, but it identified additional funds that would be above what is currently proposed for the reserve fund. And with that other recommendation, that would bring that down to about 6.7 million. And then earlier today, the county announced that there was going to be some additional property tax money coming to the city. So what that would be is an additional 12.7 million adjusted by the other items that we discussed. And I think we needed to come back to those as well. There were a couple of items that we wanted to come back to, and which could impact the total that could potentially be available. And the council, the committee has options to either restore other things that have not been included here. The money could go to the reserve fund. It could go to a budget stabilization fund. So this is an array of options for the committee to consider.
And there's some very good creative thinking and collaborative effort that went into compiling these options, and I again want to express my appreciation to the staff of the CLA, the CAO, the mayor's office, and our staff in developing some options. It's not a wide range of options, but there's some options that will allow us, hopefully, to begin the long road of restoring core services that aren't being performed right now for the people of our city. So if we can look, colleagues, at this addendum, this is pretty significant. You'll see at the very top of the list where we are now is after Mr. Englander's unfortunate arithmetic correction, which cost us $1 million. We're down to 6.7 on the top, on that top number. It's not unfortunate. It's better that we know than not know, right? So 6.7 approximately is the number on the top of the recommended, the result, the net positive result of the CLA's recommended changes that we've just gone through. Comes to now 7.725, now 6.7 million. Now the next item before us is, we now know from the news this morning that there's been a reassessment of the assessed property in the county that will allow us, in all likelihood, to generate additional property tax. And the estimated potential positive impact is $5.8 million if we choose to recognize that as likely revenue, which I mean, I'd be pleased to hear any comments that staff may have, but I, for the life of me, can't think of a good reason why we wouldn't recognize this revenue. I suppose it's as there is with any revenue projection, there's some risk involved. In the case of this particular revenue projection on the part of the county, they've gone back and forth on it. The assessor's original projection was high, then he came back with one that was significantly lower. Now the county is coming up with a number that's in between those two. So there's inherent a degree of inherent imprecision about making a projection like this, but it seems like the best information we have now would allow us to recognize an additional $5.8 million in property tax revenues. But I'd be interested in hearing your comments, Mr.
I think we're in a unique position, possibly in a unique position, that Miguel Santana used to work for the county in the capacity in and around budgeting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So from your experience at the county and the fact that their announcement of May 15th, well, Board of Supervisors May 15th estimated gave an estimate that apparently, the county auditor controller reported at the Board of Supervisors meeting, I guess yesterday.
Today.
I'm sorry, today, that 5.8 million is a better number for us to count on. That 5.8 million is a better number for us to count on. So from your experience, how do you feel about us thinking that's more of a solid number than a soft number?
Well, I think it is a solid number. I think we were shocked by the fluctuation. Obviously, Rex, who's done this for 25 years, has never seen such a dramatic shift. This number comes as a result of an independent audit that the Board of Supervisors issued. They had the auditor controller hire an outside contractor to basically go through and determine exactly why there was a change, and they found a number of problems, including a mathematical error that resulted in a reevaluation. Now, this afternoon, I received notice from the assessor saying that the May 15th number is the 1.14, which is reflective of what the independent auditor has determined. So we've gotten an official word now, both from the auditor controller and from the assessor, that that's what it is. Now, as Mr. Corian said, this is, not a scientific process to 100%. I mean, there's still some variation. The city generally is very close to what the county number is. And so I would say that the 5.8 million is something that we could support and count as an ongoing revenue source.
So it's more on the solid side rather than the soft side. There are some soft figures in any estimate,
right?
But it looks like this been at least double checked at the county level, and we can consider that a more solid figure.
Yes, I would recommend accepting the 5.8 as a solid number for ongoing revenue.
So I would move that we include that assumption in our revenue assumption that we propose to council members without objection. Any objection? Okay, that'll be the action of this committee. So we will add that $5.8 million to revenues. Next is a change in the parking recommendation.
And just to remind the committee, there were 3 items that we wanted to come back to, which could actually impact the bottom line. There was I don't think we ever resolved the city attorney item, and then there were 2, the GCP item with regard to special events, and then also the grid program. So if you'd like to make a determination on those, it would impact what would then be available.
Right. So I thought, well, in order to inform those decisions, I thought if we go through this list first, then we'll have a sense of where we are. We can come back to our parking lot issues. Once we finish our parking lot issues, then we'll have a pretty good sense of where we need to be in terms of service restoration.
That's great.
Okay. So the parking change policy, basically this...
There was one other, I'm sorry. The one other thing, and I know we don't have a number on it, though, was any restoration and maintenance to parks. Whether it was because they were proposing not emptying trash on a regular basis and those kind of, and I don't know if there's any, those were big numbers, but I don't know if there's even some things that could come back with some numbers on that. Just throwing it out there, not for right now, not for this discussion. We can put that off towards the end.
We'd have to go back.
Because I actually
and
don't
take
see
a look at what
anybody
that
from
would
Rec and Parks here at the moment. Okay. All right. Well, let's go ahead and move on and talk about the parking violation increase. The idea here is that rather than a $10 increase on selected violations, which you'll recall Mr. Gross spoke to earlier, this would create a $5 increase, a lesser increase, but across the board, across all parking violations, to sort of spread the pain, I suppose, more evenly and less severely than the $10 increase. But this would actually increase the total revenues that would be generated by $2.4 million. Mr. Kretz?
It's pretty reasonable on all fronts. I think the street sweeping, as Mr. Gross pointed out, does hit lower income folks more disproportionately, and overall it would wind up as a plus to our budget. So it seems like a win-win to me.
Mr. Cardenas?
I'd just like to point out that the poorest folks in my district don't even have a car, but it wouldn't affect them either way. I'm talking the poorest, not the poor. But I remember when I moved to increase the parking fine by $5, there was a deliberation that we had to consider as to how we rank on our parking fines, I think regionally or something like that, and we were already on the higher end. Personally, I'm not opposed to raising it $5 across the board. However, I just want to make sure if we're going to make that assumption that we're on solid ground, that somebody doesn't sue us or some tax watchdog organization call us on a technicality that we've gone beyond being within the scope of that regional average or something like that. But, so where are we at on that note?
It really depends on the type of fine. Some were on the low, we're lower than some others, and on others we are a little bit higher. So it really depends on the type of fine and who you're comparing it with, right?
As a matter of process, though, I think Mr. Cardenas's point is that there was a requirement that before we do so, that there be some kind of assessment. Was that your understanding, Mr. Cardenas?
Yes, I remember the discussion. I wasn't even aware of it. I thought that as a charter city that we had the right to do so, which we do have the right to do so, but there's some kind of hinge to what a jurisdiction does in California, where we have to somehow justify or prove that we are within the scope of range of what other jurisdictions are charging for their parking tickets.
I know that in relation to the one that proposed in the mayor's budget, that was done in consultation with the city attorney, and the city attorney opined that it was permissible as long as the people still commit the crime, I guess, and there's obviously a justifiable reason to increase the fee to deter people from getting those citations. So
I think we might have somebody who can shed some light on that.
Good afternoon, Robert Andalon from the Department of Transportation. The vehicle code section has the authority as determining what the fines should be. It should be in general conformance with cities in the same county. We annually do a survey of all the parking violations, and we find that we're either number one or number two, and we're within either $5 or $10 of most other cities. So in past conversations with the city attorney, they felt that that was in general conformance.
Okay, so this recommendation by the CLA, it appears at this moment in time would not put us out of conformance.
That's correct.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I concur and agree that it's a good move, and rather than go $10 as the CEO, the $10 on a certain category of parking tickets, that we move with $5 across the board on parking tickets. Thank you.
All right, so that sounds like that's been moved by Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Kretz, you want to second that? Okay. Any other comment on it? Mr. Rosendahl.
A little more. There are some folks who feel strongly that this will impinge on working class folks and others. How do you see us posting it, being clear of it, so that it's universally understood, so that some of the folks who feel they're already hit up pretty hard won't be hit up more? Do you see more revenue obviously coming in, but is there a strategy to inform people enough so that some of the folks that have a hard time paying their rent right now and their food all of a sudden have an increased ticket? Though I know that's the reality of ticketing. How do you see administering it and doing it?
Under the current law, we are required to either publish or post a fine increase. I believe in this case we'll probably publish the fine increase. I think one of the things we haven't done in the past is probably work with the neighborhood councils to use them as another source of providing information to communities. We can certainly work with our public information officers to see if there are other options within the city to be able to develop maybe a PSA using Channel 35 to get the message out that there is a fine increase. The one concern, of course, is that certain areas just don't have enough parking, and those areas have high density, and it's just difficult at some point for some people to find that extra space to park their vehicles. It's the best we can do at this point to get the information out. We try to work with everyone. We do have an option for those individuals that are unable to pay if they wish to contest their ticket, those tickets are reviewed to make sure that the signs were correctly posted and that the tickets were issued on the correct date and time. If they still feel that they would like to go to a hearing, they have a payment waiver. They can go to a hearing and provide other information that would be considered for overturning the ticket.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate what you're saying, too, especially going to the neighborhood councils, going to community groups, and giving them clarity and a real outreach. I will obviously post it on my various social medias, but then also you said properly identified as street cleaning days and things like that. What if the street cleaning doesn't happen there anymore or is later than the 8 to 10? And some people are really legitimately figuring out how to get their car, like you said, there's no other place to park. But then there are others who say it hasn't been street swept and this or that. Will it directly be related to street sweeping between, say, 8 and 10? Or if a person parks there at 10:15, will they get ticketed? You know, but basically the question of how do you deal with the fact that some areas don't get swept or cleaned and yet they get ticketed, or is that not the case?
Well, we only ticket those vehicles that are in violation of the posted restrictions. So if there are no posted restrictions, we would not issue a ticket.
But say, for instance, the street cleaning comes down at 8:15, and the person knows that the street cleaning came down at 8:15, and they park at 9 o'clock. They're still liable until 10, correct? So parking enforcement will still come afterwards in that time frame to ticket, even though it's been swept.
Oftentimes, the particular traffic officer on that beat may not know that the street sweeper has already passed, so they have to abide by whatever the parking restrictions that are posted. So if it's from 8 to 10, the traffic officer patrols that area between 8 and 10. They won't patrol 5 minutes before or 5 minutes after. So just within that particular window, we do work with street services. If they ever cancel a route that they're going to be not sweeping, then our field enforcement staff are reassigned to other activities, so they do not enforce that particular route that is not being swept.
And are we able to let that be known enough in advance to people that they aren't being
Unfortunately, there's not enough time to let everybody know. We do tell the officers that are scheduled to patrol that particular route, but oftentimes we aren't officially advised maybe until either that morning or once the shift has already started. So it's very it's touch and go as far as getting the information out to everyone.
Yeah, and of course the citizens need to know that if it says 8 to 10, even if they personally have watched out of their window, the street sweeper came by, that if it's between 8 and 10 and that came at 8:15 or 8:30, they got a good likelihood they will be ticketed between 8:30 and 10, correct?
That's correct. We've worked with street services to identify the windows that they need to be able to have sufficient time to be able to clean the streets. And so we work with them to make sure that we have adequate time for them to be able to perform their duties and that we have field officers there to assist them to make sure that we are enforcing those restrictions.
Yeah, because it's important that the community groups understand that it is like from 8 to 10. I just want to get that point out there. And if they came by at 8:15 and I parked at 8:30, I'm going to get a ticket.
Again, it's whatever the sign that's posted, the time restriction that's posted, whether it's 8 to 10, 10 to 12, 12 to 2, whatever that restriction is, that's what we will enforce.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, Mr. Englander, did you have a
I did have one suggested change. I support this idea. I think $5.
Wait, don't leave just yet.
I think $5 is. I always leave when I start talking. I think $5 is more palatable than the 10, and in an issue of fairness across the board, it makes sense, with one exception. And the one exception, I would propose to go to $10 on anything related to disabled parking. Mainly not as a revenue source, but mainly as a pet peeve of mine that people that park in disabled parking places that are not disabled, shame on them. And so I would propose that those go up an additional $5, that those are a $10 increase on anything related to disabled parking citations.
We can certainly do that, sir.
And in my view, even that doesn't come close to being nearly enough.
Do I hear bid?
I'm sorry? We can get into a bidding war here. Mr. Cardenas, did you want to speak to that?
Well, I just want to point out what I mentioned at the beginning of the CLA's report. If we could identify, when we talk about revenues, if we could identify if that's considered on the side of ongoing revenue or one time. Okay, so if we could reiterate.
Okay, so but before we move off of this topic, was there anything else that we had to discuss about parking fines?
I guess I just need a second.
Well, I'll second that. I guess I would want to hear from staff whether there's any reason that we couldn't differentiate that offense and add an extra $5 on to that.
No, there's no reason not to. We're still within the area of general conformance with other cities.
Okay. Mr. Kretz, anything further on this? No, sounds great. All right. Well, then, as amended by Mr. Englander's motion, I've forgotten whether we already moved on this, but okay. So if we can accept Mr. Englander's amendment as friendly, if there's no objection to that, that will be the unanimous action of this committee as well, to accept the increase in penalties and to accept $2.4 million more in estimated revenues. It'll actually be a bit more than that, because if we're increasing the handicap penalty, presumably that'll create a bump up. But let's just assume for the moment, leave it at 2.4, subject to further revision with further analysis.
And this would be ongoing.
Yes.
And that will be a structural,
Assuming the same level
ongoing
of
source of new
violations.
revenues. Okay, so that brings us then to AB 678, ambulance reimbursement revenues.
Yeah.
So
Just with regard to this, the proposed budget already includes about $23 million worth of AB 678 revenue. Adding any additional, we believe, introduces a higher level of risk in the budget, primarily because there has been no. This would require a federal appropriation, and as far as we can tell, no federal appropriation has been made yet, and then these funds would flow through the state. So although this is a policy item, it would be our recommendation not to move ahead with this one.
all right, members, Mr. Englander?
First of all, I think that this money absolutely should be earmarked for the fire department. This is coming back for a service that they're providing. There's no question that we should look at this, and we've got to restore the fire department. Now, having said that, we don't know with certainty that this is coming in yet. And so my question to you is, when might we have a sense? I think we do need to be conservative. We've also got to be safe, and so there's this balance. But safety first, but not going broke and bankrupt and trying to be safe. So with that, when might we have a better idea when this might be coming in? Do we have any idea?
I don't know that we have any idea.
We have no
at this
idea.
Point. No, but to your other point, if the committee could determine that if additional money does come in, that it could go.
Okay, I'd like to make that recommendation and that say that my recommendation would be that we don't realize it now, because we're not only do people not trust their city government, we're saying that we as a city should then trust the state and the federal government. Although I do trust the state officials who have now come to the city, and I trust the city officials who are going to the federal government. But that's another issue. Present company excluded. No, but with that, I would suggest that we have a policy statement that when and we're praying it does come in, this money goes directly back to restore fire, but we don't realize it right now, but we put it in as a footnote. And I think we need to, because the second it comes in, it's going to go to all kinds of other programs. And I think we do need to make that policy statement. I'm not sure where all my colleagues are on this.
Yeah, and as an alternate to that too, that you could take all these if additional revenues come in that are anticipated, you could take it more globally too and look at opportunities to restore services at any point, and that could be one of the
certainly. But specifically on ambulance reimbursement revenues, I would suggest that when that does come in, we have it as a budget instruction that, or as a footnote in the budget that says when those funds do come in, that those go first to restore the fire department, and I think that's critically important. But I think it's also important to balance it and not assume right now and spend the money, because that's what we'd be doing. We'd be spending the money, not even knowing if we're going to get in or when we're going to get in without any certainty. But that would be my suggestion to the chair.
So so that's been moved by Mr. Englander and seconded by Mr. Kretz that we not realize that income yet, but as and when it comes in, that it be set aside for fire service restoration. I guess my one comment to that would be that, again, as with any other source of revenue, there is some inherently speculative aspect to that. So whether it's 23 million or 26 million or 30 million, there is a bit of guesswork that we have to do about what we're going to realize from that and when we're going to realize it. So I'd be comfortable, going ahead and realizing the $3 million now. But I think your point is well taken, that in this line item in particular, this is revenues that really should be set aside specifically for restoring fire services.
But I think at this point it would be our recommendation not to recognize the revenue until it actually comes in, and then at that point it could be
not to recognize the increase in the revenue.
That's,
we
yes,
would still go ahead and recognize 23 million.
Yes, correct.
Okay,
Yes.
And we would agree with that.
At such time as additional revenues were determined to be appropriate, that additional revenue would be set aside for fire service restoration.
Correct.
Colleagues, any other comments on that? I certainly agree with that position. And it looks like that would be the unanimous, unless Mr. Rosendahl, did you have any other comments on AB 678 ambulance reimbursement revenues? The proposal was that we would realize the $23 million that's currently in the proposed budget as revenue, and that if additional revenues should be realized, that those additional revenues would be set aside for fire department service restoration.
The answer is yes to that, very much.
So I think we're in unanimous agreement on that point. Thank you, Mr. Englander, for that. And then that brings us next to $5 million in reduced encumbrances.
This was an item that was brought forward by the coalition as one of their recommendations, and incidentally, we didn't say it earlier, but I think we wanted to recognize their efforts on trying to find some solutions, and this was one of them. But in this case, this does involve the taking money that's allocated and encumbered for contracts and other things, and there already is a process that the city goes through more than once a year. I think the CAO looks at these kinds of encumbrances before the financial status reports, and the controller does a fairly extensive one at fiscal year end. So while we would recommend that you not recognize this revenue now, what we would recommend is at looking at that process for the encumbrances and seeing if there's a different way or a better way of doing that, so that perhaps some of these kinds of encumbrances can be freed up earlier and go for service restoration.
So when you say, can you give just a little more clarity, maybe, if the CAO, when you say, what would be the process?
So, well, it's starting immediately. We're about to issue a communication to all department heads, both under my signature and the controller's signature, asking for a review of all encumbrances, in part because we're likely to be short this fiscal year. This fiscal year we're projecting, even though we've closed it in the context of the last FSR, we are seeing about a $7 million problem that's going to surface at the end of closing, and a potential additional $8 million problem due to a shortfall that exists in the HRB account to pay our health care benefits. And so combined, that prompted, as well as the recommendation from the coalition, a review of encumbrances. So today, a communication from myself and the controller is going to all general managers, asking for exactly the review, as the CLA has indicated. We will be looking at it aggressively, and then if there's any contract or project that is delayed that should be revisited, we will then be recommending that your council take an action to reaffirm that particular project or to make those dollars available to address it. So that's going to take a few weeks to complete. And again, because we already know we have a shortfall this fiscal year of $7 million and possibly an additional $8 million due to the hole that we have in the HRB account for healthcare benefits, those dollars will be necessary to fill that goal. Otherwise, we will start the year with a smaller reserve fund that's even being proposed in the mayor's budget. So that's the first step. The second step is we want to initiate an ongoing discussion with the coalition on their idea for the future. How do we better account for encumbrances as we move forward? And that, we think, involving the controller's office, could involve sort of a policy change that currently exists. That is a potential solution, certainly if we have a mid-year shortfall, but for next fiscal year, when we already know we are facing a deficit there. But we also don't want to just limit the discussion around the issue of encumbrances. I think in the spirit of the coalition's proposal, we want to continue an ongoing dialogue with them on how do we begin to look for solutions for fiscal year 13-14 and begin that well in advance of the budget process.
Well, in fact, as that analysis goes on of the encumbrances, it could continue to be a part even of this coming fiscal year as we review it through the FSR process. Right. So as further analysis is done, additional potential unencumbered savings are recognized, we could address that through the FSR.
That's right. But we would concur with the CLA that to put an actual dollar amount now, if we fall short, then it means that we have to make that reduction later. So we would recommend allowing this process to move forward, the one that we're initiating with the controller now and the ongoing discussion, so that we're managing this in a careful way.
So, colleagues, absent any objection, I think it would be my suggestion to concur with that approach, to continue to analyze and search for additional unencumbered savings that we can realize both in this fiscal year and future fiscal years, but not to recognize this revenue now, but with that commitment of continuing to evaluate it as we go forward. Mr. Kretz.
Is there any possibility of even recognizing a very conservative number that would help us achieve our goal of like $1 million, $2 million? I mean, do we doubt that there's any money to be gained in this process?
The challenge is that we know right now that we're going to end the year short. $7 million we know now for sure, and potentially an additional $8 million if we can't get funding for the HRB account. And so, as a result, we're already starting in the negative, and it would be simply a guess. Frankly, it would be throwing a number out there and really having nothing to base it on. Hopefully, once we get a response from the communication the controller and I are sending to general manager, we'll have a better sense of what's available. It'll probably require a discussion of what's being encumbered, and to allow you as a council to make decisions as to whether we want to continue forward with some of the projects that some of these encumbered dollars are earmarked for. And so that's going to involve an evaluation of the project, how far along they are, and then ultimately bringing it to you to make that final call.
So it sounds like we're fearful that we're in bad enough shape at the end of the year that we actually may even if we have this $5 million, we may actually need it for other purposes anyway, just to end the year on an even keel.
And it's also important to add that we're already assuming in the current budget $30 million worth of reversion. So this would be beyond what's already baked into the budget to get us to the solutions that we have so far.
Okay, fair enough.
32.
On that, I just wanted to go along with the chair's recommendation on this, and though keep one thing in mind, and that was one thing that Chairman Krikorian had recommended, is that, and I'd ask the CAO that we very much keep this alive, that this was a good recommendation from the coalition, and it very well could be, while Mr. Koretz was suggesting, well, is there $1 million or $2 million? Right now it says 5. It could, quite frankly, it could be 10 million. It could be 15 million. I think they recognized in their original memo that there's 60 million outstanding in encumbrances. We just don't know exactly where they're at or where they're at with fulfillment on all those things. So as they're being evaluated, we'll keep this process coming back and the budget coming back, and not just in the FSRs, but this will be sort of a new process that we'll be taking on, and I support Mr. Krikorian's ideas and Mr. Koretz's concerns on that, and suggest that we recognize it as an ongoing item for discussion and input. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. So let's go back for a moment, if we can. Mr. Cardenas has asked for, very correctly asked for as much breakdown as we can as to what appropriately deemed structural and ongoing and what is considered one-time money. So since we've just added a number of other revenue options, we already discussed the parking fines being structural, ongoing source of revenue. The increase in property tax receipts of $5.8 million.
That would, I think, that could fluctuate just like any of our other usual ones. So if property values continue to increase, that would be an ongoing, potentially be ongoing, but that could fluctuate. Okay, we consider that ongoing.
Okay. And then of the 6.7 in recommended changes from the CLA's report that we went through, do you have a breakdown as to what percentage?
I don't have a breakdown, but I would say that most of that would be one time.
Okay. So even if it's, let's say, 2/3 of the 6.7 is one time, we're still at 8. We're at about 10 or 11 million in structural changes and about 4 or 5 million in one time.
Yeah, if we make that assumption, yes.
Okay. Well, even if it's all of it, let's say all of the 6.7 is one time, we still have right now, with what we've just talked about,
right. We have
8.2 million in structural changes and 6.7 in one time.
Right.
Doing pretty good so far. Okay. So let's move on then to expenditure reduction options.
Right. These, the first group are the consultant studies. The budget includes several. One is the fiber deployment study. That's the third party item that we talked about. The second is economic development. Some money, $2.5 million, was included in the budget for development of a new economic development model because of the dissolution of the CRA. That would be moving to the next step. And then the last one was a fire alerting system consultant. So one option is not to provide as much funding for those consultant studies, and that's what these reflect. And these would be one time.
Yeah, I would agree with all of those, except that I would suggest that we actually increase by $1 million the reduction in economic development consulting studies, so that we actually take 2 of the 2.5.
To clarify, the economic development, it wasn't intended to be a study. It was the purpose of it is seed money to establish a nonprofit organization based on the recommendation that the CLA and I made to look at a citywide economic development strategy. And so it's not the study itself. They need funding to get it started.
A consulting fee, but not for a study. Right?
Well, it's to fund the nonprofit. So it's. I mean, it was a challenge imagining it being done with a 2.5. To be honest, I think it'll be even more difficult with with 500,000. We would probably have to identify other funding sources to be able to make that up. It's again, it's in response to the dissolution of the CRA to look at economic development in a different way, citywide, not just limited to the boundaries and the restrictions around that. It's really a drop in the bucket compared to really what ultimately this new plan should look like.
And it's, a worthy and important priority. This is probably a very appropriate place for public-private partnerships and trying to get funding sources outside of the general fund to help support this effort, because it's a job-creating effort. It's an economic stimulus effort that is important and that I think the business community and others would recognize as being important. But that being said, I think it's important that we move forward, but maybe not quite as aggressively as $2.5 million. And so I would suggest that we leave that at 500,000 and keep 2 million of it. Mr. Cardenas.
With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, how did you arrive at 500,000? I think what the CAO is trying to say is that the CAO and the CLA have some concurrence that the amount that we see, $2.5 million, is more in line with moving in a different direction as to how the city of Los Angeles is going to handle economic development in the areas, the most hard hit areas when it comes to economic development in the city. We're faced with having to contemplate a paradigm shift, and again, $2.5 million in and of itself was very, very little to shift in that direction and to get going. I understand if you're looking at it as though this is study money to get some report back or something like that, to hire somebody to do some kind of study, I'd say zero the darn thing out, but at the same time, that's not what it is. What it is to try to create the new entity that we're going to have to depend on in order for our most hard-hit parts of the city of Los Angeles to figure out how we're going to infuse economic development there without CRA dollars.
And I understand clearly that we, by any reduction, we probably wouldn't be able to do as much as we would like to do in launching this effort, but maybe we can ask Mr. Miller if he has thoughts about the amount that would be necessary to get this off the ground, and whether it makes any sense to do anything at all with 500,000, or if maybe we should just zero it out, or is it appropriate to? Can we do something with 500,000 that would allow us at least to start on this effort?
You can. First of all, in terms of the 2.5, I wouldn't say necessarily that there was concurrence per se. That was the amount that was put into the mayor's budget. So we didn't consult on that amount in advance. Working its way through your committee was the approval of the broad structure of setting up a nonprofit and a department, and an authorization for us to go forward and hire the consultants using a portion of this money to tell us how to set up that entity. I think one of the things you're facing is what's risk. It's a risk level in the issues you're talking about right now. And quite honestly, I think it would be a stretch to believe that we are actually going to have an entity in place that is actually going to be able to spend startup dollars. My guess is, or my strong belief is, that next fiscal year, what we're going to be ended up doing is doing the consultant setting and getting the entity set up, and I would doubt that they would be in a position of actually spending startup money at that time. So I don't think that giving up the $2 million, I wouldn't zero it out. We need the money for the consultants. We need to keep moving. but I don't believe that giving up the $2 million at this point presents a high risk. If things move faster than anticipated, again, we have opportunities in the mid-year to try and identify other funding if they can actually use startup funding at that time. But as we sit here today, I seriously doubt whether they'd be able to spend startup money next year.
Yeah, one thing I just like to make clear about this is the 2.5 is like pig in a poke. You don't put it out there yet. We don't know what it would be spent for. I think the chair's modest suggestion of hiring a consultant, looking into the issue. Obviously, we're for public-private partnerships, but 2.5 million is a lot of bread to just put out there for this issue at this point. If a consultant spending a modest amount of money comes up with a plan and it talks about A, B, and C, at that point is when we should be thinking of funding it, not setting aside that kind of money now. So, you want to give us your reaction why the 2.5? We saw no breakdown of what that 2.5 is. I would much rather have a consultant study with city staff engaged in it and then come back with a proposal that we could deal with at another time rather than through this budget process.
Certainly, sir. What I can tell you is, our thought process when we looked at the development of the proposed budget in the context of the economic development, recognizing the changes that are affecting our city based on the state's actions and the dissolution of the CRA, and the fact that it's more and more challenging year after year to try and cut our way out of our structural deficit, and recognizing there's a need to help grow the revenue side of the equation in the city, looking for economic development opportunities. We wanted to put some startup money within general city purposes, thinking that putting that under the context of the CAO and CLA to allow for the plan to come forward. Obviously, we're all guessing on what the timing would be. These can take time to set this up, the nonprofit entity and such. But I think our estimate was, roughly, based on our numbers now, maybe $2 million would be sufficient for the coming fiscal year. If there's money already being committed by the city, then the city can leverage against that when it goes to seek outside funding. And so I'm not the expert. I couldn't tell you what the perfect amount is, but that was kind of our thought process.
Okay,
behind it.
I appreciate that, and the thought process is obviously valid. But when I look at the 209 civilian positions right now that we're going to look at later, I think that's more critical. I think a study done by a fine group and in conjunction with the city would point out what the initial money should be, and that could be at another date than at this moment, unless you have a compelling reason why you need that much right now.
One thing that you may want to consider is putting it all in the UB, or at least a portion of it, the amount beyond the $500,000 that's being recommended by Mr. Krikorian, and then both to determine to what extent we're able to put a plan together and actually bring in a nonprofit, and second, also to identify a potential solution for the mid-year. I mean, I think there's certainly enough soft spots in this budget that there's a good probability we're going to be short in the mid-year, and it could be a potential solution in that context to avoid further reductions at that time.
I don't think I'd make the assumption that if you said probability, maybe you said possibility. I mean, there is a possibility that some of these revenue projections that are in this budget are going to be short of what the actuals are as well. So let's not convey the impression that there's soft spots. I'm sure what you meant is areas where there could be some ambiguity over whether or not there's actual revenues that are going to equate this, or the expenditures are going to be what they're budgeted at. All right. Mr. Cardenas.
I wonder if the governor's calling his several $billion-dollar shortfall a soft spot or not. I don't think you're trying to say that we're going to be off by $100 million. I think what you're saying, Miguel, is that $500,000 here, $1 million there in different revenue categories might add up to us having to make adjustments.
And on the expenditure side as well, as we've seen this year. I mean, for the last 5 years, we've had a shortfall in the mid-year ranging from a couple $100 million to $34 million. So it is a fairly high probability, given just the past 5 years, that in fact, we are going to have some problem. It's hard to speculate which one of these would be the likely one, but it usually is a combination both on the expenditure side, because some of the solutions don't pan out or don't move fast enough, and also on the revenue side where we have less ability to control.
Jim. Jerry and Miguel, when we discussed this in the Housing and Economic Development Committee, correct me if I'm wrong, when we talked about this matter, I think both of you were at the table at that time, because I had some various questions or what have you, and it was at the level that both of you were involved in answering questions to the committee, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, we talked about the figure of $2.5 million, didn't we?
That was because in the context, our report spoke to the concept. The amount came out of the mayor's budget, and so the two things sort of happened concurrently. And so I raised it as a context, but our report did not specify a dollar amount. Our joint report.
Did we discuss a dollar amount at all in the committee? Because I don't know where I got it in my head that we were talking about $2.5 million. Maybe that was just at a staff level.
Because it happened at the same time.
Yeah.
The budget came out at the same time as our report was being discussed.
The report was the economic development report was released before the budget. There was a request for the mayor to include money. It's possible by the time that it actually got heard that the budget had then been released.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Mr. Englander.
Thank you. Well, after listening to all these compelling arguments, I think I have a soft spot in my heart for Tony Cardenas. Maybe we'll get an earmark from him when he gets to Congress. In looking at first, I think it's important to realize that the fact that we did lose CRA, that we're looking at retooling and coming up with a whole different way of doing things in economic development, and being proactive is critically important than reactive. $500,000 from what I hear that what needs to be done isn't going to go far enough, is what I'm hearing as well. That it's a good start, but it's nowhere near getting us off the ground. And but from where we're at, the fact is that we haven't started yet. We've got to keep in mind that while we might have those issues throughout the year in terms of budget soft spots, as you call them, issues that the revenue either didn't come in or expenditures we didn't anticipate or are greater than, or those lawsuits that might trigger as well. There's still those middle of the night phone calls from the county assessor's office type things that come in as well, as we got one this morning. And so I think coming back with a real plan where we can put a dollar amount to a plan, that we fund a plan instead of a concept or even a nonprofit office, $500,000 in my view gets us there to developing that, not a study but a plan that needs to be implemented. That there's no reason within 3 or 6 months we can't have that plan and come back and find the money to do it, particularly if it's nonprofit. Then there are other ways to go after grant funding and other opportunities if we truly do set up a real nonprofit. I think we need to look at that, but in the context of where we're at, we're going to be squeezing every dollar here in a minute. There's things that, while they're on this page, we haven't discussed even yet. And so I absolutely support both where Mr. Cardenas and Mr. Krikorian's coming from, that we do not eliminate this completely. We fund the $500,000 as being suggested by the chair, with Mr. Cardenas's suggestions that we come back with a real plan throughout the year so we can come up with additional appropriations to it.
Okay, so let's just move on that one so I can get on to the fire one.
All right. Let's move on that one then.
We already voted on the fire one, so we're actually on.
Yeah, I know, but we're going to come.
Medical study. No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
Yeah. Wait, before we do. So,
yes.
If Mr. Englander is making that as a motion, if I didn't already, I'll second it.
I believe you did, and I was seconding yours. But
all right. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, that'll be the unanimous action of the committee to then reduce the mayor's expenditures for the economic development from $2.5 million to $500,000.
Great.
All right, now.
And on the other two, those were to you took an action on the
Yeah,
fire
well,
deployment
Mr.
study.
Rosendahl wants to speak to the
Okay.
fire deployment study right now.
Yeah, please, if I could, any fire personnel in the room, come on up. I see them in the back of the room over there.
While they're coming up,
While they're coming up, come on, guys.
Million or ongoing?
Okay, just real
Sorry.
quickly, the Fire Commission met, and the Fire Commission clearly said that they thought the amount of money we were looking at here for $750,000 was excessive and not necessarily needed. But to be candid with you, my preference is as much as money as possible to be restored for resources. Many of you know I'm fighting for an engine company in the Palisades, among other things, within the mix of now we're going to have ramp jam for 90 days starting the 22nd of June. That's going to be making it so impossible in the gridlock on the west side to even get around. I'm suggesting everybody bicycle, walk to the local store, sit in their backyard and do those kinds of things. But when it comes to the fire safety issues, it's critical for all of us. I just want to thank the fire department for being here. So tell me, the commission this morning discussed that figure of that amount of money, and it was clearly pointed out that the amount, which is $750,000, might be way too excessive. And also I'm worried about the 10th member of the firefighting safety. We worked hard to put that in there. If we could talk about both those issues, I'd appreciate it.
Good afternoon. Dave Yamahata, Chief Deputy, Fire Department. In terms of the $750,000 that was budgeted for the basically the third-party audit, in commission today it was brought up. One of the concerns is that trying to determine if that amount is, the total amount is needed. The Fire Commission indicated that that same funding could be utilized to try and restore some fire department resources.
I like that. So that would be your suggestion as well?
Again, understanding that that was voted on by council and approved by city council.
I understand, but the
from
process comes
being a little selfish, of course, from the fire department perspective, we always want to try and restore resources.
Well, also, we all learn in our experiences here, and candidly speaking, $750,000 could be better spent on resources than not. And what about the 10th member of a crew? We fought for that. Others talked about it. Where are we with that one?
From the fire department's perspective, as you're well aware of, the 10th member was taken away many years ago, and it took 10 years to try and bring all those resources back. The 10th member from the task force concept allows us to maintain teamwork, accountability, and so forth. On our current deployment model with our resources, each individual on a particular company has a job to do.
Right.
You take away one member off of that company, and now somebody else has to carry that responsibility to do that job, or you need to bring an additional resource in order to accomplish that job. So in reality, what you're ultimately doing if you take away that 10th member is you're increasing the number of resources that have to respond to an incident. So truly what you're doing is you're using more resources rather than reducing.
And I appreciate you saying that because I'm strongly there as well, and I don't want to see that jeopardized. Okay, that's it, Mr. Chair.
If I could add to that, there's no other department in this budget that's getting a bigger increase in the fire department. They're getting a $40 million increase in the budget that's before you. And so it's important to start off with that premise. The concern that I have and the reason why I recommended this analysis is that when we see such a huge deviation from one year to the next, that results in having to identify $40 million. To me, that says I think it's time we have an independent look at what's going on. And so the recommendation came from that experience. And so we continue to strongly support it.
Thank you. Mr. Englander.
Yes, there's a couple other things on this. First of all, I want to recognize one of the finest fire departments in the country, if not the best fire department in the country, and for everything that they do and the men and women of the fire department that are just extraordinary every day, doing heroic efforts. One of the things that they're really good at is saving lives. One of the things they're really good at is responding to emergencies, particularly medical, fire. They're cross-trained. They work tirelessly, and they run towards danger. They run into burning buildings. They run towards car accidents. They save police officers when they're shot or in altercations. True heroes every day. One of the things we've acknowledged recently that they're not absolutely fantastic at is counting numbers on looking at the data or having the right software, quite frankly, and it's not even their fault. Oftentimes where the data and it's off the shelf or the software they were supposed to get wasn't completely accurate. We've learned that. This goes far beyond just looking at a third-party analysis, which, by the way, Mr. Rosendahl, you voted on. In council, it was a unanimous vote. In fact, I lost that vote. And I'll proudly stand up and say that I was the only one that voted against it, I believe, that said that we have a controller that can look at these independent numbers and we shouldn't spend a dime on this and we should put it all towards the fire department. Here I am today saying the opposite. Because you've convinced me, Mr. Rosendahl. And let me say that I think this is money well spent, because what we're now doing is not just looking at auditing the auditors. What I didn't want to do is politicize it. I wanted to make sure that, and just before you stepped in the room, gentlemen, I believe what we did here as a committee was not only the $40 million that Mr. Santana is suggesting, but we also, in looking at the $23 million that's coming up from the Medi-Cal reimbursement, said there could be possibly another $3 million. When and if we get that, the first person it goes back to is the fire department, all of it. And so I just wanted to let you know that before you came in the room. One of the things we're looking at in this study is, in addition to that, is other best practices, other ways we can be doing things differently. The county just had a big story this morning that they're responding to things that are non-emergency related. That they're just not emergencies. We've known that. We're doing that every day. It was nice the county just figured that out. We've known that. We didn't need a study to figure that out. We're responding to stuff all the time, every single day. False alarm fees that we discussed right before you walked in the room as well. We're going to be now asking folks that if they're getting false alarms, fire, that they pay a fee, and not just police. But this study is not just to be an independent third-party analysis and audit. It's to be fully comprehensive of all types of best practices, re-looking at mandatory transport, for example, re-looking at when we do send a unit out or an entire team out to an incident. We roll on everything in the fire department now, is that correct? If we get a call that says we need a firefighter or an ambulance, we roll on it. We don't do that in the police department. Police department does not do that. Not every fire department and ambulance company in the country does it. It doesn't mean we should change it, but we should study it. We should look at it, because right now we're paying millions of dollars in providing that great, terrific service. So the question is, should we continue doing it at that level? And the people, the residents of Los Angeles shouldn't be concerned over it. In fact, they should feel safer if we're looking at that. Because people call today literally because they got a scratch on their finger, or they broke a toenail, or they don't have the way to get to a doctor. They have a regular scheduled doctor's appointment, but they don't have a means to get there, so they call an ambulance to be transported to a doctor. Those are the things we're going to be looking at. Somebody calls the police department now and says, I lost my cell phone, I need a police report. The police department says, I'm sorry, sir, this is not a 911 call. You can call your local police department. Here's the phone number. They hang up, they call the police department. The police department, who answers from the desk, says, I'm sorry, sir, ma'am, we're not rolling out to you to write a police report. You can come to the station. And in fact, the police department came here recently and said, we don't even know we're going to write this at the desk anymore. In fact, we might not even do those and provide those. So this is what that comprehensive study is to do. And the action that is in the report, the first thing it says is for the CAO to work with the fire department on developing the RFP. So it's actually being very inclusive and including the fire department. And so I want to applaud the CAO for recognizing that as well. But just bring that up to speed and Mr. Rosenthal's concerns, which are very good ones. But you've convinced me otherwise, so I'm with you on doing this comprehensive analysis and study, Mr. Rosendahl. Thank you.
Okay, so I think that the middle ground that we're talking about here is that we continue to go forward, and what's been proposed by the CLA in this is we continue to go forward with the deployment study, but that the amount expended on it be reduced by $250,000. That's the recommendation, correct?
Let's see, I just want to make sure I'm reading this correctly. 750 is in the proposed budget, and this would, would leave $500,000.
Okay, so that would be my recommendation as well as the CLA's members. Mr. Englander, are you so convinced that you even want to hang on to that $250,000? Or?
No, but I will say this, though, that I wasn't the lone vote. I was corrected. And Mr. Koretz, I believe there are 4 no votes on that originally. But no, I think it makes sense. And if we need more money at the time, we will come back and ask for an additional appropriation.
Okay, then I'm going to move that we accept the CLA's recommendation on the $250,000 reduction in the budget on the fire deployment study and the $250,000 reduction on the fire alerting system consultant.
Thanks.
Without objection, that will be the action of the committee. Thank you very much, members. So now where we are is we have reduced expenditures by $2.5 million, and we have increased revenues by $15 million, 14.9, according to my calculations, if I'm correct. Does everybody agree on that? I mean, the 6.7 might move a little bit, I suppose, depending on what we're doing with our parking lot issues.
About 15 or so.
Yeah.
We're at 6.7. We're suggesting an additional from this, what we just went over, is an additional what?
An additional 5.8 in revenues, plus 2.4 in revenues, both of those being structural, and $2.5 million in expenditure reduction so far.
So that takes us to where?
Well, it depends on what happens with the 6.7, because there's some parking lot issues there that we have to deal with. Okay. All right, so now that brings us to the other initiatives for expenditure reduction. And if I can just, I'm sorry, did you want to add something else?
No, go
fine. Okay.
ahead.
So there's $10 million that are suggested, but that's a clearly negotiable item. It's not something that we can really vote on or assume here, I think, at this point. But I will entertain a contrary viewpoint if there is one.
That's correct. That is a negotiable item. If that were to be negotiated, it would be an ongoing item.
Right. Now, the next item, healthcare plan design changes.
Similarly, that would be an ongoing change if there were some benefit plan changes to be made.
Okay.
And that is part of the JLMBC process and ultimately a decision that your council makes. So that is not subject to labor negotiations.
Is there an amount? I'm sorry. Is there an amount that is currently budgeted under the mayor's proposal for
yes,
this?
$6 million.
And that's $6 million.
That's correct.
So this would be a $5 million addition to the $6 million
The
assumption.
way I understand the way the CLA could respond to that. He's asking if it's an additional to the $6 million already in the budget.
Yeah.
If we were to adopt this, it would be nearly doubling the assumption that was set forth in the mayor's budget.
That's right. There would have to be some additional actions taken that would be over and above the amount that's already included in the budget, and there would have to be additional design changes to meet that additional reduction.
Okay. So, Mr. Koretz.
I certainly would view that as certainly a speculative item to base anything on in the budget. I don't think that's a policy that there's any unanimity for at this point. I think it's premature to capture it in the budget.
But What was the budgeted amount last year?
I don't recall on the top of my head. I don't know if someone, personnel is here. Yeah, how much were the juniors?
Mr. Chair, are you referring to the amount that's in the JLMBC currently in terms of balancing the budget, or are you talking about the overall civilian flex benefit allocation?
I think you're referring to how much we saved through the last year's changes in the JLMBC.
That was $8 million?
I'm trying to, maybe
Yes.
Mr. Luther could help clarify.
I'll wait for Alex. It was approximately $13 million, I believe, but Alex can clarify.
Hi.
Good afternoon. Alex Vasquez, Personnel Department. The last time the JLMBC made plan design changes, those totaled about $13 million for that plan year. And they adopted the changes mid-year, so they adopted them in July of 2011.
And are those changes ongoing?
Yes.
Okay. So then, in addition to those, there's the $6 million in additional plan changes that the mayor is proposing in the budget. And this would be a proposal for additional plan changes.
Yes, and I
Above
should
that.
clarify that $6 million target in the mayor's proposed budget is for 6 months. We work on a plan year cycle on benefits, so it's the second half of next fiscal year that we would be achieving $6 million savings. In an annual target, that is equivalent to a $12 million reduction.
Okay. Mr. Kretz.
So that means, are we assuming then that if we added $5 million, that would also be for half a year, so we'd actually be adding $10 million in additional annual costs borne by employees on this piece of the budget?
Yes, that's correct. We've already essentially have agreements in place for the first half of next fiscal year, so there's nothing we could do to change those benefits from July through December. We would only be talking about a 6-month period. So you would essentially, to get the 12-month saving, you would double that.
Well, is there a strong feeling among anyone to move forward on this, Mr. Kretz?
I think when you combine the two, that on an ongoing basis, we're really hammering our employees. So I at least would be hesitant to go forward with this additional $5 million capture without looking at this more closely as a policy issue.
In looking at this, Mr. Santana, what is your take on realizing a true $5 million right now? And is that a conservative? Is this conservative? This number?
Well, and maybe you can speak to how draconian changes would need to be in order to get to that level of savings on top of the $13 million, on top of the 6.
Yeah, how realistic? How realistic? This is an additional
Right.
$5.
I think it's, that's
my concern.
It's the more preferable option that everyone contribute towards premium. That is probably the fairest and more consistent the way other jurisdictions plan for health care. And but that does involve the meet and confer process. And so obviously that takes time. The contracts would have to be reopened, and clearly that's not going to happen. The issue, the council does have the authority to adopt plan design changes. And so in the fact that we can't make it through the premiums, then we're left with an alternative option, which is to come up with higher copays, and that's how we came up with them last year. So we are in the middle of this process in selecting couriers. The first thing that the committee does is to really push back on the providers to bring down the actual amount that they have issued in their proposals. And we were successful last year in reducing both Kaiser and Anthem Blue Cross. This is where labor and management work very closely together in doing that. And so I don't have any reason to believe we're not going to do that again. So there will be a reduction through that. Any surplus that comes in for next year could be applied to this as well, but that of course would involve a vote of the JLMBC. That involves it has to have a majority vote of labor, a majority vote of management to be able to pull that surplus as a way of mitigating that. And the third sort of tier would be obviously to increase the copay. So we have a number of ways of getting to this target amount.
It sounds like we have a number of ways there, but it's a very bumpy road.
It is fairly,
and it's not smooth, and we don't know with certainty that we can count on this. So I would be reluctant to even consider, quite frankly, any of it on the conservative side.
Well, it does involve the concurrence from labor in order to get through those three.
Well, my point exactly. No, but I mean they've said here that they're grateful that they've come to the table, and every day up until that point said that we've given and we've given and we've given till it hurts, and they have, and many of them have shared that same sentiment. They also said after they left the table, while we appreciate it, we've still given, and so to go back and say, well, we can probably fund in the fact that they're going to do this, I don't think there's any certainty on that. And so to count on it with what you just described as the path to get there is going to be painful. And so I'm not suggesting we don't go down the path and have those discussions. And if they materialize, then that will be that much more in either restoration of positions and services we could bring back and say, okay, from those savings, we're going to restore some of those positions. And because you stepped up yet again, this is what we're going to do. Which, if that worked out, we could have the discussion at that point. But to do it now and say, well, we realize it and we think it's going to happen, when it may not, makes it difficult. So it would be my suggestion would be to take this off the table for now and then come back and report back on how the discussions are going.
And the JLMBC would have to start making decisions by the deadline that Alex by.
Yes, we've already scheduled the next JLMBC meeting to talk about renewals, to talk about the next 2013 contracts. That meeting is scheduled for May 29th.
Okay, great. So given the fact that we already have this timing issue of the different fiscal years, and we have a meeting set at which a related discussion will take place, we'd still have the ability, if we could work through a strategy in consultation with labor for ways to have further cost reductions here, that even if it's not budgeted now, we can again address that through the FSR process. That's and try to either increase our reserve or otherwise utilize additional funding through savings.
Correct.
Or restore some more of the services.
Restore services that maybe we haven't restored at that point yet. So I think
that'll be my recommendation.
I concur with Mr. Englander, and it seems to be, unless there's a contrary view. Okay, that seems to be the consensus then. That brings us to number 10, recognizing the sworn OPS officers as part of 10,000 for LAPD.
Right. This would, there's 37 that are already part of the OPS, and then there would be another 37 to recognize as sworn officers that they would still be hiring to the same level. So this would be considered a one-time item.
A one-time item because it would involve the elimination of one class.
It would save one class, so that's one time.
And we already have the July class assumed savings
Yes.
in the budget.
That's
I just
already
want to
incorporated.
So
Correct.
I just want to remind everybody that we've already incorporated that. So you're saying an additional class because we'd hit the 10 and then bring it back down to the authorized number.
That's correct.
And I think until we figure out, it could take a year to do the full implementation, even though we skipped the July class. And as they stated this morning, getting through those hurdles, we have to wait for some state legislation changes as well. That was the direction the council gave to the mayor this morning, was to approve it, to go forward and try to get the state legislation. We don't know with certainty that some of those things will happen. I don't think we can realize this now and skip yet another class and add 2 classes. That has a potential to really bring the numbers in LAPD down way below the authorized number if we even get one hiccup in that process. And that's a process we don't control. So I would suggest not assuming that revenue for that reason.
It's $1.5 million one-time dollars. I would concur with that suggestion as well. Colleagues, any other thoughts about this? All right, we'll pass on that one too then.
Okay. The next item is to defer police hiring for 1 year. That would result in about a $7.6 million savings, but your point on the last one would apply here too.
Mr. Kretz.
I'd move that item, and Mr. Park seconds. I don't know if I have any other support for that.
Try that in council.
I think it's not a bad idea. I don't suspect I have a whole lot of support for this concept, but I think it would be a smart place to save, and I don't think this modest reduction would actually be felt by the department. So I'll move it, but I'm not optimistic.
And is there a second, colleagues? All right, that motion fails for lack of a second, Mr. Kretz. All right, that brings us to number 12.
Right, and we discussed this earlier.
Well, although this seems to be, in addition to the previous recommendation, an additional $3.6 million reduction,
correct.
which would be elimination of any increase in the general fund appropriation for
That's
grid.
correct.
I'll second Mr. Krikorian's motion then just now that he stated.
But as the budget is proposed, the grid program would receive an additional $6.9 million in general fund money. That was because the grid program is not going to be getting some additional grant funds, so this replaced those grant funds. So that's why there would be an additional $3.6 million.
So I appreciate Mr. Englander seconding my motion to reject this proposal.
Yes.
And without objection, I think it's, well,
Yeah, no,
unless you want to propose this, Mr. Englander.
I absolutely agree. I think
Okay.
I think we've said from the beginning on grid that they're doing a great job. We need to maintain their current status.
Great, thank you. So that brings us to the end of the sources of potential funds for service restorations, and where does that leave us in terms of total changes as well as, Mr. Kretz, while they're getting out their calculators, Mr. Kretz.
One other thing I think we might look at is a slight reduction in the amount of increase to our reserves. I'm not sure if the modest increase that we're making or a slight reduction in that will make any difference in how we're viewed by our rating agencies. So I would recommend us looking at a $1 million reduction in the reserves that are proposed.
Well, let me just ask the question, if we were to do such a thing, is it possible for us to calculate as we sit here what percentage that would leave the reserve fund at?
Let's see, I think 0.1% is roughly $3 or $4 million, is that correct? So that would be...
So $1 million reduction would be 3/100ths of a percent.
1%.
So instead of being 4.64 from 4.58, it would be 4.61, very roughly.
Well, actually, this
Right?
would I don't have it there, but if recognizing additional revenues would if they were all part of the reserve fund, it would put us over the 5%
And it
level,
all
correct?
And it also, we have to calculate what the new general fund base is, because obviously the higher the general fund base, beyond what the mayor's budget has, then the percentage change too. So instead of guessing, I would recommend that we actually calculate it.
Well, I guess another way to look at it would be the reserve fund is essentially what's left after we calculate revenues and expenditures. So if we go through this process and add more expenditures for service restorations and so on, that imbalance, or if you will, or that what's left over will change, and even the total budget will change, from which we're calculating what the percentage of the reserve should be.
There's one other revenue to count into that. I think we were at 17. Is that where?
17.3.
17.3. Mr. Corcoran, you tabled a question that I had. I got an answer back on increasing the reduction from 15 to 30% on the special events, and I've gotten those numbers, so I concur. We should go ahead and do that. I believe I was the only one in the committee that had a question on that.
Good. That was my proposal, to increase this special events fee reduction from 15% to 30%, and so that nets us an additional $300,000.
Correct.
Okay.
And that was on page 8 of the report, so that would, right.
Thank you, Mr.
Recognize
Englander.
that.
Did you have something else?
Well, that was 300, but now I want to spend 600,000. So I've got another proposal, but we'll get back to it. It was on, and what we didn't have listed to come. One of the other items we're going to come back was a restoration on some of the park. Not the class parks were already restored, but the park maintenance, which was taking a big hit. There are 4 regions, and throughout the entire city, and it would be a partial funding to restore up to $600,000. That's $150,000 per region to hire just bringing back the part-time unfrozen authorities to pick up trash on weekends and to restore the additional days of work to pick up trash and clean the parks. Those are citywide parks. The department suggests it would run $150,000 per region, up to $600,000. So we can even say $500,000 would be probably sufficient, and that would be for all parks citywide. And that wouldn't be a full restoration. That would just be bringing back again the part-time and unfrozen authorities to pick up trash on the weekends. So that's one that wasn't in here considered. That's why I'm not asking for support on it now, but for consideration.
And what are the unfrozen authorities? Are those already in the proposed list of position reductions?
They are not, and this was the that's why it's part-time, to hire the part-time. So we can ask the department to come back. Oh, and she's here now. This is what I got from you, so I appreciate it.
No problem. Regina Abs, Executive Officer, Recreation and Parks. What we're asking for is for us to be able to hire part-time special program assistants. These positions are part-time positions. They're not half-time, and they're as-needed authorities, and we would need to have an unfreeze authority for us to be able to hire approximately, it could be up to maybe 8 people per region, and so for us to be able to do this additional litter pickup and so forth.
And that was not the additional, but to restore what was being suggested to be cut?
Exactly.
It's not an additional what we have now.
Right.
It's to maintain
the services, because remember what we had provided to you in our previous memo was that right now we're not able to do the pickup many of the days of the week, and especially after the holidays and so forth. And so this would be able to bring us back up to be able to do the litter pickup at the parks on the weekends and also a couple of more days during the week.
And that was also bathroom maintenance? Is that as
yes,
well?
these people also, these employees would also do the bathroom cleanings as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Anything further, colleagues? So where does that leave us then?
With that, let's see.
And I'm sorry, Mr. England, are you proposing that we move forward with that at this point, or do you want to have that reported back?
We could move, if it's in the context of where we're at this $18 million figure, and it was roughly $500,000, would solve that.
I think it would take it down. We're talking about 17.3 million, so that would take it to 16.8.
Then I wouldn't mind entertaining that now.
Okay. Did the 17.3 include the additional 300,000 that we realized from the special events
No, so that
savings?
was 16.5.
So it's 17.5 or 6?
It would have, I think it was, it did. Okay, it did. It included that. So the total we're dealing with before Mr. Englander's proposal was 17.3, which incorporated the 300,000 for special events. Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Cardenas.
And we had some motions earlier that we haven't voted on.
Yeah,
so those are not included in the 17.3, correct?
You're exactly
Whatever
right.
we vote on,
They are not.
even though we made motions and they were not voted on, so they're not scored in the 17.3 yet,
Not yet.
plus or minus.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Kretz.
It's not a motion, but not a previous motion, but under potential service restorations, there's an item on layoff mitigation or targeted restorations of roughly $15.9 million. And I think that obviously should be considered among these other items for the use of our 17.6.
Well, we're certainly going to get to that in just a moment.
My point being that I wouldn't want to take these little measures out of context and then find that we haven't been able to mitigate our layoffs.
Right, right. It's a fair point. So we do have one motion, as I look at my list, that is still outstanding from before, from our parking lot, because we've already dealt with a special events fee. The other one was dealing with grid, and it was Mr. Cardenas's motion to reduce that proposed savings increase from to 1.58 million, I believe it was. To replace, in other words, the motion was to replace the CLA's recommendation with a proposal to save $1.548 million by foregoing repayment of the HACLA loan, implementing a 10% cut to the salary account, and freezing the budget for travel supplies and printing and binding. So that was the motion that was previously brought. Mr. Cardenas, right?
I'm sorry.
We were going to bring up the motion that you had raised with regard to grid to reduce the total amount of savings that the CLA had proposed, or rather to replace the CLA's recommendation with a recommendation to realize $1.548 million in savings in the manner that I just described.
That was my motion.
Mr. Kretz.
So with the math being somewhat confusing, where does that leave us after if we pass that motion and we subtract that from the 17.6, what dollar amount would that leave us with?
Let's see. It would take us to around 15.6, roughly 16. Yeah.
16.66, you said?
Roughly 16 million is what would be left. And then there was also one other item, and that was the city attorney. By deleting that, I think it would change by about 70,000. So that's just a little bit of an adjustment. You did that? Okay. I think we can just stick with 16.
Okay. So on the motion regarding grid, then?
Before we take a vote on it, then what I would do is I would ask that if we go ahead and entertain that as a motion, that we take that differential and put it in the UB until because we have time. That's a full annual budget, and they're coming back with all the reports and all the information that hasn't been analyzed yet. and so that we would actually take it into context, put it in the UB, so we then earmark it out of the budget, but we actually can put it into context of where we're at when those reports come back.
Just question of the mayor's office to your point. Question of the mayor's office to your point. Are we likely going to be able to hear the reports back by July 1st?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. On that note, that just basically puts the mayor's staff under the pressure to say, get back to us by July 1st or any time before that, and we can move it out of the UB and into the budget. Okay.
Great. So
As amended.
As amended.
Okay, so, but just to make sure that we're on the same page. So the trigger for reallocating the money out of the UB and into programs is simply the providing of the report.
The trigger will be that this committee will have to vote on it. The budget committee would actually have to vote on moving it out of the UB, but they have to provide the reports in order to do that. There's not an automatic trigger when something's in the UB unless the CAO or CLA can I don't see. If you can, the trigger on that, on anything that's in the UB, does that take a vote to come out of the UB and reapply?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Anything in the UB requires
Not
a
an automatic.
report, and then the council would have to take a subsequent action to move the funds
What they're
from
saying is they
there.
can do it in time. On top of that, they wouldn't need it all July 1st anyway because they're getting $20 million.
But the sooner they give the reports, and then if we're
Right, then we can satisfied with it, we can move the money. But at least it's earmarked now and it's set aside.
Exactly.
I'll go along with that.
And just as far as where we are, and maybe you can confirm this, is that we're talking about 15.9 million, and of that, I think about 8.2 is ongoing, roughly.
Okay. Any further discussion on this matter? If Mr. Cardenas has accepted that proposal as a friendly amendment. Mr. Kratz, any other thoughts on this?
I'm fine with it.
Okay. All right. Is there any objection? All right, then that'll be the action of the committee. And so we are now at 16 million. 16 million to the plus on where we started. So with that 16, with the fact that we've made that level of progress, and again, I can't stress enough how what tremendous work and how laborious this effort has been on the part of all of the budget staffs, the mayor's budget staff, our budget staff, CAO, CLA. Everybody has worked really hard to be able to realize a real $16 million off of a very limited range of options. And I again want to congratulate everyone for doing so. As Ms. Kalfayan suggests, not all of this is structural. A little bit more than half is structural, and a significant portion is one time. On the other hand, we are facing one-time challenges as well as structural challenges, and that's what's driving a lot of our decisions about how we move forward with furloughs and layoffs and service reductions that come with them. So I, for one, don't think that in order to restore services, I don't think that restoration of services, to your point that you started with, Mr. Cardenas, that restoration of services requires 100% structural savings in order to restore those services. I prefer that a majority of them be, but we're at a point right now where we can, I think, responsibly move forward with restoring some, if not all, of the proposed reductions that have been that are resulting in a proposal to lay off employees. I will say this, though. In my view, while we want to try to protect jobs and we want to ensure that our city family is not put out in the cold during these difficult times, our first goal is restoring services, not protecting jobs for their own sake. Our first goal is to protect the core services that this city is required to provide or should be providing to its citizens. So in many respects, while we're all focusing on the layoffs, and with good reason, because none of us want to lay anybody off. They're all working hard. They're all doing important work for this city. At the same time, we're also eliminating an enormous number of positions here that could be filled with people to perform very important services as well. And I'm not necessarily comfortable with the idea that the positions that are filled are necessarily a higher priority than those that are unfilled. So in my view, I think that since we've realized savings here, since we've done this important work, we need to work to eliminate some of these position reductions and try to work through over the coming months with personnel, with the CAO, with the CLA, with the mayor's staff, with our departments, how we can begin to restore services, the core services that are the highest priority for this city. So while layoff reduction is important, layoff elimination is important, and it's a worthy goal, I think we need to take the next step following that and determine, as we restore services, where are they most appropriate to fulfill the core mission of this city. So, Mr. Englander.
With that, I think if I could, Mr. Chair, the only other motion that was left on the table, it wasn't part of the package again, was I brought up with the restoration of the Park Service maintenance citywide in all 4 regions. It was, I believe, $500,000 total for what was suggested, and I would ask for a vote on that. It's not restoration of positions but services that I would have had included. It was brought up, but it was missed in the memos. But it was brought up at committee. It was just missed in the memos, so it didn't come back in the CLA report. But I would ask that we actually vote on that appropriation.
Well, and I suppose the other issue that was kind of left on the table was Mr. Kretz's issue with regard to $1 million from the reserve fund as well, which would have a 0.03% impact or thereabouts, depending on where we end up. So we should probably deal with both of those issues as well. But I would like to initially propose that we instruct the CAO and the CLA to report back to this committee before the start of the fiscal year based on the priorities that are established by this committee and the City Council with service restoration proposals as well as recommendations for strengthening the city's delivery of services, including a policy to begin capitalizing the Budget Stabilization Fund. Further, that we would instruct that no layoffs of the positions proposed for layoffs will occur prior to January 1st of 2013 in order to allow us the time that we need to make the assessment of service restorations and where they should be. As to those 209 filled positions that are now proposed for layoffs, I would further move that we restore resolution authorities for those 209 positions in order to allow those employees to continue to serve the city pending further discussion of this committee on where we should focus our service restoration on the core services of the city. And that would be my motion to eliminate at least until January 1st the need to lay off any employees as proposed.
I'll second that motion.
Mr. Englander seconds it. Mr. Cardenas?
Mr. Chairman, that assumes that the 16 million-ish, that will remain in the general fund.
The $16 million that we've just realized in additional savings will give us sufficient cushion to be able to get through the next 6 months without any layoffs as they've been proposed. During that time period, I want to continue to work in this committee for identifying where those service restorations should most appropriately take place.
That's an important point.
And that gives us until January 1st to...
We're going to need an analysis on what the cost of that
Just to clarify that, with the funding that's identified, would that then be put in the UB so that once the report comes back, then it could be allocated at that point?
Well, the problem is that if we include all of that in the UB, that's leaving departments without the ability to fund those resolution authorities for the next 6 months. At least them under
They will be
budget.
short at the end of the year, not at the beginning. So
that's-
they will have enough funding for the first 6 months.
So that's actually something, if you want to go down that path, could be addressed in an FSR.
In the mid-year.
Or mid-year, right.
Okay, I suppose there's no harm in that.
That's the root of my question. I mean, categorically, that 16 million will remain in the general fund, in the UB, or where would it be? Obviously, there's going to be an additional major action by the council, likely by January, prior to January of 2013, in order to actualize whether or not 0 people are laid off, or 10 people, or 100, or what have you. So in the meantime, I think it's important that we realize where that money is going to be so that it's counted appropriately, so that when those subsequent actions that are taken are in context of that those particular dollars.
Mr. Kretz?
Yeah,
you
I
okay with that?
I was about to ask the same question. I think it belongs in the UB, and that would be a good way to protect it. So.
Mr. Chair, if I
Sherry.
can make a suggestion. So the restoration of those 209 positions is roughly, for 6 months, is roughly $8 million or so. So what could be done is you could set aside the $8 million, which is the appropriation for those 209 positions. The CAO can move that money during the financial status reports to make those departments whole. And then the remaining $8 million, it would be a policy decision for the council whether to leave it in the reserve fund, as Mr. Cardenas suggested, or as part of the budget stabilization fund, or having us report on that matter in the upcoming months.
And you're saying that because if we forestall any layoffs until January, you have a 6-month
You have a 6-month cost
Yeah.
to those positions.
So then I think that makes sense to put $8 million back into the positions, $8 million or roughly whatever half of our amount is, into the UB pending further action on this motion. Any other questions on that or comments?
No, that's correct. That's the point.
It may behoove us, I don't believe we funded anything in the budget stabilization. We just maintained what we had at $500,000.
That's right.
It may behoove us to take an action to actually move some of that out of, not put the totality into of that differential from the $8 million to the balance of $8 million and all into the UB, but to put some towards the budget stabilization.
Well, I think what I understood is that's part of what we're reporting back on is with the plan of how we start building the budget stabilization fund in addition to the restoration.
Okay.
And that is part of the financial policies to try to build that fund so that that there's funding available for future needs.
Okay. So then at this point, I think the only two things left on the table were the different reserve fund allocation question. Is that was still on the table for Mr. Peretz? And the Rec and Parks issue.
And actually, just jumping back to the budget stabilization fund for a moment, you could, if you chose to, you could allocate some money there and begin that process of building that fund.
Well, we maintained the balance at $500,000. There was nothing given more towards it. I don't know what the restrictions are in taking things out of it, but it might behoove us to, even only doubling it,
The point of the Budget Stabilization Fund was to provide a place to put unanticipated revenues during good years in order to have revenues to spend during deficit years. We are in a deficit year.
We're in a fiscal
I can't
emergency.
see, I mean, we haven't found unanticipated revenues, as far as I can see, that we can be putting into that at this point. I mean, that's for, in my view, we fund a Budget Stabilization Fund in good years, but we haven't seen good years recently. So
when was it first? Yeah,
if you're saving for a rainy day, as they say, you know, it's pouring.
When was it first funded? When was it created?
2008.
Or was it 2008?
I think it's been at least 3 or 4 years. It's been
It was
around
the
a little
last
bit
good
longer.
year that we had, 2008.
It's been a little while.
Long time.
And it's,
Okay,
and
so
it's
then-
remained, it's
So
remained
then the
at
last
500,000.
two items, Mr. Chair, were, I believe, just Koretz's motion and my motion.
Okay. I will second your motion, and I think Mr. Kretz.
I'm good with it.
Okay. Mr. Cardenas? Mr. Cardenas, sorry, on Mr. Englander's motion regarding restoration of park trash pickup services, are you good with that? Yes. Okay, so then that will be the unanimous action of this committee as well. Thank you, Mr. Englander. And then Mr. Kretz. Mr. Kretz had the motion to make a slight revision on the reserve fund.
If we think it's necessary to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish, I'm not even
At
sure
this
it is
point,
that.
I don't think it is.
At this
but-
point, I think I could probably withdraw that motion.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Subject to further review as we get through the year.
Yes.
Are there any other items that need to be discussed?
One last thing. There's always a last thing. I think we need to thank our new chairman of this committee for doing such a fantastic job and working so diligently.
Thank you.
And expeditiously
Not
and efficiently.
necessarily. Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that very much. And again, I've said it, I think, 5 times. Let me say it one more time. This is the staff of this city who's been working on this budget has performed miracles, I think. And so I, again, want to give great credit to the mayor's budget team, to the CAO, to the CLA, and, of course, to our incredible personal staffs on the council who've done so much work to get us to this point, as well as to the members of the public who've contributed so much to this dialogue, a dialogue which is going to be continuing as we move forward over these coming months. So is any other action required, or have we voted on everything that we need to vote upon?
Right. What you could instruct us to prepare the committee report. The committee report would then be presented in council on Friday for a public hearing, and then the plan is to have the full council have their deliberation on the budget on Monday.
So let me do this then. I guess actually we need to vote on the overall report as we've amended it. So let me go ahead and move the report.
And one additional thing, and that is when in preparing the committee report, if we can make any technical changes just to reflect what the committee has done, we'd ask for that ability as well.
So we will go ahead and move the report as it's been amended in today's discussions, and giving the CLA the authority to make technical corrections as necessary to implement the intent of this committee. And if there's no objection to that, that will be the unanimous action of this committee. So thank you all very much for a job very well done. And we are adjourned. Good job, Nick.
Jerry, there are 2 things that I get.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
We now join our scheduled program in progress.
LA Ontario International Airport, which opened in 1998, were designed and built with energy conservation as a top priority. As a result, the terminal buildings are facing north, and the windows are made with a special energy-efficient glass. Inside, the terminal's ceiling systems are designed to distribute light without radiating heat throughout the building. These features make the airport aesthetically pleasing and comfortable for travelers while being on the cutting edge of green design. LAWA is prioritizing energy conservation and green building practices in all of its airport construction projects. In addition to achieving LEED Silver for the renovation of the international terminal at LAX, environmental performance standards are also incorporated into the new additions to the Bradley International Terminal, the replacement central utility plant, and the airport rescue firefighting facility. Through these efforts, Los Angeles World Airports has succeeded in setting new standards for airports in energy efficiency and environmental design. With the advent of commercial jet aircraft, one of the most obvious and troublesome issues was how best to reduce the noise impact on surrounding neighborhoods. To address this problem, Los Angeles World Airports initiated a strict noise management program that includes a noise monitoring system, construction of airport sound barriers, and development of on-site noise abatement procedures. But these noise management efforts are not confined to the airports alone. In the mid-1980s, Los Angeles World Airports implemented its residential sound insulation program. Almost all of the more than 9,000 single and multifamily residences adjacent to LAX and more than 1,000 at Van Nuys have been soundproofed. The modifications include installation of acoustically rated solid core doors, double-pane windows and air conditioners, as well as acoustic chimney louvers and vent dampers. These measures help reduce aircraft noise inside homes by as much as 50%, giving airport neighbors more comfortable living environments. Another facet of Los Angeles World Airport's commitment to environmental concerns is its recycling program. At Los Angeles International Airport, for example, nearly 21,000 tons of waste is recycled annually and 900 tons are put to other uses. That means more than 2/3 of LAX's solid waste is diverted from landfills each year. Even food can be a prime candidate for recycling. In 2009, LAX tenants reported that over 5,000 pounds of packaged and prepared food from airline caterers are distributed annually to local food banks. Between the western edge of the Pacific Ocean and just below the flight path at Los Angeles International Airport, a rather remarkable ecological success story is evolving on a 200-acre wildlife preserve. Thanks to a visionary and aggressive restoration project implemented by Los Angeles World Airports in the 1980s, these native plants and animals, once destined for extinction, are now alive and well and thriving, including the delicate El Segundo blue butterfly, which was the first insect to be listed as a federal endangered species. Fortunately, Los Angeles World Airports initiated a restoration project that reintroduced and protected the blue butterfly's only food source, the coastal buckwheat plant. As a result, the number of El Segundo blue butterflies has increased from a threatened few to more than 80,000. Not too long ago, coastal development threatened these unspoiled dunes. But thanks to Los Angeles World Airport's commitment to the environment, the LAX Dunes Restoration Project was created, which is one of the largest undeveloped pieces of coastal dune habitats in Southern California. While it may seem a strange place for a wildlife preserve, this tiny corner of nature is living proof of what can be accomplished when dedicated people work in harmony with their environment. A sustainability vision and principles policy adopted by the Board of Airport Commissioners has provided the extra impetus necessary to enable its 3 airports to continue to evolve into the greenest airports in the world. This policy forms the foundation upon which Los Angeles World Airports program is built. And though its environmental journey is far from complete, Los Angeles World Airports is not only taking flight for a greener future, it is also working to preserve it for future generations.
Moving is who we are, inside and out. We breathe in so that we can breathe out, so that we can breathe in again. We dream, awake and asleep. We laugh. We talk with our hands. We give it a whirl. We become. We move, our bodies and minds in constant conversation. And no matter how much we do it, it's never enough. We know this to the core, that as long as we are breathing, there is moving to be done. Multiple sclerosis stops people from moving. People with MS understand something about moving that is hard for most of us to comprehend, that moving is not a guarantee.
MS is a disease that damages myelin, the protective tissue that surrounds the nerve fibers of the brain and spinal cord. When a person has MS, myelin is lost, and that leaves behind scar tissue called sclerosis.
The scar tissue disrupts the electrical impulses that move information from the brain to the body and makes movement difficult.
No one knows what causes MS, and there is no cure. The effects of MS are unpredictable and show up in different ways in different people. One person may experience memory loss and fatigue, while another may suddenly lose the ability to see.
Someone might lose their balance and have trouble walking, while another may have slurred speech and tremors.
For some, the symptoms of MS come and go. In others, they last forever.
The National Multiple Sclerosis Society is a collective of passionate individuals united by a common goal to address the challenges of each person whose life is affected by MS. The National MS Society leads these initiatives because we believe that moving is not just something you can or can't do, but rather is who you are, that if you are alive, you are connected to the potential, the hope, the momentum of it all. You move along with, because of, and in spite of the great big turning world.
Education is the civil rights issue of our time. Poor and minority, primarily African American and Latino kids, are underrepresented in our high school graduating classes, underrepresented in our universities, overrepresented in our prisons, overrepresented in the workforce that's unemployed.
The mayor, in taking office, decided to devote himself to an effort to turn around our lowest performing schools. It started out as a network of 10 of the lowest performing schools. It's now expanded to a network of 22, focused in a few communities, including Watts and Boyle Heights.
We're in this work to improve the lives of all kids. We launched a partnership because we wanted to both improve our schools and make sure that those students get a real quality education and really have a chance at being successful in life, while also driving large-scale policy, programmatic changes, kind of the key changes that can help the larger school district impact the 700,000 students that it currently serves. When we started working at the elementary schools, we just saw that we had very, very low number of students that were identified as gifted. We knew the state average was 11% for gifted and talented, but we had some schools at 1%, 0.5%.
The way kids were identified for gifted and talented programs is if their parents asked that they be tested or if a teacher recommended they be tested.
I never even knew about
that test.
It never dawned on me that that was a test that could be taken.
The majority of our kids would never have been tested had the partnership not come in, because what they did was they really came in and they set the tone for assessing all of our second graders, and they did it for 2 years, and then they saw the results.
13% of our students above the state average were identified as gifted and talented.
The superintendent of LAUSD saw the results, and then he rolled it out to the entire school district. So now all of LAUSD is benefiting from this innovation because it opens up such a host of possibilities.
It kind of made me feel like, whoa, well, I'm special, you know, in a different way, and it's a good way. Like, now it's good, it's cool to be smart.
The next step would be to better align our professional development offerings to our gay teachers across our networks.
The more gifted kids, the more gifted training, you're going to train them, where you're going to have your basic kids getting exposed to that kind of thinking. You're going to have a lot of those kids running with it.
If a system's going to change, like the district, parents are going to need to hold it accountable and also partner with it to make it better.
You want parents actively involved in their child's education and at the school site.
We have a parent center in each one of our schools. Parents work in there to help teachers with projects.
We want to create the environment where the parents are also educated too. They're learners as well.
We have a lot of parents who didn't go to middle school or high school in America, if at all.
But many of them are interested in coming in and learning about what to do and how to work with their child at home.
New ideas to teaching your kids and being a motivator with your teachers.
We started the Parent College this past year. It's about 3 hours each month.
First of all, Ryan would be like very excited. It motivates us to be more excited as well.
The premise is that we want parents to understand their rights, roles, and responsibilities.
Really teaching the parents on what they should be looking for and expecting at their child's school site.
Like back to school night or conference with the teachers, like what questions to ask. What are the scores that you need, the credits when you graduate from high school, so that you could go into the college that you want to go into.
And it's not just the mothers. You see the fathers.
They welcome the entire community, all the parents, with open arms, and that gives everyone a sense of belonging.
If parents can see themselves graduating from this program, they can see their children graduating from high school, or they can see their children graduating from college. It inspires the kids.
What university, which one you say you're going to? Harvard or Yale? He said he's going to Harvard or Yale.
Being a part of this has gave my son, you know, a great sense of what a community could do.
One of the reasons actually I was attracted to coming to a partnership school was that I heard that they were very innovative in the way they were professionally developing their instructional leaders.
We're beginning a pilot program to evaluate teacher effectiveness with what they call multiple measures of evaluation, which include student growth over time, in-class observation, student input.
They tell us what's working, what isn't, but it's not a program where so many people think it's a gotcha. It's more of a program of how can I make you better.
Thinking about using a common framework, a language to talk about teaching and learning. Thinking differently about how do we plan lessons, how do we plan units, and being able to share that in life groups of grade levels and content area teams, but across all of our schools.
I would free them up to go visit another teacher within the school that was successful with Cornell Notes or with a GLAD strategy so they can observe.
Fundamentally change the way I work with groups and with students in general, and I think it makes it a lot easier to be successful in the classroom.
I feel I am respected, I am empowered, and I have the creative and professional ability to plan lessons that are great for my kids.
If it's important to grade a student, we ought to be able to grade our schools. And we have a school report card that we started in our partnership schools that are taken across the school district.
How kids are performing on tests, graduation rates, survey data from students and parents and teachers.
It allows you to be happy if they're doing well, and if they're not doing well, it allows you to demand change.
We didn't have to make major changes, but it was the little things, making sure in the children's bathrooms that the ceilings weren't covered with toilet paper wads, which is, a very popular form of recreation for elementary students.
Principals are going to be attentive to the data that the district prioritizes by putting in that report card.
It definitely does add an extra layer of anxiety because you know that report card is coming out and you're just like, It sets a certain standard for administrators.
And the student report card now goes out to every single parent in all of LA Unified in numerous languages, available in the mail, available online.
My data, I would call it a collaborative innovation of the district and the partnership, where we brought the idea to the table and then co-created it.
It's a web-based student information system that gives teachers access in real time to student data.
So you can see everything from their math scores to their reading scores to how many times they've been sent to the office this year to how many tardies they have.
So it gives me my scores, and then it gives me the state scores, and it allows me to compare and contrast.
Teachers can log in from home or in their classroom, or a principal can log in to say, let me look at my classroom, or let me look at my department, or let me look at my school and how it's performing.
I actually show this to the students at the beginning of the year. Hey, look at where we're at right here. This is where we're at. This is going to be our goal.
When you create a piece of software, you don't need to just use it for the partnership schools. We also let you use it for all of LA Unified. And now this is a very robust information system that teachers throughout this entire city are using.
I like my data. It made my job easier.
The online credit recovery system is a way of giving kids an opportunity to make up credits that they've missed online.
Oh, my friend, he had dropped out of school for I think a month, 2 months. He had to make up some credits. His counselor gave him the Apex class, and he took it, the fastest classes, and he got his diploma and graduated.
They can do the work at home. Or we have kids who were homeless, and they would go to the library and do 6 hours of homework online, and it was a Saturday.
At one school, Santee High School, we had 150 kids that graduated that wouldn't have other without the program. Since we're working with the district, they get excited about these practices, and they roll out credit recovery across a large number of their high schools.
High school is great, but it's also super great when you finish.
While walking to school from the bus stop, an officer pulled us over and tells us to sit down on the curb and asked us why we were late. Before we were able to explain, we were handcuffed and searched.
Students are given a ticket for arriving late to school. They must pay $250, which not only contributes to the financial burden of their family, but makes the students lose class time. Students reported that they would rather stay at home than risk going to school and being ticketed.
It was an issue that had been in the community for many years.
We followed with the mayor's office, get connected to LAPD, said let's not just change our policy around Roosevelt High School, let's change our policy throughout the entire city of Los Angeles.
We started taking care of tardies within our own school. In this last year, when the directive got implemented and the ticketing stopped, we saw an increase of attendance from 91.4% to 94.5%. We want students to come to school environments that are caring and nurturing.
And so in whatever mechanism we can, whether it is breaking large schools such as a Roosevelt High School into 7 small schools, starting a new school such as the Mendez Learning Center as 2 small schools, the goal is that teachers can monitor student learning more appropriately and relationships can be formed that actually enhance the learning process.
Students have the ability to be seen and to be heard. They don't just become a face in the crowd.
They have inspired in many ways students to come to class, just to come to school and actually do what school is for, it's study.
In the 2008-9 school year, which was the partnership's first year, the district had the first round of layoffs.
We got notices that because of the budget crisis, because they were younger teachers and did not have seniority, at some of our schools, half of the teachers received pink slips.
And so we would have all these long-term substitutes.
Substitute don't know your name, don't know where you sit, don't know anything about you, so all hell breaks loose.
I'm a math department chair, and just trying to build a group and going in the same direction is hard when someone leaves and someone new comes in.
You can't decimate the school's teaching staff that way. That's not fair to kids.
So we picked up the phone, we called the ACLU and said, let's sue.
We essentially argued, and the judge agreed, that an additional round of layoffs would lead to such a disparity in educational opportunity and lack of meaningful instruction to students that it would be a denial of their fundamental right to equal educational opportunity under the California Constitution.
And the end result was a settlement, the first time in this state, whereby the lowest performing schools, the most impacted kids, are protected from seniority-based layoffs.
District-wide, there have been 45 schools protected.
The way the math works out, and I've sat down and crunched the numbers, there's no way that any school in the LAUSD will experience more than 1 or 2 additional layoffs as a result of protecting these 45 schools.
We've really seen a big improvement just, with consistent teachers. Our test scores went up last year. Students are more engaged. There's our attendance is up.
Other superintendents are using that lawsuit and that settlement to protect their toughest need schools in other districts as well.
I think the partnership has let these kids know that they're just as smart and just as deserving, and that they deserve an equitable education just like every other child in the United States of America.
What we're doing here is authentic change. And we're able to do that, I think, because we have the support of the partnership.
They keep the community, the mayor, and all the teachers involved in a great solution for our kids.
They bring us laptops for us to do research, and they grant us many great field trips.
My classes are they're really fun to be in. I rarely miss any classes. Well, after graduation, I will be attending UC Santa Barbara. And I'm really proud of that because I'll be the first person in my family to go to college.
These kids can learn, and they can succeed, and they can reach for the stars, and they can follow their dreams if we invest in them. We don't give up on them, and if we set the highest standards, the highest expectations for them.
City of Los Angeles. When duty calls, the LAPD responds.
Hey, John, lower the gun, buddy. John, leave the gun.
Working as a team.
Go ahead and put the gun down. John, nobody's going to come at you, all right? But I'd feel a whole lot better if you were to lower that gun.
To protect and to serve.
Why don't you come back here to me, all right? All right, that's good. Walk toward me with your hands up, John. Put your hands up.
All units code 466.
Thanks for working with me.
291, show me code 6 on the article search for the Amber Alert.
To fight crime and to keep our streets safe.
Another positive hit on this bag.
We believe at this time that the vehicle is in our custody.
Any available unit to respond to the northeast corner, 7th and Bullard for the Amber Alert.
6K 253 Rod.
14X11, show us responding.
Cycle 2, we're around.
This is it.
Go.
For the officers of the LAPD, it's all in a day's work. Protecting our families.
Look at your daddy.
They take pride in what they do.
Code from the Amber Alert. Missing child found and returned to parent. Suspect in custody.
LAPD is hiring. Become a part of the team. Visit us at joinlapd.com.
Hey, we're Prentice High. You're watching LA City View 35.
Our city, our channel.
We're watching TV now. LA City View 35. Hello, I'm Sharon Jimenez.
And I'm Bob Jimenez.
Now that Occupy Los Angeles has been ordered off City Hall property, organizers have set their sights on the New Year's Day parade in Pasadena, where they vow to be visible.
By the way, one of the protesters arrested when police moved in on Occupy LA was labor leader Cesar Chavez's nephew, Arthur Rodriguez.
Peter Thottam is an attorney working to organize the presence of Occupy LA in the Rose Bowl parade. He will join us today to discuss why he is in the vanguard of the Occupy movement in Los Angeles.
And Michelle Danner is also with us today. She's one of Hollywood's top acting coaches.
Two great guests who are very likely to give our viewers today a lot of news and information they can use.
So Sharon, let's get down to business.
Peter Thottam has found his way into the vanguard of one of the most significant protest movements in the history of Los Angeles, Occupy LA. Thottam has an MBA from UCLA, a law degree from Berkeley, and an undergraduate degree from Yale. He is determined to make sure the Occupy LA movement remains highly visible. Peter Thottam, welcome to LA Business Today.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Your degrees make you look like you could be part of the 1%. What do you do with all of these degrees? I bet you not even the so-called 1% have as many diplomas as you have.
No. Well, I think my education and my experiences, life experiences, have given me a unique perspective on some of the social and economic justice concerns that are at the core of the Occupy movement. I've never been in the 1%. At my peak earnings potential, I might have been in the top 6%, top 8% at one point. But you know, frankly, what's happening with
you went to one of the most exclusive undergraduate schools in the United States. Then you went to Bolt at Berkeley.
I went to Goldman Sachs before law school.
Well, tell us about Goldman Sachs and your time there out of Yale.
Well, that window from college to the workplace, New York City, Manhattan, Wall Street, meeting Bob Rubin and some of the key C-level executives at Goldman, really was an eye-opening experience that laid the foundation for what would later become hardcore activism post 9/11. You know, and I think the time at Berkeley in law school was sort of a transition period where I was exposed to Pacifica Radio, KPFA up in the Bay Area, and Chomsky and a number of other things. But it was that time at Goldman, that stretch on the East Coast in the Northeast, the exposure to the establishment, blue bloods in New York, and the 1% as embodied in the investment banking partnerships in Manhattan, and the enormous wealth that they had access to and controlled. That stayed with me, and frankly has manifested itself most recently in the intensity with which I've gotten involved in the Occupy movement as a means to finally bring to light some of the incredible injustices of the last decade and what's really happening not just here in the U.S. but around the world.
Well, you are a brilliant insider, nonetheless. You've been inside Goldman Sachs. You are very well informed. I listened to you lecture a few years back at a church in Koreatown where you talked about the state of the economy before the attack on America in 2001. Mm-hmm. And during that time, you were so interesting in all the history that you knew about Wall Street. And I think that's one thing that a lot of people don't hear on a regular basis. Where we were 10 years ago, before 9/11. And that brings you to where you are today, organizing for the Rose Bowl parade.
It's allowed me to connect the dots. I remember that talking to Emmanuel Presbyterian, and one of the major points I made was my time as a corporate securities lawyer in Palo Alto in 1999, 2000, 2001, just before 9/11, and how I saw what was going on with the dot-com bubble as a response to the 1998 Asian market crisis, and a strong corollary was the rush to the going public of firms like Goldman Sachs who were looking to cash out. And you know, the way I've come to look at the economy and world political events, the military ventures of the U.S. Army and the Fortune 500 that it's a proxy agent for, the Wall Street banks that it's a proxy agent for, you know, since then is that these bubbles, the dot-com bubble, the real estate bubble post 9/11, they are asset bubbles that have been mostly engineered by bankers as part of this architecting of a global system with cheap labor, cheap natural resources, and a consumer society here in the United States at the very apex that has essentially been controlling the strings with which a lot of these events have taken place. The Iraq, Afghanistan occupations in particular, the bailout in 2007 and 8 with Wall Street, Bear Stearns, Lehman Brothers, AIG, all of that, Goldman Sachs, B of A, Citibank, all of it's connected.
So all of this, the Occupy movement has been, it's been gestating for quite some time.
Absolutely.
What made it finally happen?
2008 was a huge turning point. The economy collapsed. We were effectively fast-tracked to a postponed depression that had been avoided by the real estate bubble engineered by Greenspan and Company 2001-2-3 with a prime rate held at 1% below the rate of inflation. Created the biggest real estate bubble in history, $11 trillion, just residential, and then commercial. If you go globally, you're talking about north of $20 trillion in artificial wealth that was created temporarily. The collapse of that unprecedented historical bubble in 2008 was very real. Around the world, you saw unemployment rates in countries like Spain, Italy, Greece, Portugal, Egypt. Around the world, unemployment went to 30 to 40%, real unemployment rates, with many young people unable to find work. Much of that was out of sight, out of mind for the American audience, the consumer cocoon here at the top.
But it is all interconnected. While we Americans may not know as much about what's happening worldwide, and once they could see it on television, what happened in Egypt, but even what's happening now in Europe, every day, it's going to affect us.
It has affected us, and I think the uprisings, the people's movements in Spain, in Libya, Egypt, Tunisia, Tahrir Square, all around the world, happened in 2010 and 11, and basically reminded Americans about the idea of grievances being addressed by elected leaders, the idea of public space, the idea of civic dissent. The catalyst was abroad, but the unemployment reality here was very real too. We may have not have had the 30 to 40% numbers that some of these countries had. The real unemployment rate in the United States, the U6 number, was as high as 23%. And today, I think it's arguably somewhere between 20 and 25% of Americans essentially out of work or working, you know, part-time, or people who have fallen off the rolls. That underlying structural problem is very real, and it has fueled the takeoff of the Occupy movement.
And so it's business that's taking you to the Rose Bowl parade as number 44. It's going to be a human float, led by Cindy Sheehan, whose son was killed in Iraq.
Her oldest son.
Her oldest son was killed in Iraq.
On day 3 of his time in Iraq.
And this is going to be the human float, and you've gotten a permit?
We met with the chief of police in Pasadena yesterday, and 6 other police officers. They have given us permission and 2 site locations for the staging area for the human float, float number 44, coincidentally the same as Obama's administration number, and the press conference that will conclude phase 4 of the Occupy the Rose Parade action.
And what is your message?
Well, if you go to the website, occupytheroseparade.org, you will see that there are 5 core demands. The first and most important of these is corporate money out of politics. Corporations are not people, end corporate personhood, foreclosure relief, and create quality jobs now.
And the City Council has already now voted unanimously.
On Tuesday of this week,
On
yes.
Tuesday of this week, to say that, and this show will probably air later, so not this week, but this month, when it airs, we'll know that the City Council of Los Angeles becomes the first major city in the country to say that corporations shouldn't be people, and in order to keep American democracy going and not having elections bought. Do you think other cities will follow LA's lead?
I do. Prior to Tuesday, there were 30 cities and counties that had passed a resolution. Boulder, cities in Wisconsin, Vermont, etc. Los Angeles is the 2nd biggest city in the country. This is a symbolic, non-binding resolution, but it has incredibly important precedential value.
How are we different than New York?
Well, New York is where a huge portion of the 1% are clustered. LA has its billionaires and its rich elites, the entertainment industry and other parts of the regional economy. But New York is where Wall Street is headquartered. And you have incredible wealth in Manhattan. You have incredible power concentrated with that wealth. I think that Los Angeles has proven itself a leader and an example for other countries in its support, generally speaking, for Occupy LA, for the Occupy movement, and the willingness of a diverse group of politicians here in the city to recognize the social and economic justice concerns of Occupy Wall Street and Occupy in general, and to try to...
Is our economy more diverse here than New York's? Is that also why you think that politically LA can do this and New York doesn't?
I think that's true. I think that there's an ethnic diversity, a class diversity, a economic foundation diversity to the Los Angeles region, the basin here. There is no single industry that underpins this region's economy the way that finance sort of controls New York. Wall Street controls New York to an extent. Bloomberg is the mayor of New York. He comes from a Wall Street background. He's a multi-billionaire. Mayor Villaraigosa has his groundings in UTLA and the teachers movement and union organizing.
So very different political dynamic in Los Angeles, and yet Los Angeles still remains very competitive with New York as far as the GNP, how many jobs are created here, and a very, very diverse and dynamic and innovative economy.
Region, absolutely. And hopefully that will continue to be the case as we move forward. But the unemployment rate in LA is soaring, and there are people hurting. I've been at Occupy Los Angeles before the encampment was shut down. I was there 27 days, slept overnight there 3 nights. I met at least 20 people, 20 different people who came to Occupy LA talking about their foreclosure problems, their homes being foreclosed on, many of whom were solid middle-class people who couldn't find work and were essentially out in the streets now. There was one lady who had children that she brought with her, and she cried. And that very real human set of issues is something that Occupy has brought certainly to the leadership, to the attention of City Council here in Los Angeles, but I think to the country at large. The spotlight is focused now on unemployment, foreclosure issues, economic and social justice concerns in a way that wasn't true prior to September 17th, before Occupy Wall Street took off. And I think that focus is absolutely critical to figuring out how do we move forward in this country and deal with what is essentially a mass depression, engineered in part by these Ponzi schemes set up by these Wall Street banks.
Do you think that other folks will join, other very high-profile people will join in at the Rose Bowl as part of this human float that you're putting together?
I certainly hope so. We have Cindy Sheehan on board. We are working. I called Jello Biafra from Dead Kennedys today, working on Gore Vidal. We're trying to approach Ralph Nader, Ron Kovic, and Bill Moyers. We want to get 1 or 2 other keynote speakers to be there with Cindy as we march on behalf of the 99% to Pasadena City Hall, which is where the second site location is that the Pasadena Police Department has given us. So we think it's going to be an extraordinarily important and successful action. In 2008, we did something similar, focused on the anti-war movement and the impeachment movement. We had 440 activists then. We're hoping for thousands of activists, Occupy supporters, to join us in Pasadena January 1st and 2nd to send a message to Americans that there's a paradigm shift going on, that the concerns of a shrinking middle class are extraordinarily important and need to be heard by politicians and by leaders and regular American citizens throughout the country, so that we can figure out how we're going to solve these problems now and build a foundation from which America can reemerge as a vibrant, strong, dynamic economy that every American can be proud of.
Peter, thank you so much for coming on LA Business today.
Sure.
We look forward to hearing how things go at the Rose Bowl Parade.
Pleasure.
We look forward to,
Thank you for
hopefully we'll have you back soon.
Thanks, Sharon. Thanks for the opportunity.
You're watching LA Business Today.
Asked to meet one of the best acting coaches in the business right here in Los Angeles, and you're likely to be pointed to Michelle Danner, whose clients have included the likes of Chris Rock, Penelope Cruz, Selma Hayek, and Christian Slater some years ago. Danner knows her stuff, having acted in over 30 plays in New York and Los Angeles. 11 years ago, she helped found the Edgemar Center for the Arts, where creative people can perfect their passion for acting. When it opened its doors, Steven Spielberg called it a fishing hole for new talent. Welcome to LA Business Today.
Hello. Well, thank you.
It's quite a compliment to have Steven Spielberg and a lot of other big names come to your opening. Why do you think they took their time in their busy schedules to come and say nice things about this Center for the Arts?
Well, I think fundamentally, they believed in a certain dream. They believed in what this Center for the Arts that's located in Santa Monica could accomplish for the community, and how it could nurture writers and artists of all disciplines to come together in 2 theaters and an art gallery and create new works.
How was it different, though? Because I imagine there were a lot of schools and a lot of centers for art promoted in Los Angeles. How was yours different, or how is it different?
How is our school different?
Right.
Well, we are, the philosophy that is taught in our school, the acting studio at Edgemar, is not dogmatic. I think a lot of schools, tell you that there's a certain way to do it.
Right.
And they, profess and this is it. And we don't believe in dogma. Our acting philosophy believes that there are so many ways that you find your way to the craft of acting, and it's your job as an artist to explore what all those possibilities are.
Yeah, finding that special something within you that is able to capture the essence of the character and bring it to life, right?
You're saying it very well.
Well, thank you. Hire me. I'd like to teach at your school. No, I'm only kidding. You have an interesting background, Michelle. Your father was the founder of the William Morris Agency in Paris?
That's right, in the 60s. He was the president of the William Morris Agency, the first offices that opened off the Champs-Élysées. And there he took his whole family to Paris, and I was 4 years old at the time. And so I grew up with, the likes of Maurice Chevalier and Marlene Dietrich and Edith Piaf and Sammy Davis coming over for dinner. And I had a very
what was that
colorful
like?
childhood.
Would they just pat you on the head and say, go to bed, or what? Or did you actually get to interact with these people?
No, I totally got to interact. It was very interesting. I had an absolutely, very colorful childhood in that way.
And I can imagine that they taught you a lot of later what you would pass on to students, correct?
Yes, I was always part. I remember, many performers would come to the house and, they would go into the kitchen and cook a special rice where everything we had in the kitchen would end up in that rice. And then they play piano and a lot of people would join in with songs. And, I, at a very early age, was exposed to show business.
Uh-huh. Great.
Yeah.
All right. So when you have even a very established or famous person come to you and say, I need some help, where do they often need the help if they are already established and already major movie stars?
The help comes in different ways. It starts with the story. It starts, what is the script about? What kinds of choices? What are some interesting choices that we can find together to bring to the story? And so we start a conversation. It starts with a conversation, and very often, we work out. It's like a workout.
Yeah.
It's an emotional workout. It's an in-depth workout. And it's fun to try all kinds of different things. And you start to play, because that's very much what acting is about, is you play.
Yeah, and earlier we were talking about, acting, taking some time off, acting again, and you put it quite succinctly by saying, you can't let this technique or skill level get rusty, can you?
That's right. It's, the actor has the instrument, the same way the pianist has the piano, the violinist has the violin. The actor has their instrument, their emotions, their life, and and you have to work out. You just have to work out. If not, it's easy to get rusty.
I got to share with the audience that just before we started this interview, I asked you how you were doing business-wise, and you said, I'm quite busy, and then you reached over and you knocked on wood.
Well, because you can't take it for granted, because the moment you take it for granted, we're lucky, I think, in this time of difficult economic times, and they are difficult, and we're suffering like everybody else.
Yeah, well, get specific. You've been open now, or at least the center has been open now for about 11 years.
Yes.
How have things changed when it comes to the ability to go there, perfect your craft? Do people really have to struggle and sacrifice now to get there?
Well, of course. It's, jobs are fewer, and, the business has changed. More reality shows, less scripted.
Glad you brought that up, because it's always sort of been a bugaboo when we talk to people in the entertainment industry, whether it's television or in acting, where they say, the reality I don't know if it's a genre that it stands on its own, but I guess it is. But it sort of sucked all the jobs, all the legitimate jobs out of
Some
acting
of them,
because
absolutely.
yeah, but I mean seriously, to the point where people were really suffering and they can't find work.
Yes, so you have to initiate your own work, which is very much a lot of the philosophy that I teach and I talk about, and I also do myself. You know, I just completed a movie called Hello, Herman, and I think that you don't stop an artist from doing their craft. You don't stop someone who has a voice from saying what they have to say in their work. So if the jobs are not out there, you create the jobs. I know many students of mine have created web series, created movies, put stage plays on. You find a way to be creative because it's about saying yes to yourself before anybody else says yes to you.
So you've got to keep working all the time. And you've got to keep this energy or this ball rolling all the time.
Right.
So what do you do? What do you tell students when they come to you and they go, okay, I've had it. Economy's bad. I can't find meaningful work. I can't continue what I love. I got to go back to so and so and work there. I hate this job, but I love acting. But I can't. I'm going to leave acting. What do you tell them?
Well, I mean, it depends. Sometimes people just have to leave acting and go do something else to be happy. I mean, what I tell them is do something,
But
do
suppose
whatever.
they're not happy.
Do what it takes to make you happy.
Yeah.
But mostly what I would say to someone is stop complaining and get off your ass. Can I say that in here? And take action.
Can now.
And take action, take action. Get something, don't sit back and wait for the phone to ring, because that's very,
Do you have to make calls for some of your students, or do you have to help them out in certain ways? I mean, do you kind of have to bend over a little backwards? Because we were also talking about befriending people in this business. You have the gift, I have called it, of this diversity of talent that you're exposed to year after year. You meet some really interesting kids.
I do. I think I meet some extraordinary talent. And I have picked up the phone in some instances when I've known that a particular actor was perfect for a part. In my movie that I just did, I have a newcomer. Everybody likes to discover who is the next Leonardo DiCaprio of tomorrow. And I have this fabulous young actor, Garrett Backstrom, who plays Herman in my movie.
Yeah.
And I think he's someone that you'll see he will have a career.
Realistically, though, what is the percentage of someone, or let me put it another way, what is the likelihood if you have five of your students, one of those students or less than one of those students is going to make it? Is it like basketball? Every young kid in high school wants to be play for the NBA, but we know that a very, very small percentage are really going to make it.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look at a class with 50 people, probably 10 out of 50 will have a career. And maybe 2 out of the 50 will have, a career that will have longevity. Those are, obviously, those are statistics that change. But that's right. There's only 1 or 2 in a class that will still be in the business in a decade from now.
Do you ever have to tell students that they're not going to make it, or they just don't have it?
No, I would never say that, because I don't have that kind of crystal ball. I think that a lot of people are talented. It depends how hard they're willing to work for that talent.
All right, as we wind up our little chat here, tell me how confident you feel, or not confident, I should say, about the economy and how things are going.
I know this is a big topic in your show.
Sure is.
Listen, I am a hopeful person, and and I'm very passionate about the fact that I believe in our world. I have children. I believe that our world can get better. I think that with every generation we become smarter. And even though we live in a dangerous world, in a perilous world, and the economy is so fragile, I want to believe, and a lot of my friends are big economists, I want to believe that we're incredibly resilient and we're survivors and we will make it through.
Are they as equally confident as you?
Yes, some of them are and some of them are not. It's a very split, group.
And when you say that, you're not acting, are you?
Definitely not.
Michelle Danner, thank you so much. It's such a
you.
pleasure meeting you and shaking the hand of the hand that has shaken Chris Rock. He's one of my favorite. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And you're watching LA Business Today.
Occupy LA is focused on many issues progressive leaders in Hollywood have been fighting for a long time.
Peace activists and union leaders all showed up downtown to support Occupy LA before the protesters were removed and arrested.
The world is watching Occupy LA and Occupy Wall Street, as LA and New York are both predicted to be trillion-dollar economies by 2020.
In fact, Forbes magazine predicted Tokyo, LA, and New York would be the leading economies in the world by the end of the decade.
LA Business Today is the only TV talk show dedicated to in-depth interviews with the business newsmakers in this economy.
Thanks for being with us today. I'm Bob Jimenez.
I'm Sharon Jimenez. Bob and I will see you again next week.
Coyotes are in your neighborhood, here are some important steps to protect your home. Secure all garbage containers with straps. Spray garbage containers with ammonia to hide the odor of food. Bring garbage containers out the day of pickup. And never leave garbage containers open. Fences should be 6 to 8 feet in height, extending into the ground 3 to 4 feet. The top of the fence should have an angled addition. Randomly blinking lights or water sprinklers activated by sound or movement can deter a coyote. Collect yard fruit as soon as possible. Keep your home garden properly fenced. Remove pet drinking and eating bowls to the inside of the house. Keep all pets inside the house or in an extremely secure enclosure. When off your property, walk your pet with a leash. And never allow your pet to roam away from the house by itself. Above all, never feed a coyote. You endanger yourself, your children, and everyone in your community. If you have any questions about coyotes, please call this number.
Nothing makes a home as cozy as electricity, but it can be dangerous, so look out and live. To keep safe at home, follow these tips from the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. Electricity can arc through the air. Just getting close can give you a shock. Near electrical wires, never use ladders, especially aluminum. They are easy to lift, but make superb conductors and a great path to ground.
I was leaning on something and I created ground through my chest, and that gave me a pretty good shock.
Keep antennas and satellite dishes far from power lines. This model shows you why. Water is a conductor. Be cautious about building pools near electrical lines. And when it's time to clean, keep aluminum handles far away. Don't trim trees if power lines run through them. Grease-sap and rain can act as conductors. Call DWP to have branches cut safely. Power is sometimes distributed underground. Even if you're just digging for landscaping, call ahead of time. All outdoor lighting and outlets should be weatherproof with ground fault interrupters. Make a conscious choice to look out and live.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Good morning. Today is Tuesday, May 15th. I'd like to welcome everybody to your City Hall, your council chambers. This is a meeting of the Los Angeles City Council. We meet every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. The public is welcome. Please come down. With that said, Madam Clerk, do we have a quorum?
Yes, Mr. President.
Then let's call a roll.
Alarcon, Buscaino, Cardenas, Englander, Garcetti, Huizar, Carets, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosnell, Zion, Weston, 11 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
First order of business.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Reyes moves, Mr. Labange seconds. Next.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Garcetti moves, Mr. Corrett seconds.
Mr. President, today is Tuesday, and now would be the time for the flag salute.
Okay, if I could ask everyone to please rise for the salute of the flag led by Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. If I could ask everybody to rise and please put your hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. At this time, Madam Clerk, why don't we go through the agenda? If you could please start off with the first section of items.
Mr. President, there are a number of items that request to be continued. Item number 1F is a request to be continued to June 15. Item 1J is request to be continued to May 29th. Item 14 is a request to be continued to May 29th. And item 2 has been requested to be continued to May 23rd.
Okay, without objection.
Mr. President,
yes.
I'd like to hold 1K for Mr. Parks.
Okay.
For until he arrives. Yeah, thank you.
Did you get that, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Okay. I think we still have one item left, though, that we can vote on.
Yes, and also, Mr. President, the Department of Building and Safety reports that item 1A may be received and filed inasmuch as the lien has been paid.
Okay, without objection. So with the remaining item, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
$11 ayes.
Okay, let's move to the next section.
Items 3 through 10 are items for which public hearings have been held.
Okay, now I've been informed that at Mr. Alarcon's request that he'd like to refer item 3 back to committee.
And that would be to the Arts, Parks, Health, and Aging Committee.
Yes, Madam Clerk, so without objection. Member specials, Mr. Englander.
8 and 10, please.
Mr. Garcetti?
7, please.
No more specials? Okay, let's prepare to vote on this item. Let us.
Excuse me, Mr. President. I believe there was a request to receive and file item 5 by Mr. Huizar.
Okay, then without objection. Let's prepare to vote. Let's. Mr. Koretz?
I'd like to call item number 9 special.
I don't think so. Yeah, okay. Mr. Koretz, item 9. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next section, Madam Clerk.
Items 11 through 22 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes required for consideration.
Okay, which one of those items is connected to item 3? Is it
Item 12.
Okay, so at the request of the Chair of Arts and Parks, we will refer this item back to committee as well. Okay, do we have cards?
Cards on items 13, 14, and 17.
Member special. Okay, Mr. Buscaino calls 11 special. Any more specials? Do we have cards? Oh, we have cards on 13, 14, and 17, and that's it, right?
Correct.
Okay, let's open the roll then. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Madam Clerk, let's go to the next section.
On the supplemental agenda, items 23 through 26 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes required for consideration.
Without objection. Any cards?
Cards on items 23 and 26.
Members' specials. Items 23 through 26. No specials. Let's prepare to vote. Let's open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Where does that bring us to at this point, Madam Clerk?
General public comment or presentations?
Okay, let's call. Are we ready for the? In fact, first I want to call on Mr. Garcetti.
It's showtime. Come on. Thank you very much, Mr. President. This is just a very brief presentation, but I wanted to introduce a great visitor, Tom LaBonge, who I think biked to work today. I saw his bike downstairs, and that's why he's in his casual gear today. He's usually our great town caller here and somebody who welcomes visitors from out of town. But we have a visitor from a very exotic place here today, Idaho, who is visiting. Colleen Babcock, who is the mother of Angela Mota, who is my great Hollywood deputy, is visiting Los Angeles as part of her vacation from Arco, Idaho. She grew up in Moore, Arco, and Shelley, Idaho, which are rural towns in southeast Idaho, raising two children, KJ and Angela. Angela's here with her husband, Bill Babcock, in Arco. She started as a hairstylist, but went to school to become a bookkeeper for the local newspaper and became copy editor and office manager of the weekly community paper, and thus her activism started. And I wanted to present her in front of the council because we always welcome folks who have given to their neighborhoods, to their towns, to their cities, and Colleen is a great example of that. She's been involved in improving her small county of 2,900 residents for decades. Now, we can sit around here and say our districts have 250,000 people, but we know that 2,900, they say the smaller the town, the more vicious the politics, and so it can be just as intense as we know at the local level. But she has fought hard. In the early 80s, after the municipal pool was damaged beyond repair, she worked to get a bond measure on the ballot to fund a community youth center and pool. She organized the Winter Rose Festival, which involved a parade, snow sculpture contest, and festival activities celebrating geothermal resources utilized by a local rose producer. And she was one of the first women to break into the Lions Club and was a leader in the organization for years, organizing youth ski lessons and eye exam drives. And after the passing of her husband, Bill, she took over treasurer duties for the Craters of the Moon National Monument Foundation. So, Mr. LaBonge, when you're ready to visit the Craters of the Moon National Monument Foundation, you got a friend right here. They support the National Park Service in operating 53,000 acres. We might have 250,000 people per district, but she's got 53,000 acres of volcanic formations and lava flows right next door to her. And most recently, she spearheaded fundraising efforts to benefit a local family whose 27-year-old son became paralyzed after a car accident. She helped the family operate their small business while attending to their son's therapy needs, and she's very proud of her two children, who both look to her still as an example of a selfless and spirited individual. So we wanted to welcome you, Colleen Babcock, the City of Angels, on this occasion of your visit to the John Ferraro Council Chambers. Please congratulate her for her activism and welcome her to LA. You want to say anything? Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate it. We'll take a picture together. Okay, why don't you stand? It's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Okay, what we'll do now, we'll begin public comment, general public comment. Sean Murphy, Cheryl Eichlees, please come forward. And I think it's George Abraham.
Good morning, Mr. President, City Council. You missed my birthday on the 24th, Mr. President. I know you had a fall. I forgive you. The streets need to be repaved. The city has to to operate normal. We don't want any more layoff. We don't want any layoffs, is what I'm trying to say. And I have some flyers, 26 flyers for my benefit concert to the city council. Sergeant Arms, would you pass them?
Sergeant, could you please get the materials that Mr. Murphy has in his hands?
And I'm glad you're back at city council, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Just be careful.
Next time I will. Anyway, happy belated birthday, Sean. Cheryl, please come forward, followed by, I believe, George Abrahams.
Hello, my name is Cheryl Eichley, and I'm a member of Occupy Los Angeles. I live in District 4, and I speak for myself today. It's been a while since I've been in the chambers. I've been out fighting Wall Street as hard as I can, probably about 80 to 100 hours a week that I volunteer to fight foreclosures. So I have no families with me here today, but we are contacted on a daily basis by families who are being fraudulently foreclosed on and illegally evicted. I guess there's been a new report that's come out that says that Occupy Los Angeles has cost the city $4.7 million. And I'd just like to say, and I've said it before, freedom of speech is not free. All the rights come at a cost, and I've said it before, Kent State, when we look back in history, they're not talking about the cost of the ammunition that they used to kill those children, to those students. They don't talk about the damage to the lawn. What they talk about is the freedoms that we've gained for standing up for what's right. And I know Mr. Alarcon, Councilman Alarcon, has asked for a report on how much have the big banks cost the city of Los Angeles. And as far as I know, that report has not come back yet. But that is the reason why Occupy Los Angeles fights. That's the reason why there was an Occupy Wall Street movement in the first place, is because there are big banks that are fraudulently stealing homes from families, stealing money from pension funds, stealing monies from local municipalities. What we really need to talk about is the cost of Wall Street in our communities, the blight that they cause in the streets and in our cities. That's what we need to focus on, not a couple of young people standing up for what they believe in, for what they believe is right. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could get, again, I believe is Abrahams, George, and then a Fran Rettenbach, and then we'll go to the Valley to Donna Pearman. Good morning, sir.
Hi. This is the Save Hollywood Rattlesnake, and this is the Hollywood Community Plan. Now, you can see from the puncture marks that the Hollywood Community Plan is snake bit. We have been putting facts, data, and expert analysis into the administrative record, proving that the Hollywood Community Plan is fatally flawed, that the SCAG projections are inconsistent with the census data, the courts have ruled that facts trump projections, that an increase in street traffic is unmitigatable, that there is no funding for infrastructure and therefore unmitigated, that transit-oriented development is a financial failure, that the build-out maximums necessary for an increase in zoning have not occurred, that a land use element that is growth-inducing is contradictory to the general plan framework that is growth-neutral, that the downzoning option was never properly considered. Left untreated, the Hollywood Community Plan will die. The only question is, will it die in council or in the courts? None of us wants the no project option. The plan has some good elements in it, such as hillside protection, height limits, and some downzoning. We want the plan to live. Send the plan back to City Planning Department to give it the anti-venom to have these fatal defects corrected. Supporters of the plan have been trying to make this a numbers game, hoping to induce the City Council to do a Thelma and Louise vote to pass the plan in its current form. But for a plan that cannot survive a legal challenge, the number of supporters is irrelevant. The only numbers that count are the number of people who are aware that if the council does approve the plan in its current form, it will only result in unnecessary cost to the city and delay getting a plan in place that will survive legal scrutiny and will serve the interests of both residents and businesses in Hollywood.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Fran Reichenbach. It's rumored that our message about the flawed data in the Hollywood Community Plan is finally getting through. But that's not good enough. Certainly we enjoy the delay because it gives us more time to collect funds for our lawsuits. What's missing are your voices. Each and every one of you esteemed council members should have the opportunity to look hard at the facts in the Hollywood Community Plan and speak your mind on it. After all, this Hollywood Community Plan update is a template for updates already being crafted in several of your districts. Every community plan must eventually be updated. If this plan goes forward in its current form, it'll be years in litigation before the city is forced to correct it and recirculate the EIR. That's a lot of time and money fighting and losing. The smart money is on doing the right thing now. Correct the plan with the addition of a downzoning alternative, recirculate that EIR. Your vote could make that happen. As a result, you may get to see your community plans updated in your lifetime. People for Livable Communities has organized to watch over this plan. SaveHollywood.org. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the Valley now for Donna Pearman.
Okay, hello. This is Donna Perriman. Anyway, and when I said, I want to say real fast, when I said in 13, vote for 13, I meant, remember in 2013, think of number 13, Eric Garcetti for mayor. Anyway, I brought up the issue of closing the Van Nuys teleconference to the Van Nuys Neighborhood Council. And they're going to make a resolution to speak to you to save the Van Nuys City Hall teleconference. If you care about the Valley, you will keep it open. The council and its staff gets to have the use of 84 cars, I read. They have their own gas station, and what I hear, council members have unlimited mileage. So I always say they're always working, so therefore they shouldn't have to write it down where they're going. When you eliminate an unnecessary perks, isn't there over $178,000 salary enough to have your own cars? Exception, Councilman Eric Garcetti has no cars listed being paid by us, so he must lease his own car, electric car. We need the city council to stop throwing our money away, first for fee waivers. I mean, for a long time they had a lot of fee waivers, and then now, and the CRA, of course, we knew about that. But now I hear somebody else is going to be taking over for the CRA, so we're not out of the woods on that one. The city council has shown they're not employee friendly. Always ask for concessions from the city employees. They take little concessions themselves, but they can afford to do so, so that's why they do so. Unlike the hardworking city employees, who should be commended for all the hard work that they do, all public public servants do, and most of them do a fantastic job, so I really think they should be commended, and they should get a thing from the city council. Anyway, our mayor wants to take it from the taxpayers and then the employees. And in the meantime, think about what the mayor gets.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call Mr. Herman, and I think it's Roberto Figueroa and Michael Carrion.
Barrier there, Mr. Wilson. How do we report waste, fraud, and theft? Get involved, LA. Get involved. We constituents, those of us within the public, we must get involved. Our governor proposes to increase our taxes at a time when the majority of us, whether we're in Beverly Hills, Boyle Heights, East Los Angeles, we're going through tough economical times, are we not? So we say to ourselves, how do we become more cost efficient? How do we save from going over our budget? Well, let's ask the mayor to be, the mayor to come. I support, at this point, which could change, but if you listen to Zuma Dog, Mr. Salzberg, in his commentaries on YouTube, you will see that Zumadog has always been right on subjects of matter pertaining to our livelihoods. He was efficient, effective, and responsible to communicate to you, the public, we, the public, that Zumadog for mayor, you got my vote. Why? Because he has been attentive. Well, Mr. Garcetti, there's still time for you. There is still time. But show me what you can do for our community in Boyle Heights when it comes to what I ask in response for activity in Boyle Heights, East Los Angeles, because the minority live there. Our schools are run down. Our schools have not improved in education. And according to what Mr. Brown proposes to do, it's terrible at a time like this.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. Felicito Roberto Figueroa.
Democracy.
Please come forward. Followed by Michael Carrion.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the council. One quick question. Are you in the position to give out an explanation?
You just make your statement. We don't comment generally during
So I'm in the
comment.
wrong place.
Well, just let us know what
Okay,
your issue is, and we'll have
just-
somebody speak to you when you finish.
One more quick comment. Are you going to call me a liar if I say to you that you are infringing in my human rights? Are you going to call me a liar?
Let him finish, and then
Are you going to call me a liar if I make this comment that there are no cameras in my restroom or my room? Are you going to call me a liar? And if you are, then you disgust me. You are disgusting. Every single one of you. You should be ashamed of yourselves, reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. That's it.
Michael Carrion.
Mr. President.
Yes, and Mr.
Mr.
Cardenas.
President, for the people who are watching our council meetings, the items that the council members are allowed to discuss are items that are agendized. If, for example, somebody comes up to the podium and the right to speak freely to this council, if it's not agendized, then it would be outside of the rules for us to dialogue back and forth on that matter. Because we are a body that follows Robert's Rules of Order and the Brown Act and also the city charter, then the fact of the matter is that we deliberate here on the floor on items that were actually agendized. If it's not agendized, people have the freedom to speak on whatever they would like to speak on, but at the same time, unfortunately, the council is not allowed to dialogue back and forth on an item that's not agendized. Is that along those lines, Mr. City Attorney?
Just one little tweak. They have the right to talk about anything that's within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city.
Yes, subject matter of the city. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Cardenas and Mr. City Attorney. Michael Carrion, followed by Arnold Sachs, followed by Armenic Norajanian. Michael.
What Mr. Cardenas forgot to tell you is that you can respond within 50 words or less, but yet when it goes over, nobody stops you when it's convenient to the councilman and woman. I'm here in the Soto Grade retaining slope, or whatever they're calling it. I have a question. Maybe somebody here can answer it. Mr. Garcetti sits on that board, and Mr. Buciano sat there the other day. If you guys can get authorization to build Farmer Field in less than a year, why can't we get a retaining wall done in El Sereno in 8 years? Wow. Everybody's quiet today. Nobody can answer the question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people are either reading the paper or on their computer. Then they catch the tail end of something and they get all upset because they feel their feelings were hurt. This is what upsets us. When we come here, you don't pay attention to us. We've got Ms. Perry running for mayor, but she's not paying attention. So I wonder if she ever gets elected, will she pay attention or just ignore people? Got her attention now. I'm not here to play games. I will put you on Front Street. I'm here to ask, why can't we get this wall built in El Sereno? It's one little wall. Soto Street is our Beverly Boulevard, is our Wilshire Boulevard, and you closed it off to pedestrians. For 8 years it's been closed. And you don't open it. Across the street is mud. You can't walk across it. But nobody seems to give a rat's padut about it. You know what? Just because we're Latinos doesn't mean we don't have feelings.
Thank you,
we
Michael.
Vote.
Thank you, Michael. Next is Mr. Arnold Sachs, followed by Mr. Norajanian. Mr. Norajanian, start moving up here. Mr. Sachs.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. And thank you, Councilman Cardenas, for clarifying what we can say on this side of the mic and what the procedures are. So in your clarification, you mentioned that items not on the agenda would not be spoken to by the council, but items on the agenda would be spoken to by the council. So just out of curiosity, because we come up here sometimes and ask about items on the agenda, because that's part of the procedure. When's the last time somebody on this side of the microphone got an answer from a councilman regarding a question on an item on the agenda? You had the high-speed rail, and I've got something about that. You had the film tax credit. Oh, that was heard in committee, but I've got something about that. So please, when you clarify like that, say, oh, by the way, the Brown Act says we don't talk about things not on the agenda, but we also don't talk about things on the agenda to the public if they ask questions. Because I've been coming here, like I said, a little over 6 years, and I can't remember, except to clarify or correct when somebody makes an egregious error, somebody getting in dialogue with a person on this side of the mic. We've had corrections, though, but we have never had anybody say, step up and tell the truth. Speaking of the truth, it's too bad Councilman Koretz is not here, because I wanted to comment on his remarks he made about the film tax credit. And he mentioned how he was disillusioned that the Battle of L.A. didn't get filmed in L.A. but got filmed in Louisiana. And in this newspaper article from the Daily Breeze, bears from the 11th of March, the developer, the film producer, needed to have a freeway closed for a month in order to do the film. That's why he went to Louisiana, because they were willing to do it. I don't remember.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. Thank you. Mr. Norajanian. Mr. Labange.
As we welcome public comment. Often I and other members go to the ropes on the side to meet with constituents when they have ideas, and we welcome that as well. And often we call on Avak and others to help and assist. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, City Council members. Good morning, fellow Angelinos. My name is Armenak Nurijayan, and I'm a liberal Democrat and human rights advocate. As such, I run for the seat of California State Assembly from South Central Los Angeles, 59th District. I ask the vast majority of black and Hispanic voters, which amounts to about 80,000 people, to vote for me as most progressive and most liberal candidate of all of us Democrats that run for that office. I propose to raise taxes against wealthy individuals 50%, and also raise taxes against gasoline selling corporation and oil producer manufacturers 50%, in order to increase social spending, to keep social programs up and running. I build my campaign on principles of racial integration, social justice, technological revolution, and environmental protection. That's all important principles I stand on. I also will provide 6 months free pregnancy leave for all Californian women. I propose to raise speed limit 20 on all Californians highways and freeways, 20 miles up, in order to to promote business interests. Also, I propose to make same-sex marriage law of the land. And I propose also to introduce a comprehensive ban against so-called medical marijuana dispensers that rip off substance abusers and make Angelenos, masses of Angelenos suffer with homelessness and loss of income. Also, as part of my campaign to fight wasteful spending, corruption and narco mafia, I actually condemn overrated Los Angeles councilman wages of $178,000 and ask city council members to cut those wages in half. I also ask Los Angeles council members to establish a comprehensive ban against...
Thank you. Now we'll go to the Valley. Marianne Fogler in the Valley. Marianne?
Hello. Yeah, I'm very procured by what the situation here is, that you're cutting back. In the meantime, you're not educating the public about obeying laws. And unfortunately, you're all doing this gun bag thing. You're doing everything illegal as much as you can. And that, to me, is a crime right there. You people have become criminally minded to allow people running red lights and allow yourselves to illegally buy guns for $100, $200, so that you can erode away our rights to protect our country and people who are trying to kill us. We have a man who is now been abducted, and he's begging for his life. He's now with Al-Qaeda. So, folks, the war is not over by a long shot. Don't surrender your weapons. This is exactly what they want to do, is create a communistic system here. They want to have communism. They're using race as an issue to have everybody divide against one another, and we can't afford that. This is for the security of our nation. So I'm telling you, don't get taken by the politicians. Okay, they're liars. What Obama said in his first election, he says now he's for gays. You don't know what this guy's going to say. And I just saw in the 700 Club, he's allowing his American Department of Justice to continue selling weapons illegally so that they can blame the American people for it and take away our guns. Don't allow it to happen. Like the Holocaust, what my so-called friend did to me. It's called...
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, that concludes general public comment. Mr. Alarcon, for a presentation.
Come on, don't be shy. Get in the picture. The camera's over there. Okay, all around. Yeah, there we go. I think you can stand anywhere. The camera will probably get you. This is just my gift. Council members. Council members, it's my tremendous pleasure and honor to bring to you the Warriors from Alamany High School basketball team. If you didn't notice, we are so fortunate to be able to honor teams that have had tremendous success, winning city championships and region championships. Well, I'm here to tell you that Alamany High School are the state champions in CIF 3 Division basketball. They won in Sacramento. They won in Sacramento, and you would have thought it was home in Sacramento, because there were 400 students and family members who joined them in Sacramento to enjoy a spectacular victory. The truth is that, you know, I remember working with Alamany High School just after the earthquake in 1994, when the school was essentially destroyed and it had to be moved. And it took us years to relocate them across the street right next to the San Fernando Mission. And, you know, a lot of people at the time were saying they might not be able to save Alamany High School. It was a tremendous financial hardship, but I want to thank the Archdiocese for never giving up on Alamany High School. And I think this success is demonstrative of the tremendous resilience of Alamany High School. My sisters went to Alamany. My mother couldn't afford for me to go, but I have a tremendous connection not only with family members who attended Alamany, but also with students of mine from Mary Immaculate who attended Alamany. So let me tell you a little bit about this team. The championship capped off an outstanding season where the Warriors finished with an impressive 33-4 overall record. The team's success is obviously no small part due to Coach Trey Meeks, who is in his 7th year as head coach of the Warriors. In fact, I believe, yes, the LA Times has made him Coach of the Year. Congratulations, Coach Meeks. In 2010, he coached the varsity team to the CIF finals, and in 2011, he coached the team to the CIF semifinals, and of course, this year, they won the state finals. Some of you might have caught the Warriors' victory in their CIF Southern Section Championship game against St. John Bosco High School. With a trip to the state finals on the line, KJ Muffet made a layup with 2.5 seconds remaining to win the game 62-61. KJ had missed 15 games during the season but came back before the playoffs started and provided the clutch basket for his team. That's indicative of everybody contributing to this team. I am proud to welcome these student athletes to council today, congratulate them on their amazing season. We can sometimes forget that student athletes like the Championship Warriors squad are a source of pride and inspiration for our communities in general. I would like to point out a couple of special considerations. As a teacher, I want to mention the academics as well. I want to congratulate Marquez Coleman, Senior, who is 2012 second team All-State, 2012 Daily News Player of the Year, 2012 Battle of the Valley All-Star MVP, but he's also received a scholarship to the University of Nevada with a 3.4 GPA. Max Gersey. Max Gersey is a senior. He was a 2012 co-MVP Mission League Player of the Year, 2012 CIF Division 3A Co-Player of the Year, 2012 Third Team All-State Scholarship to Rice University with a 3.6 GPA. Jericho Richardson is also a senior, second team All-Mission League, second team CIF Division 3A, and he has a scholarship to the University of Nevada for playing football. And finally, just to not leave this to just the seniors, I want to point out Rajwan Bear Henderson, who's a sophomore and made it to the second All-Team Mission League, second team CIF Division 3A, second team All-State sophomore team, and is guaranteeing that Alamany will be competitive for the next 2 years. Coach Trey Meeks, of course, is in his 7th season, as I mentioned, but was CIF Division 3A Coach of the Year. And as I mentioned, the Los Angeles Times Coach of the Year. You know, we are all proud of our students, and we don't give enough credit to students when they do the right thing. We're so quick to point out the negative things that young people get involved with. But today we are here to celebrate some young people who came together as a community and fought for their community to be the best in the entire state of California. So with that, it's my honor and privilege to introduce Coach Meeks, who coached the state's championship team for 2012. Coach. Yeah. Oh, you didn't know that?
Oh, no, I didn't. What an honor to be here. We thank every one of you guys for giving us the opportunity to be presented with this prestigious award. These guys worked so hard to accomplish the goal that they set out from the beginning of the season. So we're just grateful to God and grateful to you guys for giving us the opportunity to be honored here today. Thank you.
So with that, I do have certificates of recognition to all the players and the coaches. And again, we want to congratulate the Alamany Warriors on this tremendous accomplishment.
Councilor, before you conclude, we do have one councilor on the queue, Councilor Buscaino.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Alarcon, for bringing these fine champions to City Hall. I just want to stand and congratulate this great team. You are truly champions, not only in Warriors, not only on the court, but in the classroom too, which is great. You are all scholar athletes. I had an opportunity to visit Vermont Day in my district in Watts, and what an amazing Catholic school in my district. And this reminds me of the fine work the teachers, Coach Meeks, you've instilled character, compassion, and commitment on the court, as well as off the court as well. So congratulations to you and the team, and thank you, Mr. Alarcon, for raising this issue and bringing these champions to City Hall. And in light of, our LA teams are all in the playoffs, are you looking at the Clippers, the Lakers, as well as the Kings? Let's continue to root not only for you, but also for our LA teams currently in the playoffs. Congratulations. We love you, and we're continuing to pray for you. Well done.
Councilor Alarcon.
Buscaino, who is extremely proud of his Italian heritage, reminds me of something I forgot to mention. And I should recognize the principal, Frank Ferry, who is also very proud of his Italian heritage. But the interesting thing that the students don't know is that Frank Ferry's grandmother was my third grade teacher at Holy Rosary. So they have a long history of teachers in the Ferry family. And the Northeast San Fernando Valley has a tremendous Italian heritage that Frank is very proud of. So congratulations again to Alamany High School for their tremendous accomplishment.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Let's go take pictures.
Okay. See no one else on the queue?
We're following.
Madam Clerk?
Mr. President, takes council to items called special. The first item is item 1C, called special for cards.
Okay, item 1C. We do have several cards on item 1C. I'd like to have Darrell Hensley come on up to the microphone. Then have, okay, 1C.
Yes, I'm Darrell Hensley. I'm from District 11. My case was started in 1999, and I bought two permits, one for a carport and one for a swimming pool. I have the permit and the final permit signed, but the city seems to think that they've misplaced theirs and they won't allow mine to go into effect, or I haven't been able to talk to someone. And a representative in Mr. Rosenthal's office went over to the building department with me, and they okayed the building permit and the sign off, but I can't get the city inspectors to sign that off. And I've been signed off for 10 years or so, and here's my pool and carport. And I think that if they would look into it more, they would see everything, because I have the permit cards and the sign-offs. Thank you.
Are you done, sir?
Yes.
Councilmember Rosendahl?
Sit with you about this. They should have signed off on it, obviously, and I'm sorry that you had to come down here. Let's talk on the side right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Councilor Rosendahl, we're going to go for a vote at this time, or do you want us to hold that on the table while you speak with them? All right. All right, we'll do that. We'll hold one seat on the table while Councilmember confers with his constituents. We do have two other cards on 1E. Mr. Herman, I believe, and Gerard Castillo on 1E. And colleagues, as advised from the clerk, we will be voting on each item. So this is 1E. Mr. Castillo, please come to the microphone. Give us your name and address.
Gerardo Castillo. My address is 803 West Anaheim Street.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to get a continuance.
Okay, and
I wanted to show you, I got some pictures.
okay, and do you know which council district you're in?
No.
Council District 15 is.
District 15. Councilor Buscaino?
Yes.
Okay. Just a moment, please. Would you like to offer him a continuance?
Yes, so we met with Building and Safety, and Mr. President, Building and Safety wants us to proceed with this.
Proceed?
Yes.
So his request for continuance is not being... Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So please make your case, sir.
Yeah, I bought this property in 1998, and graffiti was already there, but it started getting bad, worse, and I had a bunch of young men do a drawing for me. Can I show you this?
Sergeant Arms, can you please pick up the documents? Mr. Castillo, please proceed.
This is where I bought it, but the people started.
Mr. Castillo.
This is what I did. Hold on.
I just need to hear you on the record with microphones. That's important for you to speak into the microphone.
I gave him the pictures, and before and after, so you could see them yourself. I would appreciate it.
Okay, and the councilor of the district is reviewing them now. Do you have anything else you'd like to add?
And now I took the mural away. It's been a while.
Okay. Would you like to continue with your...
Well, I feel it's not fair, to get cited for some art that these youngsters did for me. It's not graffiti. It was graffiti before, for 8 years, and no one said anything to me.
Okay. So your appeal is to...
Well, right now I don't have no mural. I took it away. It's been a while. But I wish I would have kept it because it's very beautiful art. If you could see it yourself, I'd appreciate it if you take the time.
Okay, sir. Does that conclude your presentation, sir?
Pretty much.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Castillo.
So what do I do now?
Well, we'll be hearing from the council member of the district. He has suggested that we continue moving forward, and we're going to follow his lead as the council member of the district.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Yes, 1C, we'd like to continue that for 2 weeks.
For 2 weeks?
Right.
Okay.
Thank
you. And that's until May 29th, Mr. President.
That's May 29th. That's for 1C. Councilman Buscaino for 1E. We do have one more card, I believe it's Mr. Herman, and would like to speak afterwards. Mr. Herman would like to speak on 1E.
I was C, right?
Was it C? Because it looks like an E, but go ahead.
Sorry about that little cursive malfunction. Well, you've heard the comments, and I made comments in regards to how building and safety and the way the regulations and their misuse of city ordinances and municipal codes. You see how simple things can distort a community when you have a community being impacted by the use and misuse of city ordinances? At a time as well, I sympathize with this gentleman about his art. Art is beautiful. We need more art in our community to make us feel as though we're in another country. But again, the city has an ordinance about illegal murals illegal signs, and we're still waiting for that moratorium to come with its answer. But going back to this point, Zuma Dog, David Salzberg, who's running for mayor for 2013, said, why such violations of liens for nuisance abatements when the city doesn't uphold to them? If the city of Los Angeles would uphold to these abatement orders and comply to them, many of the folks here today wouldn't be here contesting their violations or their citations. There's got to be open dialogue to communicate to these people within our community, whether it's from Mr. Buscano's area or Mr. Lambange or Boyle Heights. Because I know people who have been hindered, insulted, and put into a situation where these non-compliance codes have disturbed their lives and the quality of their life. So I say to you, council members in question, what will you do to prohibit these illegal actions from building and safety and stay in compliance with LA Municipal Code? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that does take care of 1C. That's been moved. Now we are voting on 1E. Mr. Busquino?
Mr. President, before we move forward on 1E, I'd like to have the building and safety representative please come to the table. I understand we've exhausted all measures in working with the property owner here on specifically item 1E. Can you just tell us what has happened and why do we plan on moving forward with this?
Yes, that's right. My name is Charles Kalibala. I'm a representative from the Department of Building and Safety, and I'm here to talk about that item 1E. Now, in this case, what happened is that the Department of Building and Safety inspectors on December 6, 2009, they performed inspections at this property and they found violations of the Los Angeles Municipal Code. And the property owner was ticketed. He just talked a moment ago. They found illegal signs at this property and he was ticketed. He was cited and invoices were generated. They were sent to him. He failed to pay them. And this was way back in 2009. So it's been 2 to 3 years. He hasn't paid for the invoices. He hasn't complied. He was supposed to have complied within a week or two. He claims he complied like after maybe 2 or 3 months, but he didn't. The records in the department indicate that he failed to comply and failed to pay for the invoices. So the department is charging him $2,527.49, and the department is also recommending that this lien be placed on his property due to his failure to pay. And the breakdown of this amount is $550 is a non-compliance code enforcement fee. There's a charge of a late fee of $1,375. Accumulated interest came to $549.49, and a title report fee of $53. That comes up to $2,527.49. And the department is recommending that the lien be confirmed based on his failure to comply with the code.
Very good. Colleagues, I would move that we move forward on item 1E and for a vote, and I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's open the roll on 1E. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Thank you. We have one more speaker, I believe Mr. Michael Carrion, on item 1 in general and not one specific lien. So colleagues have been voting on each lien on item per item, but Mr. Carrion.
Okay, we got weed abatement. We got abatement. We got nuisance. For 8 years, we've been living with a nuisance on Soto Street, but nobody here seems to file a complaint and put it in this category. This is what we asked for. Where's building and safety at? Are they doing the same thing that parking enforcement is doing? Dancing around with hookers? And yet turning around and telling these people that their property is not up to code? Maybe the councilman prior to this didn't care about what was going on. Okay? But you seem to be putting all the burden back on the public. Again, the Soto Street slope is an eyesore. Weed abatement is not being done. Oh, wait a minute. That's on the sidewalk. It belongs to the city of Los Angeles. Why don't you put yourself in weed abatement? Mr. Mayor Pro Temp, Mr. Mayor to be, wannabe. What's he going to do about this? I don't know. He's going to ignore it again. The other mayor wannabe is not even here listening. So I ask you guys, how can you pick and choose what is going to be cleaned and what is not going to be cleaned? I guess it's the councilman who chooses what properties can go into nuisance. Try to walk across Soto Street. Try to get across in a wheelchair. Is that not a nuisance when you can't get across? Yet it's not listed here. Try to go across the street and go up in the mud. Try to do it in a wheelchair. If anyone sitting here not paying attention can do it, I'll give you an apple. But I guess nobody can do it because nobody's not even going to try. Why? Because you don't care. You sit here with your high salaries, signing off on people's lives and don't do nothing about it unless it affects you personally. I think Councilman Buscano should look into this. Don't believe.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Clerk, what's next?
Item 1K, call special for cards. Sorry, call special for Councilmember Parks.
Mr. Parks.
I'd like to continue it for 30 days.
Mr. Parks, I didn't hear you. Did you hear that, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Parks would like to continue the item for 30 days to June 15th.
Okay. Next.
Item 7, call special by Councilmember Garcetti.
You know what? At this, Mr. Buscaino, did the commissioner get here yet? So why don't we, Mr. Garcetti, how quickly is your item? Because then I want to do the responsible banking. Okay, let's start off with Mr. Buscaino's special, which was item 11. So if we could ask the commissioner to come forward, and Mr. Buscaino, you have the floor.
If I can, Mr. President, I'll defer to my colleague, Mr. Zine, who heads this committee. Oh, sorry, Mr. Alarcon.
Well, I was worried when you were going to defer to Mr. Zine, but I'm a little more comfortable now that I know that you're going to defer to Mr. Alarcon. So, yeah. So, Mr. Are we going to fight over this? Mr. Zine. Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr.
I
Alarcon.
give you back control of your committee.
It's all right. We fight over committees. This is good. Good morning. I remember you in committee and your commitment to the people of Los Angeles. And if you can go into a little background and why you're qualified for this position, and looking at what you've done at your current employer, reduce costs, improve efficiency, which is what Quality and Productivity Commission is all about. You've cut the staff, you've made it more efficient. If you can go into something you've done there and how you're qualified for this position as Quality and Productivity Commissioner for the City of Los Angeles, I need to hear from you.
Sure. Well, good morning, council members. Thank you so much for having me. I'll kind of apologize ahead of time. Though I speak a fair amount, I don't do enough or I don't get nervous. And so I can tell I'm already getting nervous.
Don't be nervous because your future
thank you,
depends.
And I did want to wish Council Member Rosendahl happy birthday.
67 years old and going strong.
Thank you very much. You're very
Happy
welcome.
birthday.
So my name is David Green. My career is information technology. It's involved project management, business continuity, and other things like that. I've worked in finance and healthcare and other industries. And right now I work for the South Bay Workforce Investment Board. It was something where I came on board and I replaced 5 different people in their full-time jobs. And what I tried to do was to set the department on a good, solid footing to make sure that we had good policy, good procedures, and that we built quality in the things that we did. And I guess that's what I see for the commission is, you know as well as anyone, is that we're in a situation where we don't have a lot of resources, both for the city and also too for city commissions. And so I think, building quality into the commission itself will be one of my top priorities. Is when you don't have money, you have to make up with willpower and with working smart. And so I want to do all I can to make sure that the commission works well, that it works smart, and that it shows quality, and that what resources we do have are dedicated to those things that bring the biggest return to the city, that will make the most difference. And always, I'm open to anyone's suggestions. I said hello to Mr. Santana just a moment ago. We work under his auspices, and so whatever I can do to help his department, I want to do, and whatever I can do for the city council, I want to do that.
Thank you, David. And you've been at your current employer since 2004, and the South Bay Workforce Investment Board. So you're trying to get people to work and trying to improve their lives and the quality of lives, which is exactly what we need to do with Quality and Productivity Commission. So it falls parallel to what you're doing. Our friend from San Pedro has high accolades for you.
Well, thank you.
So you come from San Pedro. Are you familiar with the environment down there?
Very much so, and I started to get to know the city a bit too, as well as the budget and other things like that. And I'm not just a San Pedro boy. I'm also a Los Angeles guy, and of course a citizen.
How about a Valley guy?
I haven't spent as much time in the Valley. I grew up in Riverside, and so I know what heat is like, so I tend to stay near the ocean.
So you stay close to the ocean where it's cool. Okay, we had you in committee. You did very, very well there. You've got the qualification, you got the background, the desire, and with the 15 districts supporting you, I don't know how anyone could be opposed to your position on this. And again, all these departments that have fewer resources, fewer dollars, still the public demands that we deliver the best service we can. So it's critical, Quality and Productivity Commission, do that and get those departments to function in a proper fashion. More with less is basically what it's about.
I'll do my best.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just briefly, I want to thank the mayor for moving forward on this commission appointment. And thank you, Mr. Zine, and your committee for moving forward on this. David Green, I'm proud to call my first commission recommendation. A friend of the harbor area, very involved and active in numerous community-based organizations. And when it comes to this commission, we are entrusting him with improving the responsiveness, efficiency, and quality of services that we deliver to the city. So, and I have all my faith, trust, and confidence that David will perform and will continue to be committed to our great city. So I respectfully ask for an aye vote. Thank you, David, for your service.
Thank you, Joe.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes. Thank you for that shout out, first of all. How do you see yourself functioning within the worst of times in our city? We truly have less personnel now than we had from the Bradley days, yet we have more people in the city, plus we have more deteriorating streets and so on. And, we're in a tough moment. How do you see your role interacting with all these issues? And have you looked at the reports that the Commission has done, and do you have any thoughts on that as well?
Yes, one of the things I saw was the core reports that had to do with accounts receivable sorts of things, and I think with any organization is if you don't have cash going in, you don't last very long, and it's definitely true for the city as well. And in terms of the commission itself, is that there are three main objectives or efforts by the commission right now. One is an award to recognize innovation, productivity, and efficiency sorts of things. And then also, the second one having to do with there's a little bit of money that's set aside that can be loaned to departments so that they can explore new ways of doing business. And again, it's a loan, so they have to be able to prove that they can pay it back, that there's some benefit that way. Another initiative has to do with an effort to get the different departments of the city and their managers to talk together more, type of a thing. And so, you can only do a few things well. And so I think the purpose of the commission, or the intent this coming year, is to try to combine all three of those things so that we can kind of break down some of the silos, can reward those things where people are doing well. Is like Councilmember Alarcon said about the youth. We don't say enough good things about them. Well, we don't say good enough things about us and what the city is doing. And it's got to be scary when there are all kinds of layoffs and furloughs and things like that. And work needs to be more than just trying to preserve your job. It needs to be also trying to better the city and to better your job. And so we're hoping to be able to offer some small carrots, but carrots nonetheless, that'll prompt people to think outside the box a little bit more and try to be a little bit more entrepreneurial and certainly have better quality and better efficiency.
Well, first of all, thank you for stepping up. These are tough times for everybody, and we appreciate you getting engaged with us. I have some real issues about the layoffs that are being proposed and its impact on other aspects of it. If you could take a look at that by chance, the 231 potential layoffs, of which 159 are in the police department and the rest spread out throughout the city, I'd appreciate your insight into that.
Well, certainly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. No more speakers in the queue, so on this item, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Next, we'll go to, congratulations. Mr. Garcetti, we're going to go to your item, item 7, and then you'll be followed by Mr. Alarcon.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, I want to first of all thank all of the domestic violence shelters and organizations in LA for all the work that you do to help so many women in crisis, so many families in crisis, and to find solutions to reduce and to prevent domestic violence. Colleagues, I'm the point person for the Domestic Violence Task Force on the City Council, a role I inherited from Cindy Misikowski. And as such, I urge your support today on item 7. These shelters have helped so many families and women in their darkest hour of need. The continuing work to prevent and reduce domestic violence is critical to our city's safety. As we know, officers are called back time and time and time again to the same homes. Until we get people out of those situations, it doesn't make financial sense, but most of all, it rips families apart, and it can leave scars that last not only just for the survivors of domestic violence, but for their loved ones as well. The current demand for services for survivors of domestic violence far exceeds the current capacity that we have. So we need to use our resources efficiently, find smart ways to fund domestic violence agencies, shelters, and services in Los Angeles. And we need to help provide protection from a life-threatening home environment and help provide supportive services that assist in integrating back those survivors of domestic violence as well. As we have done a lot of work around here, it certainly is my vision that one day we also have, with our DART teams, which are our domestic abuse response teams, the ability to roll out and to be able to stop before we bring an officer back 10, 15 times, sometimes quite tragically, to residents, to be able to break that cycle of violence, save these individuals who are the victims, and then be able to reintegrate them back into life. So I thank the Community Development Department for this RFP, working with our block grant funds for the 38th year. A lot of people say there's so much waste in government, there's so much fraud, there's so much abuse. You look right here, the abuse is out there that these survivors are experiencing, and it is very important for us to make sure that we spend these anti-poverty dollars breaking that cycle of violence and giving some hope back to these women. I urge your support today. Thank you.
Mr. Zine.
No, my computer's giving problems. Nothing.
Mr. Zine?
No, nothing. It's still not working.
Okay. We have public comment. Mr. Garcetti?
Mr. President, public comment was satisfied in council and committee.
Oh, so we don't have to take up public comment. Okay, so with that said, prepare to vote. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Forthwith. Mr. Alarcon, are you ready with your item? Now we have public comment on your item. Do you want to, maybe we go 15 minutes, a minute each? Okay, so we'll do public comment on this item. We'll do a minute to each speaker.
And that's item 13, Mr. President.
Yes. And after, did you want to open up, Mr. Alarcon? Or you want to go straight to public comment?
Council members, as you know, we've been working on the responsible banking ordinance for almost 3 years now, and today we have the opportunity to approve the ordinance as written by the city attorney. I do have one minor change that was requested by the CAO, and we concur, and that is essentially just changing two terms. One is replacing the word goals with activities in section 20.95.1A, and in section 20.95.1C to replace 30 days with 60 days. The bottom line is that generally speaking, we are providing more scrutiny in the process of selecting banks for services with the city, but at this time I'd like to defer to public comment.
Thank you. I'd like to call forward at this time Cheryl Ike Lee, Anna Story, and Ann Williams. I called three names. I'd like to see three people. So that's Cheryl Ike Lee, Ann Story, and Ann Williams. Ms. Ike Lee.
Hi, thank you. My name is Cheryl Ike Lee.
1 minute.
I'm a member of Occupy Los Angeles, and I live in the District 4. Thank you. And I speak for myself today. I read the proposed ordinance, and it's taken us 3 years to get this far. I'm glad we got this far. I do have some concerns about enforcement and auditing. I didn't clearly see that in this ordinance, and I understand that there are some enforcement and auditing guidelines somewhere. Also, it doesn't say that we will be divesting any of our money from any banks that act irresponsible, and so that concerns me. And then a couple of the definitions, I don't know if they could be challenged or not, but it says commercial banks use cash deposits to make loans. Is that actually really what they're doing? They're not making that many loans, but I guess we'll find out 60 days after July 1st. And then the investment banking definition says underwriting services, and we know with the foreclosure crisis, the underwriting services have been gutted. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anna Story.
Good morning, Council President Wesson and honorable members of the City Council. My name is Anna Story, and I'm a managing attorney with Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles. For more than 80 years, LAFLA has served as a frontline law firm for poor and low-wage earners in Angelino seeking economic justice. We strongly support the Responsible Banking Investment Monitoring Program because we have seen firsthand how banks' operations have driven our current economic crisis. And we have seen what great good banks can do when they meaningfully participate in community investment and responsible lending. Banks must have local accountability, and this program will facilitate that. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Ann Williams.
Good morning. I'm Ann Williams with the Central City Association, representing 450 businesses, employing over 300,000 people in the Los Angeles region. CCA wants to thank CAO Santana and his staff for working so hard to bring the banking industry, the advocacy groups, and the city to the table on this issue. While we do not agree with everything in this ordinance, we sincerely appreciate the progress that has been made over the past 3 years, and we think that what is before you is an imperfect but fair compromise that captures those years of hard work and intense engagement by all the parties. Thank you.
Thank you. Magdalena Sierra, Gary Tobin, Mr. Herman. Magdalena Sierra. Well, here, Gary, if you get there first.
Good morning. I'm Gary Tobin with the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce. I, too, would like to thank Miguel and his team for the hundreds of hours that they put into this. and for averting what might have been a whole lot more money that the city might have spent if the regulations had been much more intensive than they are. We think this is a good compromise. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sierra, followed by Mr. Herman.
I knew somebody's...
We have a translation. Begin.
Okay. Vengo a pedirles, por favor,
I'm here to ask you and plead to you
que aprueben la ley
to please approve this ordinance,
de los banqueros responsables
this responsible banking ordinance,
por las casas que están en foreclosure, las casas que ha quitado el banco.
Please do this on behalf of the families whose homes are being foreclosed, for the homes that are currently in the bank's possessions.
Solo han hecho que nuestra ciudad se vea fea.
All this has resulted in our city looking ugly.
Y por favor que tengan más control con los bancos.
And please place a better control, have a better control with the banks.
Y que paren de estarnos robando a los contribuyentes.
And help us so they can stop robbing us, the taxpayers.
Porque eso nos afecta a toda la gente.
Because this affects all of us.
Pobre.
All of us.
Principalmente.
Residents of low income status, especially.
Eso es lo que yo quiero.
That's what I wanted to share with you.
Por favor.
Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Herman, followed by Father Scott, Dr. Yolanda Brown. Father Scott, you can just come forward, followed by Dr. Yolanda Brown. Good morning, Father.
Good morning. My name is Father Scott Santa Rosa. I'm the pastor of Dolores Mission Parish in Boyle Heights, and we participate in LA Voice, which represents 25 congregations across the city of Los Angeles, 35,000 families. I'm thinking today of Maria Garcia, one of my parishioners who lost her home to foreclosure. She lost also her entire savings. It is your responsibility as our elected officials to spend our money wisely and in the best interest of the vast majority of Angelenos. We strongly urge you to support in favor of the responsible banking ordinance, which is in our best interest, and we believe it is also in the best interest of the city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Father. Dr. Brown, followed by Ryan Bell.
I'm Yolanda Brown, and in pastor in Blessed Sacrament Church, a member of LA Voice, and a former bank executive. We express gratitude to Miguel Santana, CAO office, and the distinguished council members for your history-making vote for an ordinance that establishes LA as the nation's leader in encouraging banks' collaboration in rebuilding our community by keeping families in their homes with refinanced mortgages and providing jobs through investments and consulting small businesses and maintaining a land of opportunity for all God's children. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Ryan Bell, followed by Father Mott and Father Margarito Martinez.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Bell.
Distinguished council members, and we want to. My name is Ryan Bell. I'm the pastor of the Hollywood Seventh-day Adventist Church and also a member of LA Voice, and we're grateful as well for your progress on the responsible banking ordinance. We're here today, of course, to stand in support, strong support of this ordinance to create a more fair economy and a safer playing field for all Angelenos. It occurs to me that if we need fresh evidence for the need to keep track of what the banks are doing, whether they're acting responsibly or not, we don't need to look any further than 2 days ago when we learned that J.P. Morgan had squandered, again, $2 billion of our family's money and our nation's money. And so today we urge you to stand with all Angelenos in support of responsible banking to make sure that our city is a safe place for our families to live and do business. Thank you.
Thank you. And before Father Mott, I want to make an announcement that I just received one card to speak on this item. And Mr. Wayne, I'll get to you and you'll be allowed to speak. But once we begin discussions on an item, once the discussions begin, the time to submit cards are over. So with that said, Father, welcome to City Hall.
Thank you. My name is Father James Mott, Catholic priest at Mother Good Counsel Parish in Los Feliz, Councilman Labange's district. This morning at Mass, I asked those attending to pray for all of you, that you will vote your conscience and that you'll vote for the common good. You have given a lot of discussion to this. We have worked hard, and I thank you for bringing your straightforwardness and courage to this vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. Father Martinez.
Buenos días. Soy el Padre Margarito Martínez. Trabajo en la parroquia Nuestra Señora de Talpa.
Good morning. My name is Father Martinez, and I am a priest at the Church de Talpa.
Estoy aquí para recordar la importancia del papel de cada uno de ustedes para la comunidad.
I am here to remind you of the importance of your role in your positions for the whole community.
En determinado momento en elecciones, cada una de las personas hemos confiado en ustedes.
At any given moment during the election times, we have trusted in each and every one of you.
Hoy es el momento en que ustedes devuelvan la confianza a la comunidad.
Today is the right moment for you guys to return that loyalty and trust back to the community.
Haciendo que haya una banca responsable que en realidad ayude.
Making sure that there's a responsible banking ordinance which in reality will help
a la comunidad. Todos tenemos derecho a gozar de los bienes de este país.
Will help the community. We'll have a right to enjoy the benefits this country has to offer.
La comunidad es la que sostiene a los bancos.
The community is the one that maintains the banks.
El dinero que ellos tienen es dinero de la comunidad.
The money the banks have belongs to the community.
Por eso ellos tienen una grave responsabilidad con la comunidad.
That's the reason why the banks have a very serious and critical responsibility to the community.
Debe haber gente honesta en ellos. Debe haber gente que piense en el que vive día a día.
Those banks have to have honest people working for them, people who think about the community members on a daily basis.
Queremos en esta ciudad una banca responsable.
In this city, what we're asking for is a responsible banking ordinance.
Una banca que esté en la comunidad y que actúe y que vive en la comunidad y que trabaje para la comunidad.
We want a bank that acts on behalf and for the benefit of the community, that lives in the community, that works in the community, and takes part to help the community.
Eso será justicia para todos, para los ricos.
That will be justice for all, for the rich people
y para los pobres.
And for poor people.
Thank you. Arno Sachs, Armanek Norajanian, Beverly Roberts. If you please come forward. I've called 3 names. I want to see 3 people. Arno Sachs, Armanek Norajanian, Beverly Roberts. Ms. Roberts, you can go first since you're at the mic. Good morning.
Thanks. Glad to be here, and thank you for having me. I'm a member of ACE. I've been in my home for 22 years. I'm fighting to get a modification. I've been trying for 4 years to get a modification, and they just won't work with me. So all I'm asking, the city has invested billions of dollars in these banks, and they just will not do the right thing. And also our blighted homes in our communities, we're fighting to try to get them taken care of. We're having a problem with that. You know what? I'm tired. I'm 75 years old, and I just want to see our city come back to its normalcy. And also, just make them responsible and do the right thing, because what goes around comes around.
Thank you. Mr. Sachs. And Mr. Sachs, I'm going to reconsider 11. I did not see your card, so you will be afforded the opportunity to chat on that item. Anyway, Mr. Sachs, followed by Armanek Norajanian.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Arnold Sachs. It's somewhat ironic. I was making some comments, and then I changed my mind, and I'm thinking, this is almost like A Wonderful Life. We have the Bailey Savings and Loan and the Potter Bank. And who does the council represent? And I got to think, you don't represent the Bailey Savings and Loan, that's for sure. More like Potter and turning LA into Potterville, where people lose their homes. Yes, we have a message to make the city council, but you're just changing the size of the spoon that you're feeding this load of crap to the public with. You're not doing anything to change the recipe in and of itself. You work hand in hand with the banks because the banks that you have lawsuits against are the only banks willing to do business with the city.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. Mr. Norajanian, you'll be followed by Jacob Miller. Jacob Miller.
Good morning, respectful city council members. Good morning, fellow Angelinos. Actually, I endorse this resolution 13 because this one is progressive legislation and calls for responsible banking investment monitoring program. Actually, since local banks, sometimes have a very unscrupulous and fraudulent, way to do business with the city of Los Angeles. City of Los Angeles should respond back, with enforcing responsible banking investment monitoring program. But we should not do it only on their own. We should do it in conjunction with federal government, because we won't be able to enforce federal laws on their own. And actually, banks mostly will like maybe ignore this, anything that comes for the city, except that the city use those banks for responsible banking.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Miller, followed by, we'll go to the Valley, Doug Arsenault and Miriam Fogler. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Jacob Miller. I'm an LA City resident. I'm an LA City employee for the last 10 years at the Department of Animal Services, and also a proud union member with SEIU Local 721. We're here today to urge the LA City Council to pass a long-awaited responsible banking ordinance. Later today, the City Budget and Finance Committee will be looking at our city budget, a budget that is cut to the bone and beyond. Our city has not yet recovered from the economic crisis that started 4 years ago, caused by the very banks that are subject to today's ordinance. But this is only a first step to make Wall Street accountable to Main Street. We pledge today to use responsible banking disclosures to keep a constant watch on the banks that do business with our city. Let's put Chase, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, and all the rest of the Wall Street on notice. If they want to do business with the city of Los Angeles, they need to stop the blight of abandoned, foreclosed homes all across our neighborhoods. They need to start investing in job creation to put LA back to work. And we will be keeping an eye on those blighted homes. We have a big campaign going on, and we expect to see some results. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to the Valley. We'll go to the Valley for Doug Arsenault and Miriam Fogler, and the last speaker will be Cook Wayne here in City Hall. Mr. Arsenault in the Valley.
Good morning, council members. My name is Doug Arsenault of the Valley Industry and Commerce Association. VICA represents more than 370 businesses in the city of Los Angeles and surrounding communities that have created over 100,000 jobs. Thank you for the opportunity to speak remotely from Van Nuys. This accessibility is critical for the San Fernando Valley residents. While VICA maintains its position that the RBO is counterproductive to the city's goals, we are willing to accept the compromise that arose out of Budget and Finance that guided the city attorney. The CAO has done an admirable job in drafting a proposal that takes into account both the concerns of citizen groups and the practical needs of our city. We wish to stress the importance of this ordinance being done in a way that does not increase costs for our city and hinders the valuable services provided by certain departments. We look forward to the city working with its financial partners as this ordinance is implemented so the RBO's impacts do not significantly hinder the recovery of our city and its employers. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fogler?
Let me tell you something about these banks. They're a bunch of crooks. I lived through the savings and loan era of the 70s, okay? And the federal government just laxed all the laws. They were all regulated up to then, and they were paying very good interest on CDs. Up to 16%, folks. I was making 16%. I was a teenager, okay? They're racketeers. That's all I can tell you. They're all a bunch of crooks. They're all just out to make big money. And but the thing is, this is a federal issue. You should be bringing it up to your representatives in Congress and the U.S. Senate and that Obama. Okay, the same thing with the stock market. How can you let Chase Bank get away with losing $2 billion of the customer's assets? I think that's a big ripoff to the customer. They don't care about the customer. Matter of fact, they give you a service charge. They don't give you 3 or 4 chances before you overdraft. They just charge you.
Thank you, Ms. Fogler. Do we have Cook Wayne here at City Hall? Please come forward. Mr. Wayne.
Good morning. I'm Cook Wayne. I'm representing Good Jobs LA. What we're really all here for is because we want some better mornings. The banks right now need to be held accountable. This item is about disclosure. Passing this ordinance, this long overdue ordinance, holds the banks accountable. It makes them accountable of showing what kind of contributions they contribute to our community. Are they helping the banks by giving loans? Are they helping the families by stopping them from being foreclosed on? This is what we're trying to get accomplished today. And we're urging the LA City Council to go ahead and help us so we can stop these babies from being taken out of their homes, and we can help our community build a better future. Let's get it done.
Thank you, Mr. Wayne. Mr. Alarcon. And we have members in the queue, but I thought you might want to give an opening statement.
Council members, it's been a long time since we introduced this measure in 2009, but I'm proud to say that today's council meeting, I know that you will do the right thing and protect the taxpayers of Los Angeles. I wanted to share with you that in other jurisdictions, they've already passed a similar ordinance, and it was based on the ordinance we wrote, as well as an ordinance in Cleveland and Philadelphia. Cleveland's been long-standing for 20 years, and Philadelphia for about 12. And we looked at the Philadelphia ordinance and modeled ours after theirs. So to date, Seattle, Berkeley, Boston, Pittsburgh, Portland, and Kansas City, in addition to Philadelphia and Cleveland, have all passed banking responsibility ordinances. And today, as we speak, the City Council of New York is considering this same ordinance. So this is a cry from the people. It is a cry that says they don't want us to be bank regulators. We're not regulators. We're good customers. And as customers, we have the responsibility to protect the taxpayers' money, to ensure that we are, when spending that money, we are spending it in the most wise fashion, and a fashion that gets the greatest return from our expenditure. That's what this is about. For those who say this is regulation, it's not regulation. If they don't want to sell to us, then don't give us the information. But if they want to make money off the people of Los Angeles, then they should tell us how they're reinvesting in our communities. What are they doing about the foreclosure crisis? Are they providing principal reduction loans? Are they providing small business lending? Are they providing credit to small businesses? They wiped out all the lines of credit for small businesses pretty much for all of Los Angeles. And these are the kinds of activities that we can affect by virtue of shining a bright light on the information that is requested in this RBO. That's what this is about. It's caveat emptor. Let the buyer beware. Well, with this ordinance, we will be more aware of who we are buying services from. And that's all it's about. I hope that as a result of this, we get greater investment in Los Angeles. Cleveland, over the last 20 years, says, based on studies of similar cities of similar size, that they have gained $9 billion of additional investment from banking institutions who participate in the RBO over there. That's the potential for Los Angeles. It's not so much about getting the information. It's about making sure that we use that information to leverage financial institutions to invest more in Los Angeles, create more jobs, create more businesses, create more opportunity for the people of Los Angeles. I think our $300 million in deposits every day speaks loudly. we should get more for it. The $30 billion portfolio that we have in our pension system should get more back. The banking institutions know that we are a prime customer, and we ought to use that positioning to leverage more services for our community. That's what this is all about. I know that you've been through the ringer on this ordinance, and I want to thank you for your diligence in understanding this ordinance. And I have every faith that you will pass this ordinance today. And so, with that, again, I want to say thank you to the Budget and Finance Committee for expediting this through in the last several months, and to President Wesson for his help in marshaling this through. Thank you so much for helping the community take control of their dollars.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. Now, next on the queue is the birthday boy, Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you. Miguel, could you come up real quickly so we all understand exactly what this compromise is that we worked out? I want to thank the Occupy LA folks for making some very serious, compelling discussions about foreclosures and other issues where the banks have not shown leadership. I just got to thank the whole notion that the banks have been historically good and bad. The bad part we know most recently of how it's all gone down. What did we accomplish in this compromise? Could you give us the salient points of it?
Good morning, Miguel Santana, CAO. What you have before you is an attempt to try to balance two very important values. The first one is the value of ensuring that we are fiscally responsible, that recognizing that the city relies on financial institutions when we borrow money to keep our own dollars, and that ultimately we should make decisions that protect our ability to utilize effectively those dollars and also protect taxpayers. The other side of the other value we're trying to protect is the value of partnering with organizations that take care of their clients and who ensure that they treat their clients in a respectful manner. They provide access to capital, access to loans in a fair way. And so what this ordinance does, it essentially allows you and as a consumer to know exactly the kind of activities that they're engaged in out in your districts. Based on census tracts, each bank who seeks to do business with the city will have to demonstrate how many loans they provide, how many those to small businesses, how many home loans, and a variety of different criteria that we're asking. And that information will be public. It will be updated on an annual basis. And so it will be available to you as decision makers, and it'll also be available to the public. And they will in turn respond to that information. And from that, it is the hope that better practices will result.
Any impact on foreclosures or potential impact on foreclosures in our city?
Well, obviously, if you're reporting on the number of foreclosures and the kind of foreclosure policies that you have, and whether or not you participate in the foreclosure programs that the city manages, and you have to report that, it is our hope that through that disclosure, it would encourage a reduction of foreclosures as well as greater participation in city foreclosure prevention programs.
Okay, can we have a report back on that over
Certainly.
the year so we know exactly where we are in the foreclosures, what they've put online, what they've given us, and how we can impact it more effectively going forward? Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I too join my colleagues in support of this item. Actions speak louder than words, and in this arena, the loudest action we can take is with our dollars. And I want to thank the coalition that's come together to make this possible, the work of everybody that is here. I'm especially proud of those from my district, which is extremely well represented, folks from LA Voice and other organizations that have been at the cutting edge of making sure that we do this. And I want to thank Mr. Alarcon for his good work as well in pushing this forward and in building consensus to do the right thing here. It's simple. The city of Los Angeles should not be doing business or depositing taxpayer dollars with institutions that are bad actors. Straight and simple. I think every taxpayer, regardless of their political stripe, would feel that way. It is just a matter of common sense and of decency. When these chambers stood against apartheid, when they've stood against businesses that were doing business in Burma, when that country was oppressing itself, it's right here in our backyard. And the converse is that the city should be rewarding institutions that do help our communities with our business and with our deposits. Those who help start businesses, give capital to the people that need it for startup, help people stay in their homes, and who invest in our neighborhoods, but who also work with the organizations that on the ground are having the conversations with those at risk of losing their homes. There's a lot of knowledge there for the banks. And when I've talked to good banks who are acting the right way, they're actually taking that knowledge, that free labor essentially that people are doing, going door to door, because sometimes we can't save people. But when we can, we know who those people are. And it's a little more nuanced than just pulling out an Excel spreadsheet, looking at the numbers and saying, we think these ones will go and these ones won't. That human knowledge, which a lot of churches and a lot of institutions are doing and having those conversations, are critical for our banks to use. And our goal is to weed the bad apples out of LA and promote those banks that are doing the right thing. 3 years ago, I began working on addressing the impacts of foreclosures here in our city by making it illegal for banks to kick renters out of foreclosed properties, even though they're making their monthly payments on time. These are the truly innocent victims of the foreclosure crisis and folks who are taking control sometimes of the notes of apartments and homes that were being rented. We're simply kicking people out. They're saying you can take, we'll take your keys today and give you $1,000, or we'll give you nothing tomorrow. And that was just illegal. Where we didn't have the protection for buildings past 1978 and for homes that were being rented, we made sure that we did that. And most recently, we introduced a motion to eliminate the ability for owners of foreclosed properties to opt out of the foreclosure registry. We need that information, like Mr. Rosendahl was saying. We need to make sure that information is being acted upon. And that is the way that we're going to show that Los Angeles truly is leading the way out of the foreclosure crisis instead of compounding it. Thank you, and I urge your support today for this ordinance.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Richard, for your hard work, your tenacity again, showing itself. But Mr. Santana, as we look through the ordinance itself, and there's this matrix of information, where would predatory loans fall? Does that get in any way disclosed, given any kind of relationship these institutions might have with either subcontractors or other ancillary organizations that they are connected with that are involved in predatory loans? Will we have any insight to that impact?
Well, again, the point behind the ordinance is to require banks to provide us all that information. That information will be organized in a way that's accessible to both you and the public, and we'll have a sense based on census tracts exactly the kinds of loans that are given in the various areas.
But my specific question is, because I did not see the word predatory loans in the language in the ordinance, is that included as part of that body of information?
I'm trying to remember if it's specifically. No, it doesn't specifically cite that.
Could we add that as a friendly amendment without distorting the or holding up this ordinance?
What I recommend as it related to that piece is that we're working with both the banking industry as well as the advocates on how all of this is implemented, and we could include that as part of our discussion with both sides about how do we identify those particular loans that you're referring to, and then from that determine how it will be organized in the matrix.
So how can I be assured it will be in form of a report? I would like to see a line item on predatory loans. This city has gone through several hearings on this issue, and I don't want to let that go. I think it's an important variable that speaks to character and this notion of predictability and who we're dealing with. So how can I make that commitment?
Well, I think through certainly by your discussion, we'll present it as part of the discussion with the banking institutions and with the advocates, and try to incorporate that in that context so that there will be a specific line item that unpacks exactly what those kinds of loans are and how that could be reported out.
So can I have a report back on how that structure will be?
Yes. All of it's going to be reported back to you.
I want to make sure predatory loans are in there.
That's correct.
Point.
We'll do that.
And just in closing, many folks who are right now in the process of fighting for their homes, dealing with unscrupulous characters, authority figures that take advantage of others, either because of the lack of knowledge or an inability to speak the language. There are some organizations out there that provide counseling, and they're approved by HUD. And I just want to put this out there. This is the website for homeowners that can register for free clinics on the website www.lanhs.org, where they can call 213-381-2862. Persons can also contact 1-888-995-HOPE. That's 4673. Or they can contact www.makinghomeaffordable.gov. So I want to put that out there because folks are having expectations about this ordinance, but some folks are hurting now, and they need assistance now, and hopefully they can reach one of these organizations to support them in their efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Zine.
Thank you. Richard, I want to acknowledge you for your tenacity, because this has been a very controversial issue for a long time. I remember the lobbying was taking place, so you got scars all over your body from it, but you won the war. Miguel, the banks are controlled basically by the federal government. Have we found that any of the banks that we deal with are not cooperating, or have they shown cooperation when your dealings to this point?
As some of the testimony, I think the banking community is not exactly thrilled that we're doing this, but I think we worked on a compromise that both the banking institutions and the advocates can support. The way the ordinance works is that if you choose not to provide this information, and that's certainly your choice, no one's required to do business with the City of Los Angeles. If you fail to submit that information, you just simply won't qualify as a partner with us. So it's
in other words, we won't be putting deposits, and we won't be dealing with those.
That's correct. We won't be engaged in any kind of activity if a financial institution simply says this information is too onerous, I don't want to make it available, and so then if they fail to provide it, then they will be deemed unqualified to do business with the City of Los Angeles.
Do we require other information that the federal government does not require? Is there a duplication of any sort that they say, well, we'll give it to the federal government, we're not going to give it to you? If they opt out and say, I mean, what are we requiring that the feds don't already require? And if they wish to opt out, do they still provide that information to the federal government?
For the most part, they provide most of this information already to the federal government. It's the way we're asking for it, though, is much more specific and much more accessible to the public, and so
they want to keep it hidden, but this will expose it.
This will expose it, and it allows everyone in the community, allows all of you to understand it more clearly. Now, if you want to find it, you have to be somewhat of an expert to sort of go through all the volumes of reports to really capture this information. This actually allows it to be organized in one way that better informs you as a consumer.
So it'll be easy access for the city, for our investments, easy access for the consumer, for their opportunities to purchase or to do business with that particular institution.
That is correct, and it'll be available on the city's website as well.
So that we will publish that information for the public. And I know that this issue with the banks is not for a particular community. This is throughout the city, throughout the region, probably throughout the country, where we see, I know in my district, there's many folks who have lost their jobs, income has been reduced, they've been kicked out, foreclosed, the homes then go into disrepair. So this is something that affects all areas of the city of Los Angeles, and hopefully other communities will then adopt a similar regulation just to make it responsible for everyone. So I want to thank you for what you've done on to make it work, because I know it was a time-consuming, very, very difficult task to get them to come together, and to get Mr. Alarcon for being tenacious to make this happen. Long overdue, so strongly support this measure to help all the folks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Huizar.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. Zine, tenacity is a good word to describe Mr. Alarcon's efforts on this. I want to thank you as well, Mr. Alarcon. But I think this is a good way to make public policy for the city. After the initial discussion about having a banking ordinance, a working group was put together that had all stakeholders there to come up with something that makes sense. Banking representatives were there, advocacy groups were there, and I think this is what we have is a good way to go about in getting more public information out there, so that we are all aware about actions or things that need to get done to improve how we are working with our banks in this city. We have a large contingency today of people from my district, from Boyle Heights, from Dolores Mission, and Talpa, and LA Voice. I want to thank you for your continued advocacy, and not only on this issue, but we've got to remember that through this recession, through this economic pain, there are a lot of people hurting out there, and there are groups out there that raise these issues that we as a city have a responsibility to respond to. Whether it's within our jurisdiction or not, we got to do everything possible to raise these issues and do what is within our jurisdiction, that we allow more people of all income levels in the city to have the resources they need for a better life in this great city. So thank you to the representatives and the advocacy groups and the coalition. You've done a tremendous job, and thank you for working in this working group that I think we came up with a good compromise that makes sense for all. Thank you so much.
Mr. Alarcon, to close.
Yes, council members, thank you very much for your positive comments, and I want to thank the supporters who have been there for the almost 3 years that we've been working on this. Especially I want to thank One LA for organizing to support this measure and helping us hone in on exactly what we wanted to accomplish. LA Voice and PICO have been there from the beginning. Good jobs, LA. SEIU 721, but more than that, SEIU. I just want to say that SEIU has a national organizing effort on this type of ordinance, and I want to applaud their national leadership for that. Los Angeles Legal Aid Foundation, ACE, of course, has been there from day one. And I want to thank the California Reinvestment Coalition and the National Community Reinvestment Coalition, which is an organization that's dedicated to getting banks to provide more information for the Community Reinvestment Act, but now at the municipal level as well. And so I also, my staff was getting very frustrated that this action wasn't moving forward very fast. And at one point, I pulled my staff aside and I said, you really need to have patience here, because if this is going to mean something, it really has to be desired by the people of Los Angeles. And it wasn't until Occupy LA happened that the people of Los Angeles took notice, and the council then was stimulated into action. And so I want to thank the organizers of Occupy LA, but most importantly, all the organizations that made this happen. I want to thank also publicly former chairwoman of the FDIC, Sheila Bair, who encouraged me early on to continue to press this, because she said we absolutely need municipalities to take on this responsibility. This is happening across the country. The National League of Cities, as a result of this ordinance, has created a clearinghouse of information about banking responsibility type ordinances. The city of San Diego is going to take up, the president is going to offer a fair banking ordinance, which is going to be very similar to what we are doing today. So this is a movement that is, I believe, will continue to grow. But the importance of it is not the ordinance per se. The importance of it is to do what Cleveland did to get the reinvestment in our community. So all of the community that come together, all these organizations, I plead with you to remain vigilant on this issue, to stay in tune with the information and then act on that information. If you believe that we shouldn't deposit in an organization that loses $2 billion in risky hedge funds, then you need to scream about that. And I think that is where we will be able to say whether or not this ordinance is a success. But today, if the council votes for this, it will be a tremendous victory, not for a city councilman, not for the city council as a whole, or the mayor. It will be a victory for the people of Los Angeles. So I want to thank all of you.
Mr. Englander, was your button pushed inadvertently?
No. I was just calling for the question.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon, for all of your hard work, and Miguel, to everyone who's worked on this issue. Richard, 2 questions. If we vote on this today, will we beat New York or did New York beat us?
As I understand, they're still discussing it.
Next question. Which 2 members on this council were born in Cleveland, Ohio?
I only know of one, sir.
And who might that be?
Might be the president of the city council.
And Miss Perry. Okay, members, let's prepare to vote on this item. Let us open the roll.
Excuse me, Mr.
Yes.
President. The city attorney has submitted an ordinance, an amended ordinance, as relative to the motion that Mr. Alarcon made with the changes.
All right. Let's again prepare to vote. Let's open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Take the applause, folks, please.
Forthwith, please.
Forthwith, Mr. Cardenas.
Point of clarification, did you ask where they were born or when they were born?
I definitely was asked when.
Okay.
Where? Okay. At the request of Mr. Englander, Madam Clerk, we're going to now take item 10. Chief, sorry to keep you waiting.
Sorry, thank you very much. We have a couple chiefs here, actually.
To all of the chiefs, sorry to keep you waiting.
If we could bring the chiefs up. While they're coming up, Mr. President, if we could take item 8 quickly. It was already satisfied public comment. So we don't need to open public comment. We could just go ahead and vote on it.
Okay, so that's what we'll do. We're going to switch to item 8. There are no speakers in the queue for this item. We already did have public comment during the committee. So let us open the roll on item 8. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Now we're at item 10. You still have the floor, Mr. Englander.
Great. Thank you very much. Members, what's before us right now is the consolidation of OPS, the Office of Public Safety with Los Angeles Police Department. There's been a lot of questions on this, and there have been just as many answers. And I want to thank LAPD as well as OPS, Eileen Decker in the Mayor's office and our CAO, who have been working tirelessly to answer all of these questions that have been brought up in both committees, in all the hearings, and all the conversations and dialogue that has occurred. One of the concerns was some of the stakeholders early on weren't meeting, and so I wanted to get an update on that. That was an instruction to LAPD to work with the stakeholders, including the labor groups, to make sure and ensure those things are happening and concerns are being addressed. I will say that from what I've heard, and I'll let them answer that, is that I'm not only satisfied, I'm ecstatic about the fact that they've actually reached out to many of these folks and have worked hard to make sure that they're getting those answers. We voted in concept to support the implementation of this plan. I strongly stand behind it. I think, as the chair of public safety, this is something that just makes sense. It makes sense, and there's been questions, folks, that the questions have been, really, do we trust LAPD to guard our valued assets and people at parks and libraries and city facilities and wastewater treatment facilities? And I couldn't tell you, I couldn't think of anybody else who we would trust more and who's better qualified and trained and will bring OPS into the fold as part of their family. And so with that, I'd like to open it up to Chief Moore for opening comments and to address some of those concerns and issues as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Good afternoon, Assistant Chief Michael Moore. I'm joined by my partner, Assistant Chief Sandy Jo MacArthur from LAPD. And as to your question, Councilman Englander, the department for the last 2 weeks, following the instructions by the Budget and Finance began a series of meetings with the involved stakeholders to include the city departments. Specifically, we've met with the library, both the GM and AGM, as well as Rexon Park, the zoo. We are scheduled this week to meet with Bureau of Sanitation on Thursday, and then next Monday we'll sit down with representatives, the general manager of the convention center. There's been some calendaring with them, with their schedule that's interrupted that. However, as to the involved labor and bargaining units, we've met with each bargaining unit on at least one occasion, many of them multiple times, and we have meetings ongoing this week, informal discussions regarding how the department envisions this consolidation and the true use of and optimizing the current job and positions that OPS fills, the critical need that it fills here in the city on its city facilities.
Great. Thank you very much. And if Chief Sandy Jo, if you want to add anything to that?
We're open for questions.
Questions? Okay. And Ms. Decker?
Thank you, Mr. Englander, but I'll reserve for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. So I ask for your aye vote on this, members.
Thank you, Councilmember. We do have several speakers on the queue. Councilmember Zine, followed by Councilmember Cardenas.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Los Angeles Police Department had the transit operations for a period of time, 5 years, and it didn't turn out as we thought. We lost that contract. How can we assure those skeptical, because I received some emails from the different departments, that we are going to maintain that security at the library and these other facilities that are concerned that we're not going to be there? LAPD enforcement versus security. How do we guarantee those folks? And I'd like to also hear from the representatives here from the union, from the Office of Public Safety, that we're not going to have a situation where they're going to say, we told you so.
Okay, well, Councilman, Chief Parks assured this very body of that the service levels that are being delivered today will be maintained, if not improved upon. The aspect of security and policing of city critical infrastructure is certainly well understood by the department, by LAPD. We look forward to the opportunity of integrating the men and women that are within Office of Public Safety, the jobs that they're doing today, and integrating them into our existing operations. Our assurances to the city departments are ongoing. We're meeting with a number of those. As to those who may be questioning or posing questions to you, we would encourage an opportunity for the department, for myself and members of my leadership team to meet with them. We are meeting, and the individuals we're meeting with at the general manager levels and AGMs are open and supportive of this consolidation.
Have you heard those concerns?
We are hearing the concerns that the city's current fiscal crisis, that it jeopardizes their current staffing, that they've seen an erosion of their staffing over the last 2 and 3 years, and they're very concerned that this is a further effort to do that erosion, and our assurance to them is quite different. We are assuring them that the department is fully committed to this consolidation, that it will ensure that staffing occurs, and that it will look to this body in support of the staffing needs for those critical sites.
Because when a crime occurs, it doesn't go on Office of Public Safety stats, it goes on LAPD stats.
It does. And the integration of security and policing into one consolidated body, we believe, is not only an efficient management tool, but we think that public safety will improve across the city at those facilities, as well as with our city employees and those who visit our facilities.
And if I could just have the folks here from the bargain unit, gentlemen from the bargain unit, Office of Public Safety, gentlemen. Could I have you come forward and just the concerns that are being addressed with the discussions that are taking place? Well, I don't care, either one of you, whoever the president or the spokesperson. I just want to make sure that what we've asked for in the Public Safety Committee is being followed through, that your issues are being resolved, discussions are taking place, so we can do a transition if we're going to do that in a smooth fashion and not have this uncertainty.
Councilman Zine?
Go ahead.
Michael Robertson, President of the Los Angeles General Services Police Officers Association. Well, I think our major concern is that we're for the concept of, I think it'd probably be a good thing for the city, the concept of bringing these departments together, but I don't want it to move so fast that we miss some points in the officers' questions about, right now there's nothing. They don't know if their time's going to be brought across. They don't know about the pension. They don't know about just simple as the uniform. They don't know anything.
So there's unresolved issues.
Right.
But the discussion is
Councilor
taking
Zine.
place.
Please press your button again.
But I just want to follow up.
If I could, for point of clarification in what the committee did, as the chairman of the committee, I just want to reiterate, it wasn't necessarily there's some legal issues and other things that are outside the purview of the merging of the pensions, things like that, that aren't part of either LAPD or OPS, that occurs separately. And what we asked for was, and what we heard, and the concern was, there wasn't even a dialogue. And we've asked and instructed that they sit down and have a dialogue to work out the things that they did control and that they did have a purview under. And that, and my understanding is that you've had meetings now that have occurred. And so I wanted to thank both of you again for doing that and fulfilling the obligation of what the committee voted on.
Mr. Inger, thank you. On my time, I just wanted to make sure that that's
Councilor
taking
Zine, we have
place.
3 other speakers on the queue, so
I just want to
we'll go all
finalize
over.
that that's taking place. That's my only concern.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Cardenas, then Councilman Rosendahl.
Thank you very much. I'd like Chief Newton to come forward and sit at the table, and also the head of GSD, Tony Royster, if you would, please. And I should be so bold to apologize to both of you that in order for us to go forward, I think it's important for us to take note and understand where we've been and where we're at. And I think that everybody at the table agrees with that. And I understand how busy and how large the LA Police Department is. And I think it's important for us to understand that this is a merger that's not easy. It's complicated. There's a lot of legal matters that need to be clarified and not obstacles, but legal matters that need to be approved. But at the same time, I think it's important for us to understand that just because we're finally going to cook this goose the way they've been trying to cook it for the last 5 years in the budget process, it looks like we're finally going to do that. However, we got to make sure that we do it in a way that takes into account what was the original responsibility and, as of late, the responsibility of OPS officers, and then make sure that going forward we keep the primary responsibilities in front of us. And if we change those responsibilities, I think we should do it eyes wide open and let everybody affected know that we're changing the responsibilities as to what deployment is going to be like, which facilities are going to get a certain kind of attention compared to what attention they got before, etc. Those are the kinds of details that I think that everybody here at the table needs to be here and understand where we're going and what we're going to do and how everyone is going to be affected. In addition to that, I think it's important for us to make sure that the question of the CAO, who's going to be leading most of the discussion when it comes to the details of the broader parameters of this move?
Well, there's 2 pieces to it. The operational elements of how this is going to be structured, how it's going to be organized, who will be reporting to whom, all of those questions, the chief and his staff will be leading that discussion.
So LAPD. And then the other half?
There's the other half related to the impact bargaining, the specific questions on the particular impacts that this action will have on the employees that my office will lead.
Okay. And in addition to that, the only reason why I didn't ask the representatives of the bargaining unit to come forward as well, because I don't want people to get the impression that we're negotiating here at this table, okay? But they also need to be able to submit their concerns, et cetera, and those concerns need to be appropriately respected in the manner in which we do so in any case when we're dealing with bargaining units. So I think it's important for us to understand, members, that this is something that looks like we're going to move in that direction. The Budget Committee has already said that we're going to move in that direction budgetarily, and this is the policy side of it, this motion that's before us today. So let's make sure that we hold all of our staffs and ourselves accountable to make sure that when we make these final decisions and the final transitions, that it's done in a manner where everybody's respected and that hopefully everything will be done as well as possible. Thank you.
Mr. Englander?
Just on a point of clarification, one of the things you had asked for is also that the facilities, Mr. Cardenas, were also being managed and the changes, and that wasn't answered. So that's all being done with the MOUs as well, and they're working all those details out to ensure that safety is not compromised at all.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Obviously, Mr. Englander is right. Safety is the #1 concern of all of us. What's your sense of a timetable on this, Miguel?
It's in the proposed budget, so on July 1st it would be effectuated. What we need to do in very short order is seek out legislation. I know the Mayor's Office and the CLA have been identifying potential authors for legislation to make a technical amendment to the current penal code that specifies GSD and change that to LAPDs to ensure that those officers maintain their peace officer status. I think we're very optimistic that that will actually take place. And then it'll take, I think what's been reported by the police department, that it'll take about 6 months to fully implement. I could have them sort of speak to that process.
Well, Councilman, we anticipate a year, closer to a year to a year and a half, given the full integration. And again, full integration, the department's, one of the aspects of this is the integration of the capital equipment, the technology,
right.
the cameras and radios and so forth. So it's a series of steps that would take place. This is another step today that we see over the next 18 months for completion.
Okay, that's very important, and I appreciate the slowness with what you're doing for 2 reasons. One, the different facilities right now, like the libraries and the other groups that are part of it, that the integration with the local people, with the senior lead officers who are familiar with these people, continues. And obviously, second is all of their issues that they might have that they now have as a separate group won't have with the LAPD. Question for LAPD, how many, there are 37 sworn there or 50 sworn, how many have the full credential of an LAPD officer?
Well, there's 97 sworn members within the Office of Public Safety.
Yeah.
And the 37 number that's been thrown out there, there's 37 officers, sworn officers, that have gone through the LAPD Academy.
Right.
So that was the first, we looked at 37. We've certainly more as we've talked with the unions. Yeah. As many as would like to come immediately, we would like to accommodate. Mm-hmm. But we do know that there's at least 37 that have already gone through LAPD training. That was our ballpark, the best ballpark.
Right, so the door is open for others over a period of time if they need to further requirements and so on and so forth.
Yes, absolutely. And we've talked in concept with some of the union representatives. In case there was any concerns about meeting requirements or not, we believe they will meet the requirements, and if there's any concern at all, it should be minor, and that we will be able to rectify that with our training and support. And so, again, when you look at the timetable from 12 to 18 months, our goal would be to have the majority of personnel done within this as soon as possible.
Fair
within
enough.
that
Now,
12-month
the captain
period.
is the big shot in the command, as Charlie Becker says. The captain is the key. Will that then integrate him into that particular captain's position so that the library doesn't feel they're shortchanged if there's an emergency somewhere? How will that work out so that we have that comfort level?
The department recognizes this very early on and has appointed a designated captain as well as 2 lieutenants. And those individuals exist today to begin forming those relationships and strengthening the bond so that to be mindful of the work that OPS has done in providing services and with all the stakeholder departments. And our commitment is to continue those stability in those leadership positions as this consolidation occurs over the course of time.
Great. Thank you all very much for this. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Englander, I have 2 more speakers in the queue, but it's my understanding, per your staff, that public comment has been satisfied on this item. Okay, so with that said, Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chief Newton, I just want to hear from you. I know we've been talking about this consolidation without hearing from General Services and the leadership from General Services. So, your thoughts?
Back in 2006, or when we had the original OPS consolidation, that took about 2.5 years. And I'm pleased to hear that we're looking at slowing down the process some and looking at a 12 to 18 month timetable. I don't think we're opposed to the consolidation in concept. I just want to make sure that all of my employees and the General Services employees are treated fairly in the end, and all of the issues that they've brought forward to me have been satisfied before the actual implementation. That's the way we did it the first time. We had all of the issues resolved, and then it was implemented. And that's what I ideally would like to see this time.
I appreciate it. I was reminded by my colleague, Mr. Englander, that we heard from OPS, but not from you directly. We missed you at the committee meeting. You know, colleagues, this makes total sense. Some of the frustrations I had as a senior lead officer, and I had a great relationship with Senior Lead Officer Al Martinez at the Harbor. Sometimes we had issues at the park, on the 390 man at the park, or 5150 at the library, where we had issues with response times, and because you're stretched thin as well. So what this is going to do is really hold everyone, LAPD, OPS, accountable, be more effective as a law enforcement agency. You know, even the point where we're going to bring OPS to the CompStat process. And I've been to CompStat. And sometimes, you get hammered with questions, but that's what it's all about, in making sure that we remain one of the safest cities in America, and I think this makes complete sense. But I do want to point out, and share the sentiments and the concerns of my colleagues, that a yes vote will instruct the LAPD, in conjunction with each client department and impacted employee unions, to develop an MOU that includes, among other issues, a maintenance and at least the current public safety and security services levels provided by OPS. So I will continue to support this consolidation and look forward to having OPS as part of the LAPD family.
Mr. Cardenas.
I have just one more request, and this is to LAPD and the CAO mainly, and that is that if we can get a report back in the next 30 days, once this is approved at the council level in the next 30 days, not of final deadlines or timelines, but a better general timeline as to what we think the breakpoints of things that we can achieve by when on this process. Because in general, what we have here is we're approving that sometime in the next fiscal year, we will have completed this altogether. If everything goes well, it's technically speaking, most of it could be done in the first 60 days of the next fiscal year. Who knows? But what I'd like to see is if we can, once we approve this, then everybody can go to their respective places of work and then try to figure out what needs to come first, second, third, what are the legalities that need to be overcome, et cetera, what we're going to have to wait for the city attorney's office to get back to us on, the retirement systems, et cetera, the opt-ins and opt-outs, all those things. So we can have a breakdown matrix of hopefully, what kind of timelines we could hopefully achieve each one of these breakpoint responsibilities in this transition. Okay?
Yes.
We can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you. I think Mr. Cardenas covered a lot of the questions that I had about the timeline of implementation of this, and even though we're moving this forward for this calendar year in a hurry, or this fiscal year, excuse me, that we need the state changes still for this to be in place. Is there a mechanism, Mr. CAO, by which we could approve this in concept and move forward so that the 37 spaces, the 37 positions, people could begin to see what sort of interest level there is, folks fill them, those that could transfer over, but at the same time take another 2 weeks or so. There's been a feeling, I think, not just some at the management level, some at the officer level, of whether there's been enough negotiation, enough discussion on the implementation side, so that it would move forward in concept, but what you have, so that we don't get behind in terms of implementation, we push on the state law stuff at the same time. Those 37 folks can be surveyed and see how many are going to go over, but then we get a final look at it in a couple of weeks.
The question is what you do with the first LAPD class in order to generate savings of over $2 million. It is proposed proposed, both in the budget and on this item, that the first class in the LAPD be eliminated so that those positions could be filled instead by folks internally. So if you were to, if the budget assumes the elimination of that class, so that would be the one sticking point. How do you handle that? Should the department assume that they're going to hire from the outside and thus eliminate those savings, or should they assume that that class should be canceled and simply replaced by the 37 individuals who may qualify?
And I get that, but there's been pretty good intel in terms of people. There's a sense that there are of those individuals. I mean, I've had people on Facebook and emails who are actually individual officers saying, "This, I think this is a good idea. I wanted to move forward. I have some questions about this, that, or the other." But I mean, I think all of us collectively have a pretty good sense that that is. So I know it's an act of faith, but it's a pretty strong act of faith based on pretty good research. Correct? I mean, you don't want us to say, "Don't go forward with canceling the class." And I'm not proposing that happen.
Right.
So we could do that, book that in there, but still, in a couple of weeks come back and see, are there any of these remaining logistical issues on pension portability and on some of the other things that have been raised, by folks who have questions, to come back and give us a final rundown of that and ask for you to sit down with those.
Yeah, I think the challenge is that as I think the department, and this department could speak to it more specifically than I can, is that it's going to take, I thought it's 6 months, they said it was going to take a year, maybe longer, to fully iron out all the issues. And so that becomes the sort of the operational issues. On the impact bargaining piece that my office is heading up, I think we could do that relatively quickly. And
that's the piece I'm most interested in. I mean, obviously, nobody's trying to slow that stuff down. And no, I wouldn't say, if you haven't settled all that stuff at the LAPD side, which we know is going to take a long time, forget it, none of this moves forward. I think it's just a hand-in-hand step that's respectful to our employees across all departments.
We could certainly come back and report normally we would do it at ERC, but maybe have a closed session or
Sure.
report back to you directly on the status of the impact bargaining within the next 2 weeks.
Okay, then I move that we do that. We move forward with those 37 forward, get that, and see what we can work out in those 2 weeks. Thank you.
And Miguel, why don't you report back to him individually?
Got it.
Mr. Englander.
Well, include me in that discussion as well as the Chair of Public Safety. But thank you very much.
I'll do one report back.
We'll host at Mr. Garcetti's office. I think he has better coffee. Folks, this is not, as one council member referred to as cooking the goose. This is a marriage. It's not a divorce. This is a time for celebration. And the ones that I really do want to honor, quite frankly, that have been putting up with the most, that have been the most patient, that have worked the hardest. I wish I could say it was LAPD. I wish I could say it was the mayor's office. I wish I could say it was GSD. But it's been OPS. It's been our officers in OPS that have been out there showing up, suiting up, coming here, going to our city facilities, protecting those who need protection the most. The elderly, children, at libraries and city facilities, or water treatment facilities that we all count on each and every day. These officers and the civilians that work with them have been the backbone of this city for years. And I want to make sure that they are recognized in this marriage. And I think it's a great thing to continue having them here and wish them mazel tov, as we say. And I think this is, yes, we do, Mr. Garcetti. And so I think this is, while all marriages start off with a lot of questions and ambiguities and trying to figure out who's doing what and what their roles are, I look at it as a great thing. It's a happy time. It's a fantastic thing for the city, for the residents of the city, and for the OPS officers. So just wanted to thank you all again and make sure we do recognize all the hard work and effort that they continue to put in, and knowing that the frustration of having so many questions on the table, they go home every night and with some answers and probably more questions when they wake up than they went to sleep with. And that'll continue and until we work all these things out. But I'll make sure that I'm committed to stay on top of it to ensure that it is a smooth transition. Those questions are answered and satisfied, not just answered, but satisfied. But that you are absolutely included as part of this marriage. So I want to say thank you for everything you continue to do. Thank you.
Okay, no more speakers in the Mr. Koretz.
I wasn't going to say anything, but I just for a second, as you all know, I objected to this all along, but I think LAPD has done a good job of easing my concerns. I think this will be done right, but I do just want to reiterate I don't want to see any harm come to the officers and other folks that are in this department in any way. So I've heard a lot of that from other folks around the Horseshoe, so I don't feel compelled to say much. I feel pretty confident that we will handle this in an appropriate way, but I just wanted to ask for that as I give you my aye vote.
Thank you for that, Mr. Koretz. We are all concerned about them, and we want to make sure that they're treated fairly. No more speakers on the queue. Let's prepare to vote. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, we're going to go to item 9. Mr. Koretz, are you ready with item 9?
And for the record, for item 9, an amended motion has been circulated.
Okay, Mr. Alarcon.
Yeah, just have a point of information. I just want everybody to know that New York just passed the banking responsibility ordinance about 15 minutes ago.
So we got them.
But we were first.
All righty then. Thank you. Now we're on item 9. Mr. Koretz.
Well, thank you for your good work on this. Well, first I want to congratulate Mr. Alarcon on his leadership on the other issue and being first, even if it's by a minute or two. For some time now, we've had a challenge with how to deal with the concerns of local businesses and the food truck industry across the city. In my district, on Santa Monica Boulevard in Westwood, we've had a unique situation where food trucks and other commercial vehicles were having an effect on a couple block area with very few commercial parking spaces. And I'm glad to say that by working with representatives of the food truck industry and local businesses, we've come up with a solution that will allow the food trucks to continue to service the Atria West building while ensuring that other businesses are not negatively affected by excessive commercial vehicle activity. Based on the suggestion of the Transportation Commission, the principals involved in this issue met with our office and Brian Gallagher from DOT to work towards a better solution than initially proposed. I've circulated a motion which reflects the results of our meeting. We're moving forward with commercial vehicle restrictions on Santa Monica Boulevard, but we're making a special accommodation which will allow catering trucks to service the Atria West building. We're restricting parking before 11 a.m. so catering trucks will be able to arrive and not have to take other parking spaces. We've also extended the time those vehicles can park. They can now park for up to 4 hours without having to continually feed the meter or move. Additionally, we've determined that commercial loading and loading will be allowed in the rear of the building to accommodate deliveries and other businesses. It's my hope that commercial vehicles will be able to park in the front of the building after the catering trucks have departed in the 2 designated spaces. So I'd like to thank Brian Gallagher from DOT, the catering trucks and local businesses for meeting and coming up with a solution.